Imagine being a loner who spends all his days gaming, with no real friends. Your only companion is your cat. But even that gets taken away by your furious dad, just because your bullies keep calling him for money. And just when you think things can't get worse, the typical game like summoning happens. Now you're broken, emotionally wrecked, and suddenly standing in front of a king who commands you to save his kingdom from 100 waves of monsters. Of course, you'd refuse, right? That's exactly what our protagonist Ji-hoon does. He rejects the king's quest. But instead of punishment, he unexpectedly unlocks a hidden quest. Now, instead of saving humans, he must protect monsters and destroy the very kingdom he was summoned to save. That's what the future holds. For now, though, he's still the same frustrating loser who might even get on your nerves, but hang in there. It's all part of his character development. And so, the story begins with a game. A game called Hell Dream promises a reward of 1 billion won to the first player who survives 100 waves. Sounds easy, right? Nope, this ain't Candy Crush. Meanwhile, our boy Kim Ji-hoon sits at his study table under one sad lamp, staring at his books. He thinks to himself that if only he had money, he could have escaped this boring life already. But don't feel too bad for him. Ji-hoon's no-broke side character, he's the son of Kim Ui-soo, a respected congressman running for his third term, known for being honest and chosen by the people. And Ji-hoon himself? He's not just some kid getting carried by his father's reputation. He's the top student at Korea High School, always securing the #1 spot. Photos of Congressman Kim Ui-soo and Ji-hoon are all over the internet, proving just how well-known their family is. The next day, Ji-hoon sits at his desk, scrolling through those very posts when a girl suddenly hugs him from behind. She praises him, saying the photo came out really well. Ji-hoon looks at her, confused, wondering what she's doing there. She leans in and whispers that she has something to tell him, and asks him to step outside for a moment. Ji-hoon, with no way to escape the situation, quietly follows her out of the classroom with another girl. Seeing this, two of Ji-hoon's classmates stare in surprise. One mumbles that he's jealous, while the other says that even among model students, only someone like a congressman's son can attract girls like that. However, the situation is not exactly like these guys predicted. In the school backyard, the girl calls over two of her male friends, and then casually asks Ji-hoon for some money. Ji-hoon refuses, and the girl acts surprised, wondering why he's denying her. Ji-hoon nervously replies that he already lent her 300,000 won just last week, and if she keeps asking like this, there's nothing more he can do. He just doesn't have that kind of money left. Just then, one of the girl's male friends walks up and places his hand on Ji-hoon's shoulder, asking if he should go ahead and report him. He claims Ji-hoon is the one who made the illegal website, and threatens that he can report him any time. Ji-hoon's face turns pale as he tries to explain, saying the site isn't his and he never told anyone to use it. But the guy keeps pushing, saying even if that's true, Ji-hoon is still an accomplice. The girl notices Ji-hoon hesitating, so she suddenly changes her tone and pretends to panic, saying maybe they should all just go confess to the police. She asks who would suffer more in the end, clearly trying to guilt-trip him. Ji-hoon becomes nervous as his eyes flash back to the internet photo of him and his father, the well-known honest congressman. Sensing his fear, the girl walks closer, leaning in as she asks if he'll really refuse to help. Without waiting for a response, she smiles and says she's counting on him. Later that night, Ji-hoon quietly walks toward a locked room in the house where money is kept. He hesitates at the door, clearly shaken, thinking that he can't let his father find out about any of this. But just then, a voice calls out, asking why he's standing there alone at night. Ji-hoon turns and sees his father, who gives him a sharp look, and asks if he has something to say. Adjusting his tie, his father reminds Ji-hoon that the elections are coming up and tells him not to do anything that could damage his honor. At the very least, he should avoid becoming a burden. Ji-hoon stays silent, tense, and frozen while his father questions why he's not answering. Ji-hoon quickly forces a smile and tells his father not to worry, promising that he won't let him down anymore. But his father responds coldly, saying that there's nothing left for Ji-hoon to disappoint him with. Ji-hoon hides his reaction, quietly nodding as his father finishes by saying Ji-hoon just needs to live by doing what he's told, nothing more. As his father declares that his life is already decided and Ji-hoon has no right to make his own choices, Ji-hoon clenches his fists, hiding his frustration. Once he reaches his room, he punches his desk and mutters what his father actually wants from him, and why he's always treated like that. Just then, something wet touches his hand on the table, making him jump in fear. As he glances down, he sees his adorable cat Lulu. Ji-hoon lets out a breath and asks if Lulu was worried about him. Lulu jumps onto him and starts playing around. Ji-hoon laughs, asking her to stop while grabbing her gently. He looks at her and admits that whether it's school or home, he has no one else but her. After making Lulu sit on his lap, he turns on his desktop. His eyes land on the ad of a game called Hell Dream, and he focuses. He remembers he has already cleared the 99th wave, and just one more wave stands between him and 1,000,000,001. He restarts the game and tries to survive the 100th wave. But no matter how many times he tries, defeat comes again and again. Frustrated, he mutters that he's tried everything, resetting hundreds of times, but it still seems impossible. On the side, a game streamer is also playing Hell Dream on Ji-hoon's screen. The streamer vents the same frustration, complaining that the wave is made to be unbeatable, and advises viewers to skip the game altogether. Listening to that, Ji-hoon realizes it's been a year since the game was released. Many players, including himself, have cleared Wave 99 and reached 100, but not even one has successfully blocked the final wave. Still, Ji-hoon stares at the screen with determination. He knows that if there's any way to escape this suffocating life with Lulu by his side, it's by winning the 1,000,000,001 prize from Hell Dream. To clear the 100th wave, Ji-hoon knows he needs the strongest weapon in the game, Drake's heart, which he earned after defeating the boss in Wave 99. The item boosts magic attack by 2,000, critical rate by 20%, and even increases critical damage by 200%. He has already enhanced it to the max level. It's basically the god tier item of the game. Like, if this doesn't work, might as well throw your PC out the window. But even after using it, he is unable to clear the 100th wave. Ji-hoon gets frustrated, wondering what more he can possibly do other than rage baiting. As he keeps thinking, Lulu suddenly jumps on his desk and accidentally taps the screen. Ji-hoon freezes and quickly looks at it, trying to figure out what she just clicked. His eyes go wide. Lulu clicked on dismantle, and Drake's heart is now being broken down. Ji-hoon panics, shouts, and watches helplessly as the item disappears from his account. He grabs the sides of his head, overwhelmed, while the screen shows that he received 1,000 enhancement fragments in return, something the game gives after dismantling an item based on its rarity. He stares at the screen, frustrated, knowing that the only thing he can do after getting his Drake's heart dismantled is starting over from scratch. The thought of doing it all again scares him. He wonders if restarting will even change anything. Just then, something else appears on the screen, an unfamiliar item called Dragon's Soul. Ji-hoon frowns, confused. This is the first time he's seen an item by that name. Normally, dismantling only gives fragments, nothing else. Curious, he clicks on it and uses it, wondering if this is the hidden trick to clearing the 100th wave. His hand hovers for a second, then he taps the screen with a spark of hope. Maybe this time, with the power of Dragon's Soul, he'll finally win. Feeling determined again, Ji-hoon decides to start over from the beginning, this time with something new on his side. For the next few days, Ji-hoon keeps grinding the game like a freak. He even plays it in class, hiding his phone behind textbooks while the teacher goes on about stuff he doesn't care about. After all, if he bags that 1,000,000,001, who needs lectures about plant cells, right? After some serious grinding, he clears the 99th wave again, just like last time. Once he gets Drake's heart, he dismantles it and receives 1,000 enhancement fragments, along with 1 dragon soul. Ji-hoon realizes everything is going according to plan. Just one last wave remains, same as before. He takes a deep breath and starts the level, this time more confident than ever. He focuses fully on the 100th wave, determined to finish it with the help of Dragon's Soul no matter what. On the very first try, he wins. He jumps up and celebrates, shouting that he finally cleared the 100th wave. He looks around the room and calls out to Lulu, excited to share the moment. But just then, his father enters the room with a stick and coldly asks what exactly he just cleared. Ji-hoon freezes and slowly stands up. His father reveals that he got a call from Ji-hoon's so-called friends who used one small mistake as a reason to demand money. Hearing this, Ji-hoon hesitates and admits that he didn't know how to handle things properly. His father walks closer, clearly angry, and reminds Ji-hoon that he already told him not to bring shame to the family. He grabs Ji-hoon by the collar while Ji-hoon tries to explain and keeps apologizing, but the apology doesn't help. His father starts hitting him with the stick, ignoring his cries. Ji-hoon begs him to stop, promising not to mess up again, but the beating continues. While Ji-hoon takes the blows, part of his room gets damaged. His device, the one he used to clear the 100th wave, also gets smashed. At first, Ji-hoon doesn't even react to it. He just stares at his father, eyes filled with silent disappointment. In his heart, he quietly thinks how pathetic it is, and wonders what he ever did to deserve this. As his father finally stops beating him, Ji-hoon wipes his face and asks if he's seen Lulu, wondering where the cat went. His voice trembles, but he tries to sound calm. His father, still fuming, replies coldly that Ji-hoon doesn't need Lulu anymore. Ji-hoon freezes for a second, completely stunned. Then anger slowly replaces the shock as he mutters, wondering silently if that's really true. He stares straight at his father, not even blinking. His father keeps that same cold look and asks why Ji-hoon is making such a face in front of his father. Ji-hoon doesn't answer, he just repeats the question, asking again where Lulu is. His father replies with a cruel calmness, saying she's probably with Ji-hoon's dead mother by now. The moment those words hit, Ji-hoon's body stiffens, his mind blanks out before his anger erupts. He starts shouting Lulu's name again and again like it's the only thing he remembers. But his father only chuckles and walks closer. Placing a hand on Ji-hoon's cheek, his father tells him that he just needs to live the way he's told. If he obeys, he'll get everything: wealth, honor, a perfect life. He even says that he trusts Ji-hoon not to disappoint him again. Hearing that, Ji-hoon clenches his fists. He looks up at his father, silently thinking how much he hates this, how he can't bear this kind of life anymore, one that feels like punishment every single day. His father drops the stick on the floor and walks out, leaving Ji-hoon alone in the room. Ji-hoon collapses to the ground and stares at the ceiling, tears falling freely. He keeps thinking about Lulu and how helpless everything feels. Just then, a voice echoes from his broken device, congratulating him for being the first player to clear the night defense. But Ji-hoon doesn't react. He keeps crying, knowing that it doesn't matter anymore. There's no reason left to run away. Suddenly, another voice comes from the device. It announces that Ji-hoon is being invited to the world where the game's owner exists. A strange light fills the room and begins to wrap around him. Before he can even think, he gets teleported to a mysterious place. He finds himself inside a castle-like structure surrounded by shocked warriors and people. They stare at him, stunned, and announce that the one who will save them has finally arrived. Even the crowd starts cheering loudly, announcing that the legendary knight, the one who will save them, has finally arrived. Jun looks around, confused, feeling like he just walked into the middle of a movie without reading the script. The crowd treats him like a main character while Ji-hoon stands in the castle, confused. As he glances up at the ceiling, he notices something strange. His eyes are dry, no tears. He focuses on himself for a moment and realizes that all his emotions feel reset. Just then, the king of the castle clears his throat and looks at Ji-hoon, wondering aloud if he is truly the legendary knight who will protect their kingdom. Ji-hoon stares back at the king and suddenly feels like he knows this man. That voice, that face, it all seems familiar. A memory clicks. He quickly recalls a scene from the game Hell's Dream and realizes this moment is exactly the same as a cutscene from the game. The king then introduces himself as Barris Jordia III, the ruler of the Jordia kingdom. He calls Ji-hoon their legendary knight and explains that the kingdom is in serious trouble. Monsters are attacking from every direction, and the warriors are barely able to hold the line, let alone fight back properly. Just then, a messenger rushes toward the king, urgently calling him Your Majesty. He whispers something to the king, clearly delivering secret news. While the two talk, Ji-hoon watches them and quietly remembers the exact same kingdom setting from Night Defense. Everything, down to the moment, is just like the game's beginning. After hearing the message, the king turns to Ji-hoon with a serious face. He says that the situation has turned urgent, and there's no time to explain everything. So, without delay, he officially commands Ji-hoon to take the role of Knight Commander and protect the kingdom. Just then, a blue screen pops up in front of Ji-hoon, asking him to choose a faction. It wants to know if he accepts the king's proposal. Two choices appear, either accept or decline. Ji-hoon taps the ground and says he isn't sure if this is a dream or reality, but asks everyone to listen carefully, because he's only saying this once. He then declares that he doesn't need 1 billion won anymore. Right after saying that, memories rush in. He recalls all the time he spent grinding the game and how much he enjoyed playing with Lulu, who is now gone from this world. This time, he repeats it more coldly, that he really doesn't need that money anymore. Hearing this, the crowd gets confused. People start mumbling, wondering what he means by 1 billion won. A few even whisper that for someone called a legendary knight, Ji-hoon looks kind of soft and weak. The king also speaks up, just like the crowd, saying that he doesn't understand what Ji-hoon means by 1 billion won. He then explains that if Ji-hoon becomes the kingdom's knight commander, his job will be to protect the land from invading monsters. The king adds something more tempting. If Ji-hoon agrees to take the role, he'll grant him anything he wants. Ji-hoon freezes in shock as those words remind him exactly of what his father once said. Anger starts building inside him, but the king continues, trying to calm him down. He tells Ji-hoon not to worry about anything, and says that all he needs to do is follow his orders. Hearing that, Ji-hoon's anger flares up even more. In his mind, the king's words echo his father's, who once said the exact same thing, that Ji-hoon can have wealth, honor, or anything he desires. As Ji-hoon remembers how his father once said he trusted him, he suddenly shouts at the king, saying he won't do it and refuses to protect the kingdom. Hearing that, the crowd freezes in shock. Ji-hoon says that no matter where he goes, everyone tries to use him just because he's the son of a congressman. And now, even here, the king wants to make him a royal servant with the fancy title of legendary knight. Sure, the word legendary sounds cool, but in the end he still has to take orders and work for the kingdom. The crowd gasps and mumbles in shock, wondering what their noble knight is saying. But Ji-hoon doesn't care. He looks straight at the king and asks if he's really offering wealth and honor. The king glances at him silently, and Ji-hoon firmly replies that he doesn't need that stuff anymore. Right after that, Ji-hoon tells everyone to go ahead and die if they want, then clicks the button to decline the king's proposal. The messenger beside the king jumps in surprise and says that this isn't how a knight commander should behave. As Ji-hoon rejects the offer, he recalls the game, where monsters attack the kingdom after a while, and the player is supposed to defend it. He remembers that the game is designed around protecting the kingdom. It's all about defense. But this time, a new message pops up. It tells him that since he refused to join the human faction, he now has the right to pick a different one. Before he can even react, another notification appears saying a hidden route has been unlocked and he can now join the monster faction. Ji-hoon stares at the screen, a bit confused, thinking over this strange hidden route option. Ji-hoon realizes that if he chooses the monster faction in a defense-style game like Hell's Dream, it won't be about defense anymore, it'll become an offense game. Basically, instead of building walls, now he's the guy breaking them. Before he can process it all, the king suddenly speaks. He tells everyone that every choice has a consequence. With all eyes on him, the king announces that Ji-hoon is no longer the legendary knight. He looks at Ji-hoon sharply and calls him an enemy, someone who dares insult the king and brings danger to the kingdom and its people. As soon as he declares Ji-hoon an enemy, the king orders all the warriors and knights in the castle to behead him before he gets a chance to act. Hearing that, the knights charge forward, determined to take him down before he becomes a threat. Ji-hoon just stands there, quietly thinking about how he's only endured pain and pressure all his life. But when the knights get close and try to strike, Ji-hoon suddenly releases a strange burst of energy. He feels like it's time to stop enduring and start changing everything. Just then a notification pops up telling him that the faction selection is now complete. From this moment on, he no longer has human limits. Several other notifications follow saying humans will now treat him with hostility, while monsters begin showing interest in him. On top of that, he can now check monster stats and even understand their language. Then, a major notification appears. It tells him that the main goal of the monster faction is to destroy the human faction. Ji-hoon looks at the king with a cold stare, feeling like it's finally his turn to go on the attack. Meanwhile, outside the kingdom, a swarm of monsters starts rushing toward the country. Ji-hoon gets one last message. The first wave begins in just 10 minutes. One more notification appears, saying the final quest reward lets the player take one item from this world and return to the real one. Seeing that, Ji-hoon becomes stunned and keeps staring at the message. If that's true, then he really has a chance to grab one of the best items here and head back home. His thoughts drift to the day his mother brought Lulu home, calling the cat so pretty she just couldn't leave her behind. He remembers how she smiled and asked him to be friends with the cat. Ji-hoon now feels that if he clears the quest, he might be able to return to those warm days again. Meanwhile, the knights freeze in shock, slowly stepping back. They whisper about a strange explosion just now, saying the aura around him felt too dangerous to be normal. The king keeps staring at Ji-hoon, thinking that whatever form he just saw, it wasn't human. But then again, the king isn't sure if it even fits the word monster. That presence Ji-hoon had a moment ago, that pressure, felt like something completely unknown. Ji-hoon, on the other hand, keeps watching the guards. He realizes that this whole faction selection thing never happened in the original game. Something has changed. Still, if the story continues to follow the game's pattern, he has a small idea of what might come next. Suddenly, another screen shows up. It's the main quest, titled Monster Faction's Oath. The goal? Break through the human soldiers and launch an attack. The reward? A random item box, one that could contain anything. Seeing all that, Ji-hoon gets pumped up, realizing this is it, the main quest has finally dropped. He thinks that even though the quest details seem different, it's still following the game's original storyline. According to that, what should appear next is an S-rank random knight recruitment ticket. But instead of a powerful knight or some tall dude with armor, an egg suddenly appears in front of him. Ji-hoon blinks twice, wondering if the game just pranked him. He remembers that, in the original version, players got an S-rank knight from the start, not an egg. Then a message pops up, saying he has received an S-rank random monster egg as a reward for choosing the monster faction. It also asks if he wants to open it now. That's when it clicks. Since he picked the monster side, he's not getting a knight, but an S-rank monster instead. Without wasting time, he accepts the reward and summons the egg. Right after that, a small explosion shakes the ground. The knights freeze and glare at the source, realizing Ji-hoon has summoned something. Ji-hoon also stares at the creature, feeling a wave of confusion wash over him. He knows this name. In fact, it shocks him to think that the game might be giving him that beast from the very beginning. It's none other than Rizeldrake, the cold-blooded dragon, the strongest boss monster from Wave 99. He knows that if Rizeldrake appears in the center of the kingdom, the human faction won't last more than a few seconds, but as the dust settles and Ji-hoon looks closely, something feels off. He stares harder and realizes it's a baby dragon. That twist stuns him. Then it hits him. Since the quest just started and it's Wave 1, the dragon must be level 1 too. As he slowly extends his finger, Rizeldrake gently licks it with a tiny tongue. Ji-hoon quietly watches and, still puzzled, ends up calling him Lulu, the same name as his pet cat. Rizeldrake keeps floating while Ji-hoon gets a new notification. It says he can now use something called Ruler's Eye through Rizeldrake. Ji-hoon scratches his head, thinking the game is now throwing fancy names. He wonders what this Ruler's Eye even does. Just then, another message pops up, telling him that with Ruler's Eye, he can now check the stats of monsters and items. Ji-hoon nods, thinking that's actually kind of helpful, and not just a shiny name. Meanwhile, the knights on the ground start getting salty. One of them yells that Ji-hoon has only summoned a small monster, and shouts at the army to charge. Ji-hoon narrows his eyes at them, thinking that at this point, dream or reality, he doesn't care anymore. He quickly looks at Rizeldrake and locks onto his target. As Rizeldrake gets into position, Ji-hoon thinks the only one he can trust right now is this baby dragon. Without wasting time, Ji-hoon uses one of Rizeldrake's skills, Dragon Breath Level 1. He calls out Rizeldrake's name, and right before the knights reach him, the dragon breathes in and then fires. A powerful beam of red and black energy bursts from Rizeldrake's mouth, blasting through the air and launching the knights in the air. The attack is so strong it drills straight through the castle wall, creating a massive hole. Even Ji-hoon stands frozen for a second, shocked by the power. Inside the castle, the people who aren't part of the fight drop to the ground, terrified. They realize this one attack just tore through the castle wall like paper. While the knights lie knocked out, the crowd stares at Ji-hoon in fear, calling him a monster, and asking what kind of creature he even summoned. Ji-hoon only smiles and glances down at the ground, quietly thinking this is way easier than he expected. If all he has to do is take over the castle to get the reward, then things might actually go his way. Just then, he remembers the notification that mentioned the reward. He can take one item from this place and return to his original world after completing the mission. He knows Night Defense has a truckload of items, and among them there's definitely one with the ability he's looking for. It's like a loot box waiting to be cracked open. He figures there's no need to rush, no one's throwing him out yet. He glances at the king and reminds himself that for now, his only job is to focus on the mission and earn that shiny reward. He calls the king, the representative of the human faction, and coldly declares that from this point on, he's going to wipe them all out for the reward. Without waiting, he commands Rizeldrake to use Dragon Breath again. The dragon obeys instantly, opening its mouth, ready to reduce the castle to ashes again. Meanwhile, a few miles away from the castle, a girl hears the explosion and glances toward the chaos, shocked as she wonders what on earth is going on over there. Just then, one of her teammates starts running toward the castle, shouting for the king to hold on. He says he'll reach there in just a few minutes. Back inside the castle, Ji-hoon calmly asks Rizeldrake to fire the move again. Rizeldrake pauses, looking confused, and lets out a soft roar, as if asking, again? But before anything else happens, the knights panic. One of them shouts for the shield soldiers to guard the king. He quickly orders them to form at least 2 protective layers, but halfway through, he stops and yells again, this time asking for 3 full layers, knowing that if a blast like that hits the king, he'll be toast in seconds. As soon as the warriors form layers of shield soldiers, Ji-hoon walks up to them and calmly says that the last attack already blasted through both the shields and the palace walls, so no matter how many layers they stack up, it's totally useless. He points at the king and declares that the real target is him. He stands like a boss, while Rizeldrake lets out a soft but angry roar, almost like he's ready to turn the place into toast again. Ji-hoon's vibe screams, "You can build a wall, bro, but it won't save you from this baby beast." Just then, the guy who earlier shouted at the king to hold on finally reaches the palace gates and charges in. The shield soldiers, meanwhile, keep layering up until they form 4 full rows, but Ji-hoon still doesn't flinch. He coolly tells Rizeldrake to fire Dragon Breath again. Rizeldrake inhales deeply, prepping for another strike, while the soldiers start hyping each other up, saying the king must be protected at any cost. But when Rizeldrake tries to attack, nothing comes out, just a puff of air. At that moment, the palace gate swings open and the man who just arrived smiles proudly, announcing that the king is now safe. But the messenger and others stand frozen in shock because of the failed attack, wondering what just happened. They all realize the dragon couldn't attack. Ji-hoon also ignores the man and looks at Rizeldrake with confusion. He starts feeling uneasy, thinking that maybe it's related to energy or mana running out. He remembers how knights lose mana while using skills. Then it hits him. Monsters must be the same. He quickly checks Rizeldrake's status using his skill. The move Dragon Breath works by amplifying and expelling blood energy inside the body, but it eats up a massive amount of mana. And when mana runs dry, dark circles appear as a side effect. Seeing that, Ji-hoon figures that if Dragon Breath won't work anymore, he should try something basic. He casually points at the king and tells Rizeldrake to just throw a normal attack at him, but like last time, Rizeldrake tries to spit out a small hit and totally flops. Ji-hoon glances at the king while Rizeldrake shuts his eyes and glares at the ground, embarrassed like a kid who farted in front of his crush. Ji-hoon thought it'd be a cakewalk, but now he starts wondering if he really has no option but to wait for the cooldown, so Rizeldrake can refill his mana juice. Just then, the man who had entered through the palace gates finally speaks up, asking if Ji-hoon is the one. Ji-hoon turns his head and stares at the man, confused about who's suddenly talking. The guy continues and asks if Ji-hoon is the shameless punk who dared to target the king. Ji-hoon doesn't say a word, and keeps looking at him carefully. He remembers how the knights in knight defense are ranked, D being the weakest, then C, B, A, and finally S rank, the elite ones. He observes the man closely and realizes this guy is S rank, one of the strongest, and belongs to the 12 zodiac stars. His name is Ares. While Ares stands proudly before Ji-hoon, one of the guards mumbles in shock, saying that Ares, the kingdom's strongest knight, has arrived. Ares looks at the king and asks if he's okay. On the other hand, Ji-hoon feels nervous. He knows this is serious now. Ares is no small fry, he's way too powerful. Right then the king speaks, saying that the battle has already begun, and he quickly orders Ares to wipe out the intruder who dared to enter the palace. Without asking anything, Ares agrees on the spot and gets ready to fight Ji-hoon. But Ji-hoon starts sweating bullets, realizing that the sudden arrival of an S-rank knight wasn't something he expected before attacking the king. He thinks hard about his next move, knowing that messing with Ares would be like giving away his life. As Ares charges forward, Ji-hoon remembers that out of the 12 zodiac knights, Ares is the one who unlocks area attacks right from level 1, like one of those overpowered characters you regret putting in your game. Ares charges at full speed and slams his sword into the ground, shouting that Ji-hoon will die dancing. Ji-hoon knows this guy isn't normal. The power and skill difference between them is too much. Just then, Ares activates Flame Wall, and the entire place bursts into fire. The flames shoot out in a straight line from Ares, scorching everything in their path. Chaos breaks out as soldiers and guards scream in pain, their arms catching fire. They cry out, wondering why they're the ones getting roasted instead of Ji-hoon. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon hits the ground, barely dodging the flames while also protecting his new pet, Rizeldrake. While the soldiers beg for help, Ji-hoon calmly recalls how Flame Wall works. It travels in a straight line from caster to target. Since he knew he was the target, he managed to avoid the hit just in time. But now, looking at the burning soldiers, he realizes something scary. Ares doesn't care if his own men get caught in the blast. He's willing to sacrifice them without a second thought. Just then, Ares notices Ji-hoon still alive. With a smirk, he walks closer and says the guy dodges like a sneaky little rat. Then, eyes burning with rage, he growls that he's going to punch a flaming hole straight through Ji-hoon's heart. Hearing that, Ji-hoon keeps staring at Ares, realizing that even though Ares is acting all generous, Flame Wall is on cooldown and can't be used again for a while. Ji-hoon thinks that maybe, just maybe, he has a tiny chance to counter, but the moment he commands Rizeldrake to use Dragon Breath, nothing happens. As the move fails again, Ji-hoon starts panicking. Suddenly Ares charges at him and jumps high into the air before aiming to swing his sword down straight at Ji-hoon. He tells Ji-hoon not to move, joking that it'll hurt more if he resists while getting hit. Ji-hoon looks up in shock, scrambling to think of a way out. He believes there must be some method to defeat Ares. After everything that's happened, this battle can't end in such a boring way. Right then, a notification pops up, informing Ji-hoon that he has an unclaimed main quest reward. It says he has a random loot box, and asks if he wants to claim it now. Ji-hoon is stunned, wondering how he didn't notice something like that earlier. Without wasting a second, he yells at the system to hurry up and give it to him. Suddenly, a strange glow appears right in front of him, leaving Ares speechless. He looks surprised, thinking Ji-hoon just activated some kind of summoning magic. Before Ares can strike, a box materializes in front of Ji-hoon and opens up. Slowly, a weapon starts emerging from it, and Ji-hoon stares in shock, totally confused about what kind of weapon this even is. While staring at the weapon, Ji-hoon quickly activates Ruler's Eye. Instantly, the weapon materializes in front of him. With the help of Ruler's Eye, he receives a system notification about the weapon. It's a sword. The sword's name? Hellbringer. And bro, it ain't playing around. It's an S-rank weapon with a magic attack boost of plus 999. He reads more. The message says, Hellbringer is a sword of chaos and destruction, and one day it will literally bring hell itself. Reading that, Ji-hoon freezes. He's shocked to see that he just pulled an S-rank sword from the very first random box. He keeps looking at it, trying to process everything. He still doesn't know who summoned him here, but with this kind of power, it feels like someone wants him to wipe out the human faction entirely. Suddenly, the sword slips from the air and hits the ground. Cracks begin to form around it. Ji-hoon stares in disbelief, wondering if something dangerous is really about to happen, and just like that, the floor begins to break beneath him. Ji-hoon is left stunned as the palace itself starts crumbling. Before he can react, the ground gives way and he starts falling straight down. As he free falls, Ji-hoon yells in frustration, cursing the palace walls and wondering what kind of royal building can't even support the weight of just a single sword. He looks down in panic, scared out of his mind. He hasn't even done anything yet. He wishes things won't end like this. But just as he's about to crash, his fall suddenly stops mid-air. Jo-hoon glances down and realizes he's hovering just a few meters above the ground. Confused, he looks up toward the sky, trying to figure out what saved him. That's when he sees Rieseldrake flying above, holding him by the back of his jacket. Jo-hoon breaks into a smile, feeling a wave of relief. He excitedly admits to himself that he totally forgot Rieseldrake is a dragon, and of course he can fly. While Rieseldrake lets out a small Q roar with a proud smile, people near the palace stare in disbelief. One guy in the crowd shouts and asks everyone to look. There's a person flying in the sky! The crowd quickly gathers, eyes wide and jaws dropped. But Ji-hoon and Rieseldrake ignore the attention completely and continue flying, totally focused on their mission. As they move through the sky, Ji-hoon turns serious. He realizes that he nearly lost his life for nothing. Starting out in enemy territory feels like the worst beginning possible, but he also admits it's not anyone else's fault. He was the one who chose between human and monster faction. Bro is trying to blame the system while he is the one who made himself suffer. Still, he keeps flying forward, accepting that this experience made him clearly understand the power difference between himself and the kingdom. He knows that since it's only the starting stage, there's only Ares for now. But that won't last. Ji-hoon becomes tense as he thinks about the upcoming rise of more S-rank knights. He immediately decides to focus on getting stronger. As Rieseldrake gains more height, Ji-hoon looks back at the kingdom. He knows that escaping from there is now his top priority. Rieseldrake lets out a soft roar, agreeing with him. Elsewhere near the castle, Ares kneels down and presses his sword near his chin. He grits his teeth, furious at himself for letting someone who insulted the king escape. He questions if he even deserves the title of S-rank elite knight after this failure. His voice is bitter as he calls himself useless and pathetic, full of regret for allowing Ji-hoon to leave after what happened in the palace. He mutters that trash like him, who can't even return the king's kindness, shouldn't be alive. As he sinks further into guilt, a palace official runs toward him, calling out his name. But Ares doesn't respond. He remains deep in anger, quietly saying he should have been taken by the sea back then. Just then, someone taps Ares on the shoulder from behind and tells him the king is calling. Bro barely gets a moment to sulk, and boom, royal summons unlocked. A few moments later, Ares reaches the king and kneels before him. He apologizes sincerely, asking for a suitable punishment for letting the criminal escape. But the king calmly asks him to stop. He points to the sky and says the sun is setting. He then asks Ares if he knows what that means. Ares nods, replying that once the sun sets, monsters will become stronger. The king agrees and declares that Ares will now lead the war. He tells him to rush to the ramparts and protect the kingdom. Without hesitation, Ares accepts the order and leaves. As he walks away, the king remains seated, closing his eyes. He senses that chaos is about to begin. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon continues flying with Rizeldrake, lost in thought as he considers his strategy. He recalls how the game Night Defense, also called Hell's Dream, once offered a prize of 1 billion won, but became forgotten due to its extreme difficulty. He remembers that the most criticized part of the game was the first wave, Wild Goblins. Ji-hoon silently accepts that unless a player starts with an S-rank knight who has strong area of effect skills, clearing that first wave is almost impossible. While flying, he realizes that right now, Ares is defending the ramparts. And since Ares has powerful fire-based area skills, it's unrealistic to hope that the first wave will break through. He then shivers at a thought. If it had been an assassination ship S-rank knight who entered instead of Ares, the fight might have already ended badly for him. Just then, he feels Rizeldrake shaking. Sensing something is off, Ji-hoon looks down and sees the ground getting closer. He panics for a second and tells Rizeldrake to hold on just a bit longer. They're almost out of the kingdom. Just as Ji-hoon cheers up Rizeldrake, he glances ahead and freezes. A massive stone wall is right in front of them, and since they're descending fast, crashing into it feels almost guaranteed. As they get closer, Rizeldrake suddenly loses the ability to fly, and just like Ji-hoon feared, both of them slam straight into the wall. Moments later, Ji-hoon sits up on the ground, groaning. His back hurts, but as he checks himself over, he's surprised. Despite crashing from such a high speed and height, there isn't much pain. He realizes his body isn't that of an ordinary person anymore. "Nah, I am Batman," says Ji-hoon confidently. Just then, someone approaches. A voice asks him about his identity, pointing out that his outfit doesn't look familiar. Ji-hoon slowly turns his head toward the voice and goes stiff. He keeps staring at the person in shock. As he observes her more closely, he recognizes who she is and starts to panic inside. The person standing in front of him is another S-rank knight, Rib. Still sitting on the ground, Ji-hoon stays quiet in fear. Rib repeats her question, asking him again to introduce himself. Ji-hoon quickly gets to his feet, but doesn't speak right away. He remembers something important, how he had managed to stop the 100th wave when no one else could. He knows it wasn't because Rib lacked strength, because even though, despite being S-rank, she was inefficient in rampart defense, even more than some B-rank knights, which is why he only used her for dungeon grinding and adventure-type roles. She was known as the S-rank elite knight, the abandoned knight, Rib. He recalls how, in the past, she was the key to his success during the most impossible wave. As he remembers that, Rib raises her sword and places it gently on his chest, repeating her question. Ji-hoon stays silent for a second, then calmly says her name, Rib, leaving her puzzled. Hearing her name from a stranger, she asks if he knows her. Ji-hoon looks serious and replies that he knows her very well. He adds that it took him hundreds of failures to correctly understand her true value. Rib frowns in confusion and asks what he means by value. Ji-hoon stays quiet, saying nothing. Deep inside, he knows she was the heart of his winning plan before. But now, he locks eyes with her, fully aware that the factions have shifted, and she's the first roadblock he has to kick off the map. Basically, his ex-MVP is now his first target. Meanwhile, outside the kingdom walls, a massive goblin army starts charging in. The sight of them makes the soldiers and warriors panic. The archers hurry into position, shouting that the goblins are coming. Even though they're scared stiff, they still manage to use their bows to shoot down several goblins successfully. As more goblins try climbing up the walls, the warriors start yelling to each other, telling those who can't use bows to just throw stones instead. They shout that no matter what, they must stop the goblins from reaching the ramparts. But the goblin wave doesn't slow down. One soldier gets even more frightened and cries out that at this rate, they won't be able to hold the wall. He fears the goblins will break through and storm into the kingdom soon. Desperate, he shouts out, asking if the commander has still not arrived. Just then, another soldier replies that Sir Ares is on his way. Hearing that, the first soldier brightens up. He turns toward the voice, full of hope, and asks if it's really true. When the second soldier confirms it, he becomes more confident. He tells everyone to hang on, because if it's really Sir Ares, then the goblins won't be able to enter once he gets here. At the same time, inside the kingdom, Rib lifts her sword and points it at Ji-hoon's neck. She firmly demands answers, asking where he's from and who he really is. She warns him that the kingdom is at war, and if he refuses to talk, she'll decide what to do with him on her own. Ji-hoon keeps his calm and continues staring at her, staying silent. Inside, he admits that he wants to kill Rib right now, to remove the most dangerous threat in his way. But he knows it's not that easy. Ji-hoon knows that in close combat, no matter which rank knight shows up, none of them can defeat her. So he quickly raises his hand, fully aware that he has no other option now but to act cool and fake a smile. He points at the sky like a confused tourist and claims that he's just a regular citizen from the 1st District, says he got lost while trying to help in the war. Before he can cook up more drama, Rizzledrake suddenly flies overhead and lets out a soft roar, catching Rib's attention as she glances at him and becomes confused. She looks at Rizzledrake with a frown, clearly wondering what a monster is doing here of all places. Jihoon freezes, panic creeping in, but he quickly throws on a nervous smile to hide it. When Rib asks why there's a monster inside the palace and whether the earlier explosion was because of it, Jihoon feels his stomach drop. He realizes that his luck is seriously cursed. Rib spotted Rizzledrake at the worst possible time. Rib pulls back her sword and starts walking toward Jihoon. He gets a bad feeling. She's starting to suspect he might be working with the monster. If that's true, he knows there's no turning back now. He begins to think he might have to jump on Rizzledrake and escape through the sky again. As Rib keeps walking closer, Jihoon remembers that she doesn't have any ranged attacks. So maybe, just maybe, he still has a chance to run. But as she steps even closer, his fear grows. He finally admits to himself that there's no way he can get away. Rib would easily catch and finish him before he could even move. But then, instead of attacking, she walks right past him and stops in front of Rizzledrake. She says she understands the situation now. Jihoon stares in shock and blurts out if she's being serious. When Rib nods, he looks even more confused and asks why she moved behind him. She calmly explains that she got the situation wrong, as she just now realized that he's just an innocent citizen and the monster was the one chasing him through the palace. She says it's now her job to protect him. Rizzledrake, clearly confused, lets out a soft roar like a baby. As he gives a sheepish smile, Rib suddenly stretches out her arm and tries to attack him. But since Rizzledrake is still just a baby dragon, she gets all awkward and lightly taps her sword away. It hurts a little, and he lets out a small groan. Watching all this, Jihoon feels super awkward. This really seems to be Rib's true personality. Suddenly, an explosion shakes the area near the palace. Rib instantly pulls her sword back and looks in that direction, alert. While she's distracted, Jihoon quietly points toward the opposite side and starts whispering to Rizzledrake, hinting that it's time to make a run for it. Rib doesn't pay any attention to them. Jihoon uses the chance to escape. Meanwhile, Rib walks toward the main gate of the kingdom, where soldiers are busy talking and trying to fix the chaos. As she reaches the area, she looks around and wonders if the explosion was just a mistake, maybe friendly fire. She scans the place, trying to spot Ares and wondering where he'd disappeared. Just then, a nearby guard notices her arrival and quickly announces that Rib is here. He points toward the main gate and asks her to take a look. Rib sees the gate being attacked and broken by an incoming army. Shocked, she immediately gets ready for battle. She rushes toward the gate and commands the others to stop using bows and prepare for close combat. The guards are stunned when they realize that S-rank knight Rib has entered the field. Even though the archers on top of the gate keep firing, the goblin army keeps charging in. One huge goblin with a massive weapon runs straight at the gate, lifts his weapon and smashes it, creating a loud blast. Everyone freezes for a second in shock. The same goblin swings again, and this time he leaves a giant hole in the gate. Because of that, the whole goblin army storms into the kingdom. Rib, already on high alert, tells everyone to get ready for a counterattack and defend the kingdom no matter what. The goblins charge forward while the soldiers also sprint in, clashing head-on like it's some epic school sports day but with swords. Just before the battle fully breaks out, Rib notices Ares standing at the side, completely stunned by the chaos. He suddenly realizes he's the commander, but before he could arrive at the scene, the gate is already wrecked. Frustrated, he calls the goblins fools and uses his skill, Flame Wall. Since the goblins get no chance to even dodge the attack, they begin burning up on the spot. Over half of their army gets wiped out, while Ares casually stands there telling the monsters to keep dancing until he feels better. Meanwhile, Jihoon watches everything from a hill outside the kingdom. He sees the huge flame wall move destroy most of the goblins and keeps observing the battle closely. It becomes clear to him that the fight has taken a new turn. He remembers how he once blocked 100 waves alone, but now things are reversed. The monster faction's goal is to destroy the human side within 100 waves, and it's up to him now. Just then, Rizzledrake looks at him, and Jihoon notices it. He gently pats Rizzledrake and quietly thinks that if he could return to that moment in time, maybe it wouldn't be impossible to change things. He tells the knights in his mind to wait just a little longer. He knows that when he comes back to this place again, the kingdom will already be begging for mercy. Back on the battlefield, the war finally ends. The soldiers, along with Rib and Ares, manage to defeat all the goblins. But just then, a strange creature peeks at Jihoon from the forest behind, while Jihoon stays focused on the burning goblins ahead. He takes one last glance at the kingdom and thinks this is where it all began. But when he turns around and looks ahead, he finds himself standing in front of a strange forest. His brain lags for a second and he wonders if this is the monster faction. He knows this path never existed in Night Defense. He recalls how he reset the game hundreds of times just to block all 100 waves. Because of that, he understands the kingdom's military strength better than his own timetable. But now he realizes this forest isn't part of that kingdom, and from here on none of his game knowledge will help. Suddenly he remembers something important that completely slipped his mind. He turns to look at Rizeldrake, realizing the dragon has been with him from the very beginning. Rizeldrake even saved him from getting killed by Ares after the castle got destroyed. But before Jihoon can say anything, Rizeldrake flies off out of curiosity, leaving him a bit puzzled. Jihoon follows his gaze and sees Rizeldrake heading toward the ground. That's when he notices a swarm of ants. One of the ants looks shocked after seeing Rizeldrake. Jihoon keeps watching the little dragon and starts to feel that the way he moves around is more like a cat than a dragon. While Rizeldrake keeps roaming among the ants, Jihoon shakes his head and refocuses on his main mission. He begins thinking about his next move, trying to figure out what to do now. Suddenly, a red screen pops up in front of him. As expected, it's the main quest screen. The quest is called Monster Faction Construction. The goal is to gather monsters and build a faction. The reward for completing it is a random skill. Reading that, Jihoon starts thinking hard. If he needs to build a monster faction, does it mean he has to find and gather monsters one by one? He starts thinking about goblins, realizing that monsters he's likely to meet in early stages like this are usually weak, low-level goblins. With that thought, he looks around the forest, only to get more confused. Not even a single rabbit is in sight. Forget goblins. On top of that, he suddenly remembers another problem. Before recruiting monsters, he needs to talk to them first. But how is he even supposed to communicate when he can't speak monster language? Just then, a tree branch comes flying straight at his face. His focus shifts to it, and he's instantly shocked as he realizes that it's too fast. As it approaches his neck, a voice comes from the object, calling him a human and yelling at him to die. But right before it hits him, he's saved. Startled and shaken, he opens his eyes, only to realize it's not just an object. Someone actually tried to attack him. He looks at the girl in front of him, noticing her arm had looked like a wooden branch because of high speed. Out loud, he wonders if she's a beast folk, or maybe even a rabbit, since her ears look kind of rabbit-shaped. Hearing that, the girl flares up and angrily asks what he thinks she is. Before Jihoon can answer, she fumes even more, and asks if she looks like a cute rabbit, adding that if anything, she's closer to a fox. But Jihoon looks confused and says he never called her cute, he just wondered if she's a rabbit. Hearing that, the girl gets even more furious, shouting that she definitely heard him say it, and she's not deaf. As she continues yelling, Jihoon keeps staring and casually wonders if she might be a white fox. The girl doesn't say anything this time, but her expression changes. Then, Jihoon guesses again, maybe she's an Arctic fox? Still silent, the girl suddenly leans closer and starts sniffing Jihoon's body, catching him completely off guard. Seeing that, Jihoon gets even more confused. Meanwhile, the girl keeps sniffing him. Jihoon tells her to behave and asks what on earth she's doing, but the girl doesn't stop. A moment later, she suddenly says it's strange, he looks like a human but smells like a monster. She starts wondering out loud why that could be. Jihoon blinks in confusion and asks if he really smells like a monster. Just then, a notification pops up in front of him. It says 2 of his passive skills have now been activated permanently. The first one is Communication Monster, which lets him talk to monsters easily. The second is Likeable Monster, which allows him to gain favor from unknown monsters. Seeing the update, Jihoon gets surprised and mumbles to himself that thanks to this skill, he can now communicate with monsters. The girl notices him talking to himself again and looks even more puzzled. She walks up and starts shouting, pointing her finger at him like he's some kind of criminal. Her sharp nail stops just in front of his mouth, making Jihoon nervous. She asks who he really is, and Jihoon tries to answer, but he stutters from fear and confusion. His mind races. If the Likeable Monster skill is active, then why is this girl still acting so aggressive? Suddenly, a rope flies past his mouth, almost brushing it. Jihoon freezes, shocked. He quickly looks toward the direction it came from, only to see 3 men walking toward him. One of them is holding a weapon, and it seems the rope was shot from a bow-like tool in his hand. The man cheers up and says excitedly that they've finally caught one. Jihoon keeps glancing at them, low-key shocked to see people even outside the palace, like, "Bro, where were y'all hiding?" He starts wondering if these people are from some bandit tea gang. Suddenly the girl shouts angrily, saying that Jihoon was a human after all. She tries to get up, and Jihoon looks at her leg, realizing that the arrow hit her there. Even with the injury, she struggles to stand. She grits her teeth and asks if Jihoon planned all this with the other humans. While glancing at him, she wonders why they are being chased and what these people even want. Ji-hoon quickly tries to explain himself, saying he's not human and that it's just a big misunderstanding. But before he can continue, the old man tosses the rope to his younger, stronger companion. The bulky man grabs it and tells them to keep talking while he pulls the rope. As he does, the girl suddenly gets dragged through the air and screams from the pain caused by the tight string. The big man yanks her toward him and grabs her by her collar, thinking he's got her now. Ji-hoon stands there, stunned. But before the man can celebrate, the girl stabilizes mid-air and delivers a clean kick right to the side of his head. The big guy doesn't even get a chance to react. He takes the full hit and drops to the ground. Ji-hoon watches in shock, realizing that despite her smaller size and injury, the girl just knocked out a huge man with a single kick. But the moment doesn't last. Right after that, the girl collapses too, her body giving out due to blood loss and the wound. Seeing that, the old man gets angry and glares at the girl, asking if the beast really had the guts to kick a human. He starts kicking her, shouting that she should stop resisting and just get quietly. He says there's no way she can fight all of them now. Ji-hoon watches this chaos, completely stunned. The big guy meanwhile sits up while holding his head, still dazed from the kick. Ji-hoon keeps watching, confused by the whole scene. A monster getting hunted by humans. Even though he's a monster too, he clenches his fists, silently wondering why a monster is being treated this way. Just then, the third member of the group walks up to Ji-hoon and calls him Hyung-si, asking if he's okay. Ji-hoon stares blankly at the man, clearly confused. The man casually says it was almost a disaster, and warns that this is a dangerous area where beast folk often show up. While he talks, he wonders aloud what Ji-hoon is doing here all alone. Ji-hoon hesitates, trying to think of a proper reply. Their attention shifts again toward the old man, who continues hitting the girl as she tries to speak, but she speaks in a monster language that Ji-hoon and others don't understand. The old man yells in frustration, asking if the beast still hasn't come to its senses. The girl keeps trying to say something, but it's all gibberish to human ears. Irritated, the old man pulls out a bat and lifts it high, shouting angrily, "What are you even trying to say, you beast?" But before he can swing, the man standing next to Ji-hoon orders him to stop. The old man freezes, lowers the bat, and apologizes, saying he got carried away again. Ji-hoon lets out a small sigh of relief. The guy beside him quietly says that their group tends to be a bit too aggressive at times. The guy suddenly brings up Ji-hoon, saying that just a while ago, before they showed up, Ji-hoon was chatting with the same monster who's now getting beat up by them. And without warning, he stabs Ji-hoon right in the stomach. Man doesn't even blink. He coldly says that if he had known someone like Ji-hoon was involved, he wouldn't have wasted his time with all this drama. Ji-hoon's expression freezes, and even the beast girl looks shocked. Ji-hoon quickly pulls the knife out and throws it to the ground. Blood starts pouring from his stomach and he presses his hand against it, struggling to even speak. Before he can form a full sentence, his condition worsens. He looks down at the ground in shock, wondering what's happening, since his body suddenly feels burning hot. Seeing this, the guy calmly tells Ji-hoon not to worry and says he avoided all the vital organs. Ji-hoon slowly lifts his eyes and starts to wonder if the knife was coated with poison. Before the guy can say anything, Ji-hoon coughs up blood. The guy then says that Ji-hoon now has only 12 hours to live. While wiping the blood from his mouth, Ji-hoon sees the guy take out a small tube. He says it's the antidote to the poison, but Ji-hoon can have it only on one condition. If he wants to live, he must find out where they live. Just then, the big guy grabs the beast girl by her hair and lifts her up, while the other guy explains further. Ji-hoon has to track down the location of the fox den. Hearing that name, Ji-hoon frowns. It's the first time he's ever heard of such a place. Meanwhile, Rizzledrake hides behind a tree nearby, carefully watching everything unfold without making a sound, making sure he stays out of sight from the trio. As Ji-hoon asks what that place is, the guy replies that it's just a nickname they use. He explains that it's a village where beast folk live. He says if Ji-hoon helps them find it, they'll spare his life. Ji-hoon's face turns into a confused emoji. He asks why they even want to go there, like, what's the tea? Before he gets an answer, the beast girl suddenly speaks up in monster language, saying if she shows them the village, everyone there will be in danger. She quickly opens her mouth to bite her tongue, knowing that if she dies now, these people won't be able to find the village. But the muscular guy catches on fast. He quickly shoves his hand in her mouth before she can hurt herself. Ji-hoon watches, shocked, realizing she really tried to kill herself just to protect the village. The big guy uses all his strength to stop her, but the girl fights back by biting down on his hand with everything she has. Still, he pushes harder and calls her an uncivilized beast. The other guy then adds that every person they catch dies within a day anyway. He even wonders aloud how they expect to find the village if they keep killing people like that. Ignoring that logic fail, the big guy punches the girl in the stomach and clamps her mouth shut again. He forces her to sit down roughly, while the other guy looks at her and says that this beast folk don't even care about their lives and she is ready to give up on her life just to protect her village. He tells the group to stay alert, saying the girl or maybe Jihoon's allies might be nearby. Jihoon doesn't respond. He keeps watching them silently, thinking that foxes are clever. Even if they don't understand human words, they can still sense when danger is near. As the girl drops to the ground like she just rage quit life, the guy turns to Jihoon and tells him to interpret what he's about to say. He starts his speech, saying if Jihoon guides them to the fox den, they'll grab what they need and poof, they will disappear like they never existed. He even tells Jihoon not to stress, promising things will stay chill. Jihoon, though, still has doubts. He asks what exactly they're looking for. The guy gives a half smile and tells Jihoon that their boss lost something. If they find that item, then Jihoon and the beast girl both get to walk free. Hearing that, Jihoon starts thinking hard. A face pops up in his mind. That girl from school who always asked him for money. He notices the same look in this guy and girl's expressions. He realizes it's a lie. There's something dark behind their sweet talk. But then, he looks at the ground, thinking maybe it doesn't even matter. If he just does what they want, he might live. He remembers how he used to get bullied in school, but that girl sometimes helped him, probably because he always lent her money. He believes this gang won't kill him, at least not now, since he's useful. He begins walking toward the beast girl, thinking he can't die here, not yet. Standing in front of her, he speaks in the monster language, telling her that he'll guide them to the village and promises that no one will get hurt if they cooperate. The guys freeze in surprise, realizing Jihoon really can speak monster language, just like their senior had said earlier. The girl keeps her gaze on the ground and says that Jihoon feels different from other humans. She adds that maybe they're being too cautious when it comes to humans. But she also reveals that more than 100 beast folk live in that village. After saying this, she looks at Jihoon and wonders aloud if she can really trust what he's saying. Hearing that, Jihoon blanks out and goes silent for a few seconds. He avoids eye contact and says he's not on the human side, asking her to believe him. He adds that he also feels those people are shady, like the kind who sell expired biscuits at full price. Just then, Jihoon's eyes shift toward the group leader. He sees Rizzledrake silently flying behind his head. At that moment, the guy speaks up and asks why Jihoon suddenly stopped translating. Jihoon feels awkward and tries to respond, but Rizzledrake opens his mouth, ready to attack. Jihoon pauses, unsure, and the guy starts feeling suspicious, sensing Jihoon's mood has suddenly changed. Right then, the old man in the group spots Rizzledrake and looks shocked. He quickly points toward the monster and warns the leader to move, shouting that a monster is behind him. But just as the leader turns, Jihoon realizes it's already too late for him to dodge. He silently commands Rizzledrake to use Dragon Breath. The guy also panics, realizing there's no time to escape. He yells at his teammates to help. However, as Rizzledrake launches his Dragon Breath, the attack completely misses, and the power is super weak. Jihoon is left stunned. The gang members also stare in confusion, trying to understand what just happened. Even Rizzledrake seems shocked, letting out a confused roar. Rizzledrake keeps glancing at Rizzledrake, wondering if the cooldown still isn't over even though it's been a while since the last Dragon Breath. Meanwhile, the gang's big guy gets scared. He looks at the ground and sees that the grass where the attack landed has melted like cheap ice cream. He says it wasn't a strong move, but if it had landed on the leader's bald spot, crown, it would have been straight funeral mode. Just then, the gang leader, who barely dodged the attack, grabs his bat weapon and complains that he hasn't even gotten married yet. He angrily prepares to strike Rizzledrake, blaming the monster for nearly ending his life. He swings fast, and Rizzledrake fails to dodge in time. The hit lands directly, and Jihoon watches in shock. Rizzledrake crashes to the ground, and the leader gets even angrier, yelling about how the monster dared to mess up his thick hair. The old man in the gang says it's their first time seeing this kind of monster, and asks what they should do now. He adds that if they capture and sell it, they could probably earn some money, but the leader walks toward Rizzledrake and says there's no need to sell the monster. Jihoon still looks frozen. The leader then tells his teammates to keep an eye on Jihoon and the beast girl, saying he'll handle the monster himself. As he walks closer to Rizzledrake, Jihoon starts feeling a mix of anger and helplessness. He wonders if just being able to talk to monsters means he deserves to stay alive. His thoughts drift back to his school days, and he sees a connection with the present. Even now, he feels like he's trying to prove his worth. Deep down, he knows he's still just trying to survive like a coward. He suddenly feels motivated, like someone finally deleting their ex's number. He realizes this weight, is no longer needed in his life. Even after knowing where it all leads, he remembers how his father abandoned him and even killed his beloved cat, Lulu. That memory hits hard. Anger builds up inside him. he doesn't want to lose anything else. Meanwhile, the gang leader raises his weapon high, calling Drake an uncivilized monster. He looks ready to end it. Seeing this, the beast girl freezes, shocked. She realizes he's about to kill the small monster, but just then, Ji-hoon's passive skill, Physical Monster, activates. The ability lets him go beyond human strength. He suddenly dashes toward the leader, shouting that the real thing this world doesn't need is him. Right before the weapon hits Drake, Ji-hoon slams a strong punch into the leader's face. The girl beast and gang members watch in disbelief. The old man looks terrified as the leader crashes to the ground, groaning in pain. The gang members rush towards their leader to check if he is still breathing. The beast girl stays still, eyes fixed on Ji-hoon. She realizes those were definitely the eyes of someone suffering from poisoned blood, but then wonders how he's even able to move like that. Ji-hoon walks toward Drake and gently picks him up. The girl beast stays confused, unsure what he's planning. Ji-hoon says Drake did it to save him. He knows the monster risked his life for him. As he lifts Drake, he says that looking at him reminds him of a child. He suddenly remembers Lulu, the one who always stayed by his side, gave him strength and made him smile. As he says Lulu was his only friend, Drake keeps watching him quietly. Ji-hoon gently adds that from now on, he'll always be on Drake's side and always protect him. Meanwhile, the old man and the big guy from the gang glare at Ji-hoon, mumbling curses under their breath. As the big guy lifts up their beaten-up leader and gets ready to leave, the old man yells at Ji-hoon, asking if he even has the tiniest idea who their boss is. He warns that if the boss hears about this, no one from Ji-hoon's side will be left breathing. Ji-hoon throws them a sharp glare, and that alone makes both of them freak out. They instantly turn and run, but the old man still tries to act tough from a distance, shouting that Ji-hoon should wait because he'll take revenge later. Ji-hoon doesn't reply, he only thinks, "Yeah, sure, Grandpa." As they disappear, Drake jumps with joy, giggling like a kid. The beast folk gasps and becomes shocked while Drake shakes him, trying to wake him up. Ji-hoon doesn't respond. His eyes begin to close slowly as he stares at Drake, wondering if this is where his story ends. The thought of dying now scares him, not for himself, but because he doesn't know what'll happen to Drake or the beast folk. He had just promised to protect Drake at all costs. His fading mind drifts to a memory from childhood. He sees himself sitting beside his mother, who lies quietly on a hospital bed. He's frustrated, muttering how his father still hasn't shown up to check on her. The pain from that day still lingers. A few hours later, Ji-hoon slowly opens his eyes again. He finds himself inside a cave-like place. Looking up, he realizes the beast folk is carrying him on her back. Confused, he asks where they are, but she tells him to stop talking and not move yet. Ji-hoon, still puzzled, softly asks why she even helped him. She doesn't reply, and he falls silent. A few moments later, they arrive at a village where the beast folk is warmly welcomed. Others from her kind call out her name, Rhea. They gather around and announce that Rhea brought back a human. Ji-hoon, meanwhile, is chilling inside a house, recovering. But outside, a bunch of curious beast folk keep peeking through the windows. Some whisper that even though the guy looks human, there's something fishy about him. A few even admit that for some weird reason, they kinda like him. While Ji-hoon stays lying on the bed, one of the beast folk says the poison must have worn off by now. Another one nods, wondering when he'll finally wake up. But Ji-hoon hears everything. He's already awake, just pretending to sleep because getting up with all those eyes staring at him feels super awkward. Just then, Rhea notices the crowd spying on Ji-hoon and scolds them, asking everyone to give him some space. She heads straight to the house and opens the door, saying their guest can't rest properly with all that noise outside. One of the beast folk speaks up, asking if Rhea was really saved by a human. She dodges the question smoothly and says she'll explain everything later, when she has time. Hearing that familiar voice, Ji-hoon slightly opens his eyes and tries to peek, realizing it's the same beast folk he rescued. Rhea enters the room, looks at him, and says she knows he's already awake. Ji-hoon turns his face the other way and stays silent. As soon as he sits up, Rhea gently tells him to forgive the others for spying on him. She explains that it's just because Ji-hoon looks human, but oddly, he doesn't smell like one. Hearing that, Ji-hoon awkwardly says that the way she puts it makes his identity feel kind of blurry. He then glances at his hands and looks confused. He admits that he just noticed the poison's effects are already gone. Rhea nods and says they were lucky to have an antidote in the village. Ji-hoon raises an eyebrow and repeats, "Village." He suddenly remembers how Rhea had almost taken her own life just to stop the human gang from reaching this place. She was about to bite her tongue, saying that bringing humans here would endanger everyone. Ji-hoon recalls how cautious she was around him, and asks why she changed her mind and brought him here to help. Rhea casually replies and repeats her words, saying that even though Ji-hoon is human, he doesn't smell like one. Ji-hoon looks puzzled and asks if that's the only reason. Rhea falls silent for a moment, thinking. She remembers how Ji-hoon risked everything just to save that small monster, Rizeldrake. Quietly, she admits to herself that was the real reason, because she saw him do that. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon starts talking to himself again. He says that bringing him to the village and even giving him an antidote, maybe this is the power of being a likable monster. Rhea frowns and demands to know what he's mumbling about. Before he can reply, she gets annoyed and starts yelling, saying he's too talkative for someone who just got saved. She adds that he's being irritating despite her help. Just then, Rizeldrake wakes up and lets out a big yawn. His eyes drift toward Rhea and Ji-hoon, who seem to be arguing. Ji-hoon suddenly bows in respect and thanks Rhea sincerely for saving him. Rhea looks flustered and quickly says there's no need for him to go that far. She turns around and clears her throat before saying it's only fair to call it even since he also saved her once. As she speaks, Ji-hoon hears a soft yawn and a tiny roar from the side. His attention shifts and he instantly recognizes that cry. Out of nowhere, Rizeldrake jumps into the air and flies straight at him. Ji-hoon catches him mid-air, calls his name, and the two start playing like long-lost bros. Seeing this chaos, Rhea blinks in confusion and wonders what even is a Rizeldrake. She clears her throat again, probably to reset her brain, and says that now that she thinks about it, they don't even know each other's names yet. She says since fate brought them together, they should at least introduce themselves. Rhea quickly begins to speak, but before she can say her name, a beast folk rushes into the house and says the village chief is calling her. The chief also wants to meet the guest, meaning the human, Ji-hoon. Hearing that, Rhea and Ji-hoon step outside with Rizeldrake. As Ji-hoon walks out, he looks around, amazed by the view. He realizes this is the beast folk village, Warren. Rhea nods and explains it's a village originally built by a rabbit beast folk. She adds that now, beast folk who lost their homes have gathered here and live together. While walking, a beast folk stops them and asks Rhea about her leg. Rhea replies that it's fine now and thanks him for asking. A few steps later, a muscular male beast folk steps in their path and asks if Rhea went to the forest again, the one where humans usually pass through. He says he heard something about it. Seeing the beast folk guy built like a gym membership ad, Ji-hoon is totally shocked. Meanwhile, Rhea stays calm and casual, casually admitting that she did go there. She quickly tells the beast folk not to worry and promises she'll be more careful next time. As they walk away, the beast folk keeps glancing at them like a suspicious uncle, and Ji-hoon smiles, saying the villagers really seem to care about her. Rhea agrees right away, but Ji-hoon notices her energy is low. He asks what's wrong, saying she's been a bit off for a while now. Rhea nods and admits that he's right to ask, referring to him as hey. Ji-hoon gets confused and asks what she meant. Rhea looks straight at him and seriously asks if his name is Hey. Ji-hoon freezes for a second and then awkwardly says his name is Kim Ji-hoon. He adds that it's probably a weird name around here. Rhea doesn't respond and simply walks ahead, saying, Rhea Rinjan Perditi Siciliad. Ji-hoon stares blankly, wondering what she just said. Rhea turns and says it was her full name. As she continues walking, a rabbit beast folk spots her and asks if her leg is okay. Rhea smiles and walks up to her, saying it's fully healed now since she got it treated earlier. She starts chatting warmly with the rabbit, and Ji-hoon notices that her mood has lifted all of a sudden. He thinks maybe she just wanted someone to ask her name. At that moment, his eyes drift to the mountain in the distance. He remembers the main quest, to unite the monsters and form a faction. He wonders what that monster faction will look like. Just then, Rhea calls out to him, pulling him back to the moment. As Ji-hoon glances at her, Rhea calls him and tells him to come along, saying they need to meet the village chief. Ji-hoon suddenly remembers that and agrees. As Rhea starts walking ahead, Ji-hoon just stands there awkwardly, realizing she called him Hey again. He wonders why she even asked his name if she planned to call him that forever. Like, bro, what's the point? Ji-hoon feels like he's stuck in a weird nickname zone. Rhea glances back and tells him to hurry up. Ji-hoon quickly starts walking, thinking about the main quest. He needs to unite the monsters and build a faction. As he walks beside her, he wonders if he can really do something like that. Soon, they reach the chief's house. After a short talk, the village chief suddenly says that from now on, he will leave the village in Ji-hoon's hands. Hearing that, both Ji-hoon and Rhea are completely shocked. As the chief turns to leave, they both ask him to wait. The chief simply smiles and says he's grown too old. Ji-hoon quickly replies that even though the chief has grown too old, it doesn't mean he should let Ji-hoon handle the village, adding that he knows nothing about the village. Rhea agrees and starts panicking, thinking there's no way Ji-hoon can handle the entire village. She says that just because of some dream, he's really planning to hand everything over to someone who just arrived today. She asks if that even makes sense. The chief laughs and says his decision is final. Rhea rushes toward him, asking him to reconsider and saying she won't accept this. But Ji-hoon stays frozen, wondering how things even turned out like this. He recalls when the chief told him earlier that he often has strange dreams. The chief explained that those dreams always come true, and this time his dream showed that Ji-hoon alone will be the one to save their village. Ji-hoon now remembers the main quest, to unite the monsters and build a monster faction. He wonders if all this is somehow related to that. On top of that, he recalls how the village chief said Ji-hoon would be the one to save the village. That thought makes him nervous. Is this turning into a disaster arc already? Just then, he remembers what the human gang's leader said, that their boss lost something important, and if Ji-hoon helps find it, he'll let both Ji-hoon and the beast folk live in peace. Something clicks in his mind and he quickly calls out to Rhea. Rhea looks back and asks what's wrong. Ji-hoon asks if they were being followed when they came here. Rhea pauses to think, then explains that the beast folk village wherein is hidden behind a rocky mountain. She says it's never been discovered by outsiders. She explains why. Beyond that rocky wall is a huge ocean, and no one dares to climb the mountain or feels the need to. She then adds that the only other way into Warren is through rabbit-dug tunnels. Even if someone finds those tunnels, she says, the insides are like a maze, so reaching the village is nearly impossible. She mentions that she didn't notice anything strange while coming back. Ji-hoon says that's a relief, but his eyes drift to her leg, still bleeding. That uneasy feeling still stays in his chest. Meanwhile, the old man from the human gang is following the blood trail left by Rhea. Step by step, he tracks it across the path, until he finally arrives at Warren. A grin spreads on his face. He's found the hidden beastfolk village. A few moments later, just when the old man tries to sneak into the village, he gets caught red-handed. The whole place turns into chaos as everyone starts shouting that a human has invaded Warren. All the beastfolk gather quickly, and the strong ones easily tie him up like he's some kind of delivery package. The old man lies on the ground, arms tied with rope, fuming like a pressure cooker. He glares at the strongest beastfolk and tries to say something, but the guy keeps going on in beast language. That just makes the old man angrier as he yells that he can't understand a single word. At that moment, Kim Ji-hoon and Rhea arrive at the scene. Ji-hoon looks at the old man and asks if they've already caught him. The strong beastfolk nods and explains that it seems like the guy followed the trail of Rhea's blood. Hearing that, Rhea feels nervous and wonders if it's really true. She adds that she was careful while coming here, but midway she stops and apologizes to everyone, saying it's all her fault. The strong beastfolk tells her not to blame herself. He explains that it was already tough for her to carry a human while being hurt, and agrees that it must have been difficult. He adds that since they caught the guy, they just need to clean up the bloodstains and everything will be fine. Another beastfolk joins in and tells Rhea it's okay, assuring her it wasn't her fault. Just then, Ji-hoon asks about the 3 bandits they saw earlier, wondering where the other 2 went. Right then, the old man suddenly starts laughing, calling them all stupid beasts. He proudly declares that soon this place will turn into a sea of flames. He boasts that his group is so dangerous even the kingdom doesn't mess with them anymore. The old man keeps yapping, acting like the villain who thinks he will be rescued by his group. He brags about their boss, someone named Scream Spike. Yeah, sounds like a WWE celebrity's name. He says that this legend will soon charge in with 200 dudes ready to burn the place down. Ji-hoon hears the name and squints, feeling like he's heard it before, maybe in some wanted poster or gossip. Meanwhile, the other 2 bandits reach their hideout. Their group leader limps in with help from the big guy and walks up to their boss. Yup, the infamous Scream Spike. At first, he calls him boss, but quickly switches to bro and begs him to go beat up the person who dared punch him. Scream Spike stays quiet at first. Then the guy adds that he found the tunnel the foxes use and promises to show the way. Hearing that, Scream Spike chuckles and becomes happy, calling him his little brother. He smiles wide and says they're heading to the fox tunnel right away. The guy grins, feeling like he just unlocked a secret achievement. Back at the village, the old man still smirks and says he's not the only one who made it here. According to him, everything is going just as Big Brother planned. He remembers trying to stop the big guy earlier, asking him to return and get treated instead of chasing blood trails. But while riding on the big guy's back, their leader looked back and refused. He said it wasn't time to return to the hideout yet, claiming this was their best shot. Now the old man laughs like he already won and says the people here are as good as dead. Hearing that, Rhea gets tense and asks what point he's trying to prove. She glances at Ji-hoon, unsure of what they should do next. Ji-hoon calmly looks at the old man and says it seems like the bandits have figured out the village's location. He adds that their full army might crash the place any time now. Hearing this, Rhea gets all shocked and panicky like she just failed an entrance test. She keeps wondering what they should do next while Ji-hoon starts thinking about something. Suddenly, a name pops up, Scream Spike. It sounds familiar, and he starts to remember where he's heard it before. In Knight Defense, knights level up by blocking monsters attacking the kingdom. But that alone isn't enough to stop the endless waves, which is why the game has another feature called Adventure. In Adventure, players send knights to clear stages, and those stages give rewards like thief daggers and some gold coins of knight defense. The total number of stages runs from 1-1 Wild Goblin Remnants all the way to 10-10 Demon Lord's Sacred Ground, making 100 stages in total. Ji-hoon knows he doesn't remember all the stage names, but 110 sticks in his head. It was the last one of Stage 1, and was called Scream Spike Band Hideout, a hidden village behind Stone Mountain. Now that he thinks about it, every stage in Adventure had a background story. That hideout was where a gang of ruthless bandits lived, all led by the boss named Scream Spike. Ji-hoon never really paid much attention to those background stories, but he's sure about one thing. There was no stage called Warren in Knight Defense. Knight Defense, he runs it through his mind again and becomes certain. Since Warren doesn't exist in the game, it means, according to the game's logic, this place is doomed. Right then, the old man suddenly speaks and offers them a deal. He says that if someone sets him free, he'll ask the boss to spare that person's life. Since no one says a word, Ji-hoon figures the beast folk might not fully get what the old man said, but the message must have already hit their hearts in fear and anger. One of the beast folk finally speaks up, sensing that something feels off. Ji-hoon also feels the same eerie vibe and looks at Rhea. She's totally drowned in guilt, as if she just broke someone's favorite phone. She quietly mutters that it's all her fault, and because of her, their village Warren is about to be destroyed. Ji-hoon realizes that if things keep going this way, the beast folk could be wiped out. Meanwhile, the old man keeps laughing while staring at the bulky beast man and mocks him, asking if he doesn't want to untie these ropes. No one moves. Ji-hoon just stares, thinking that if nothing is done, Warren will end up becoming the bandit group's base. Without wasting time, he starts walking forward. He knows he can't let that happen. As the old man shouts again, asking if everyone wants to die without untying him, Ji-hoon continues moving. He's already decided. Warren will be the stronghold for the monster faction he plans to build soon. When Ji-hoon finally stops in front of the man grins and says he's lucky to have met him. He believes once Ji-hoon frees him, he'll be safe. The man quickly tells Ji-hoon to translate his words to the demons, assuming they are on the same side. But without hesitation, Ji-hoon punches the old man straight in the face. He knows this is his base now, and the people here are his comrades. As the old man crashes to the ground, everyone stares in shock. The old man tries to get up while Ji-hoon stands firm, calmly saying that he doesn't need to hear any more nonsense. It's time to fight. As Ji-hoon declares that they're going to protect Warren together, Rhea looks shocked, but the big beast folk stays calm and says it's impossible, asking Ji-hoon to just take a proper look around. He adds that the reason they built the village behind Stone Mountain and live in hiding is because they're weak. He points out that most of the villagers are women and children, people who've never really fought before, let alone gone up against humans. Basically, it's not an army, it's a beast to care. Just then, the village chief walks into the crowd, while laughing, grabbing everyone's attention. Hearing his laugh, Rhea turns to look at him, confused. The village chief keeps walking toward them, saying, "Ji-hoon's dreams sure are bold." As Rieseldrake flies through the air and heads toward Ji-hoon, the village chief says that since everyone is here, he'll say it again. Starting today, Ji-hoon is the new village chief of the beast folk, the one who will lead Warren. Meanwhile, the bandits arrive near the village. One of them shows Scream Spike the mountains, and says there's a village behind Stone Mountain. Hearing that, Scream Spike grins, saying they never imagined there would be something hidden there, and now that they know, it's basically a free upgrade. He announces that they'll take over the place and turn it into the hideout of the Scream Spike band. With a loud yell, he tells his army to charge at the mountain, and says it's time for a massacre. Back in the village, the big beast folk talks to Ji-hoon and reveals that the bandit group has around 200 members. In comparison, Warren's entire strength is just 3 bull beast folk, including himself, 2 deer beast folk, 5 sheep beast folk, 1 fox beast folk, Rhea, and 1 rabbit beast folk. That brings the total to only 112. As he says that, he looks at Ji-hoon and asks if there's any chance of winning. Ji-hoon begins thinking, feeling like he's just been handed a math problem without a calculator. He knows they'll be fighting twice as many enemies, and this isn't some friendly neighborhood pillow fight. But then he reminds himself, it's not just about numbers. What matters in games are stats, like rank and level. He remembers how Rhea was ambushed but still managed to KO a bandit in 1 hit. He figures that a 3-to-1 fight would be tough for her, but 2-to-1? She could probably win that. Ji-hoon recalls the bull saying that the beast folk have never fought before, which means there's a chance for beastification. It's like holding an untouched lottery ticket. Who knows what power might be hiding? He clenches his fist, thinking that if everyone fought like Rhea, they could win despite being outnumbered. He glances at the strong beastfolk and politely calls him Bull Sir. In response, the beastfolk introduces himself as Tower Brimlack. Ji-hoon nods and calls him Tower, then asks how strong Rhea really is in Warren. Tor Brimlack thinks for a moment before saying that if Ji-hoon is asking about strength, then he'll need to consider it carefully. Ji-hoon gets excited, realizing this must be a starter mission for the monster faction. He knows the game wouldn't throw them into an impossible fight, so their strength might be more than what the bandits expect. Soon after, Tor Brimlack admits that Rhea is the strongest warrior in all of Warren. Ji-hoon is left surprised and confused. Tor Brimlack adds that even if the entire village teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against Rhea and wouldn't be able to beat her. Hearing that, Ji-hoon comes to a simple but brutal conclusion. If everyone fought Rhea, they'd still lose, which means everyone else is completely useless, wondering if he is living in a village of side characters. Rhea tells him near the cave entrance that the humans will probably arrive around sunset. Ji-hoon asks how she knows that. Rhea points to the guy tied to a tree trunk, his face swollen like a dumpling, and explains that she simply asked him. Ji-hoon mutters that this is exactly what he expects from Warren's greatest warrior. She doesn't ask politely, she asks with punch. He remembers that the bandits mentioned looking for something their boss had lost, and asks Rhea if she has any idea what it could be. Rhea guesses it might be the human boss's personal item, maybe a treasure passed down by beastfolk or some rare mineral hidden in Warren. She then says that this is just a village where beastfolk who lost their homes have gathered, and there's no way they have anything humans would actually covet. Ji-hoon mutters that maybe the humans just need an excuse, thinking it feels like someone yelling, "Lost my sock, let's raid a village." Just then, Tower walks over and addresses Ji-hoon as the new village chief, asking what they should do since everyone is waiting. Ji-hoon starts thinking seriously. He realizes that to overcome their lack of numbers, individual strength is the key. Rhea is the strongest in Warren, and the 111 other beastfolk couldn't defeat her even together. But he wonders if Rhea can really take on 111 humans alone. He thinks that either Rhea is crazy strong or rabbits are secretly gym freaks. He honestly can't tell which. He wishes he could see everyone's stats like in a game to understand their chances better. Then it suddenly hits him. He remembers that he has the Ruler's Eye, a passive skill that allows him to check the stats of monsters and items, and realizes he basically has a built-in cheat code. Ji-hoon tries to figure out how to use his skill again. He thinks that in video games you usually just say status out loud and the stat window pops up. Easy peasy, like ordering instant noodles. So, thinking it's worth a shot, he raises his hand a little and shouts, "Sandwich!" Nothing happens. Just awkward silence. The kind where even the wind feels embarrassed. Ji-hoon stands there, stunned, thinking that normally the stat window is supposed to open when you do this, and the inventory too if you say it. Then out of nowhere, a system window suddenly opens. His inventory. Seeing it appear, he was surprised that it actually worked, and yeah, just as he expected, it was completely empty. As he stares at the empty screen, his eyes catch the title at the top, Abyss Slot. He reads it again, wondering if it's short for Abyss Slot. He figures that since he's now part of the monster faction, even the inventory has a name to match, Abyss Storage. Just then, he gets hit with a realization. Things had been happening non-stop since he escaped the palace, and in the chaos he had completely forgotten about something important. He remembers the sword he got back in the kingdom. Frustrated, he mutters to himself, thinking that if the building hadn't collapsed like that, he wouldn't be in this mess. He wonders if he left the sword behind in the middle of the kingdom, then shakes his head, thinking that he must have stored it in the inventory, or at least he hopes so. Either way, he knows he can't go back to get it, so even if it's regrettable, there's nothing he can do right now. Still confused, he wonders why the stats window didn't open. Maybe there's another way to trigger it. So far, Ji-hoon has activated 4 passive skills. The first is Ruler's Eye, which allows him to check the stats of monsters and items. The second is Communication, Monster, which lets him talk to monsters. The third is Likeable Monster, which oddly makes monsters like him for no clear reason. And the fourth is Physical Monster, which boosts his physical abilities beyond human limits. Except for Ruler's Eye, the other 3 passive skills seem to stay active ever since they first kicked in. While Ji-hoon is deep in thought, Rhea suddenly snaps at him, yelling that he needs to stop standing around just thinking. She says the enemies are still coming and something has to be done quickly. Ji-hoon blinks, caught off guard like someone who got hit by a pop quiz they didn't study for. But then Rhea's tone changes. All the anger melts away and she says softly that this all happened because of her. She asks him to give her some instructions, saying she wants to protect Warren and the villagers. Ji-hoon looks at her and thinks she's right. There's no time to sit here acting like a loading screen. He tells himself there's no need to obsess over opening the stats window anymore. Just as he thinks that, a target circle appears on Rhea's face and a system message pops up. Target designation complete using Ruler's Eye. Her stats begin to display. Ji-hoon quickly realizes something. Inventory is a system function meant to show his items, so it opened just by thinking about it? But Ruler's Eye is a passive skill, meant to check the stats of monsters or people. So to activate it, he needs to designate a target and focus on checking their stats. When he thinks about it, it's actually simple. This is probably why it's called Ruler's Eye. Meanwhile, the system finishes loading Ria's stats and displays them fully. Ji-hoon sees her rank and is surprised. It's B rank. He thinks that's the same level as a middle knight, which is higher than he expected. She's a water attribute melee type, with most of her stats focused on attack power. Her main skill is beastification after all. While Ji-hoon is lost in thought again, Ria starts talking. She says he must be feeling burdened, suddenly becoming the village chief. But when she notices he's not reacting, she asks if he's even listening. Ji-hoon responds with a short, "Yeah," still staring at the stat window. Ria continues speaking, saying that since he's the chief now, she'll do her best to support him. But Ji-hoon isn't really listening. His eyes are fixed on her stat screen. There's a heart icon next to a number, 40. Curious, he taps on the heart, and the number drops to 35. Ji-hoon frowns and wonders why the number is going down. The stat window vanishes, and Ji-hoon suddenly realizes he had tapped Ria's nose, right in the middle of her speaking sincerely. He freezes, his fingers still in the air like a bug caught mid-sneeze. Ria stares at him, furious, and yells that this is the guy they've entrusted with Warren's fate, a village chief who's poking noses like a toddler with too much sugar. Embarrassed, Ji-hoon quickly says he didn't do it on purpose, but Ria doesn't care. She growls that she still can't accept this and charges at him with her claws. Before he can react, she scratches his face. Tor arrives just in time to see the chaos. Ria turns to him and firmly tells him to gather all the villagers. Tor glances at Ji-hoon, whose face now looks like a cat used it for target practice. Ji-hoon waves off the concern and awkwardly laughs, saying he's fine. Soon, the entire village is gathered. Ji-hoon sits on a rock while the villagers come to him one by one so he can check each person's stats using Ruler's Eye. He sighs and mutters that checking stats like this really drains his stamina. He starts calculating in his head. Warren has 114 people, including them. As he checks each person, he confirms that the highest rank among them is definitely Rizeldrake. Looking at Rizeldrake through the Ruler's Eye, Ji-hoon notes that for an S-rank monster, the basic attack feels weak. But then he sees that all the stats are heavily focused on magic attack and magic defense. He also sees that Rizeldrake's main skill, Dragon Breath, consumes all of his MP in a single shot. Checking the stat window, he notices that even after a full day, only about half of the MP has recovered. That means Dragon Breath can basically be used once every 2 days. Ji-hoon concludes that in the upcoming battle, they can't count on it. The forces Ji-hoon has right now include B-rank Ria, C-rank Tor, and the rest are mostly E-rank. Suddenly, the earlier comment that no one could beat Ria even together starts to make perfect sense. Ji-hoon thinks the team looks more like a cosplay group than an army. Compared to Kingdom Knights, D rank equals an apprentice knight and E rank doesn't even exist as an official grade. Basically, you're ranked so low, the system forgot you. Ji-hoon doesn't know the exact ranks of the bandits, but judging by the stage 110 difficulty, they seem to be around C rank. Now that he has checked everyone's stats, he clearly understands their numbers. It's 114 against 200. Not only are they outnumbered, but they also fall behind in skill, equipment, and troop quality. At this rate, defending Warren feels impossible. He clenches his fist and reminds himself this isn't a game. This is real. Things here exist beyond what games can measure. Still, he believes he can create some variables, some kind of wild cards. He tells Tor and Ria that he will now explain the strategy. Meanwhile, deep in the jungle, the enemy force marches toward the village. From the treetops, 2 rabbit siblings observe them. The older brother urgently tells his little sister to hurry back and inform the village chief, but before he can finish his sentence, a throwing blade hits him in the face, and he collapses. The girl stares in horror, frozen as she watches her brother fall. The man who threw the blade looks directly at her and asks his comrades if the villagers already know they're coming. The girl, terrified out of her mind, turns and runs with all the strength she has. One enemy shouts to catch her, but their leader stops them. When his younger brother asks if he really plans to just let her go, the leader grins creepily and says he's not letting her go, he's infecting her. Back in Warren, Ji-hoon is with the villagers, laying out the defense strategy. Suddenly, the rabbit girl from the jungle arrives, panting and covered in blood, and shouts that the humans are coming. Ria notices her and calls out, asking why she's covered in blood. The girl, Rain, is still shaking with fear and only manages to shout that the humans are already here, still running as she speaks. Ji-hoon's expression hardens. He recalls that he was the only player who ever blocked 100 waves before. He clenches his fist again. This is his first defense mission as part of the monster faction, and he absolutely won't let it be breached. The enemy team approaches the entrance of the village. Their leader looks around and says that this must be the fox's den. One of his men nods and replies that they've already scouted the route. The group thinks dragging this battle out would just be a pain in the neck, so they decide to finish the attack before sunset. Everyone cheers like they're on a victory parade and marches into the cave, completely unaware that the welcome gift inside isn't snacks, but traps. Meanwhile, Ji-hoon and Rhea are hiding in a corner inside the cave, quietly watching the enemy troops enter. Rhea spots them and whispers to Ji-hoon that they're here. She looks a little nervous and asks if their plan will actually work. Ji-hoon tells her that the start is the most crucial part of their operation. They need everything to go as planned, right from the beginning. As the enemy continues walking deeper into the cave, the guy holding the map checks it and says that at this pace, they'll reach the village in about 30 minutes. The leader glances around and notes that the cave is strangely quiet. His younger brother laughs and mocks the monster villagers, saying those dumb beasts are probably huddled together, trembling in fear. He adds with full confidence that he'll personally deal with Ji-hoon, the same guy who once punched him and bruised both his ego and his face. But just as he takes another step, he hears something odd beneath his feet. He starts to warn the others, saying there's a sound coming from the ground, but before he can finish, the earth under him suddenly collapses. Without any warning, he and several others fall straight into a deep pit that the villagers had secretly dug as a trap. He tries to shout for them to dodge, but it's already too late. Many fall in, some get eliminated from the battle completely, and others are badly injured. Someone breaks an arm, another twists a leg. In the chaos, the leader manages to grab his younger brother's hand just in time and pulls him back up to safety. He says those sneaky bastards have clearly set up a trap. As he peers down into the pit, he notices the wooden planks inside. It's a classic setup. Holes dug into the ground, covered with wooden boards, topped with dirt and rocks to make them look natural. When enough weight is put on it, like a group stepping on it, the support gives out and boom, you're getting a free express ride to the floor below. The guy with the map says that when they came yesterday, there weren't any traps like this. Now they all start thinking that if there's one trap, there might be more. Like stepping into a cursed game of whack-a-mole. They agree it's better to play it safe than end up like squashed potatoes. But their leader doesn't care one bit and keeps walking through the cave like he owns the place. The others try stopping him, saying charging ahead blindly might be dangerous. Before they finish, the leader suddenly yells at them, calling them idiots. He picks up a huge rock with one hand and throws it straight ahead. As soon as the rock hits the ground, the wooden planks underneath snap and the boulder drops right into another hidden pit. Everyone in the enemy team stares in shock. They wonder how the traps are so perfectly placed. It's like the enemy had psychic powers or something. The leader explains that the cave is man-made and dug into a stone mountain. The original ground is solid rock, so anywhere they've dug pits and covered them with wooden planks, dirt, and rocks will look different if you pay close attention. The central entrance feed has been torn up, but it feasibly projected. His younger brother squints at the ground and says that now he can tell the areas with extra gravel are the trap zones. He mocks the villagers, calling them primitive beasts using cheap tricks. The leader says that maybe meat-eating beasts would fall for this nonsense, but herbivore-type humans are just weaklings. According to him, these traps only prove how scared and weak the villagers really are. He orders a few men to stay behind and help the ones who fell into the pit, then keeps moving forward through the cave. He tells the rest to advance carefully while avoiding traps. The group cheers and begins moving again, like they're on a weirdly dangerous school trip. From a dark corner of the cave, Rhea spots them and says that the enemies have found the traps. And at this rate, things might speed up. Ji-hoon grins and says it's all going just as they planned. Rhea, still confused, asks if getting caught was actually part of the plan. It felt more like they were playing 4D chess while the enemies brought checkers. Ji-hoon, sounding too casual for someone hiding in a war zone, explains that digging through solid rock, even with demi-human strength buffs, would take too long, and hiding the holes perfectly wasn't doable in such a short time. He says that there are only 2 real deep pit traps. The rest are fakes, just there to slow the enemy down. By making them fear every step, their pace drops to less than half. Rhea nods, slightly impressed. Ji-hoon says it's time to move to the next position and they sneak away. Meanwhile, the bald guy with the map says that at the upcoming fork they should take the right path to reach the destination. The leader seems puzzled and asks if there's really a fork ahead. Soon they arrive at a point where 3 tunnels lie in front of them. The group starts to feel like they've been here before. The younger brother notices a patch of weeds and says he's seen them earlier. He's sure the path was left, not right. The map reader, scratching his head, insists he thought it was right. They figure the villagers may have used tricks and fake traps to slow them down, but claim it won't work on them. Still, the leader realizes that all of this, the traps, the tunnels, was just a way to stall for time. He guesses the villagers are planning something big back in the village. Not wanting to waste another second, he decides they need to split into 3 teams and push forward fast. He decides to send his brother, Crane, into the left tunnel, assigns Dump the bald guy who looks like a bouncer at a medieval nightclub to take the middle tunnel, and heads toward the right one himself. The team splits up into 3 groups, diving into the dark caves like it's some twisted version of hide-and-seek. Dump tightens his grip on his giant hammer like he's about to smash open a piñata filled with danger, and the boss walks like he's already won a Villain of the Year award. They all move ahead, confident and slightly overcooked on ego. Inside the middle tunnel, the enemy soldiers come to a sudden stop as they find the path blocked by huge rocks. Thinking they've taken the wrong route, they begin turning back, until one of them squints into the darkness and spots a faint light further down the tunnel. He quickly points it out to Dump, who immediately pulls out his hammer and signals everyone to prepare for a fight. Meanwhile, in the right tunnel, one of the enemy scouts catches a glimpse of daylight and reports it to the boss. The boss, brimming with smugness, assumes this confirms that he's on the correct path. He mutters that luck is clearly on his side now, and there's no point in holding back. His goal is simple: storm the village and wipe everyone out, leaving no room for mercy. Back in Dump's tunnel, Dump lets out a loud battle cry and yells for his group to charge. Without hesitation, his men dash forward, weapons ready. At the same time, the boss and his squad rush down their tunnel with the same aggressive energy. But when the boss finally reaches the tunnel's end, he blinks in confusion. He's standing in the middle of a jungle, completely off course. Dump, however, emerges right at the edge of the village. He quickly commands his team to hold their position and assigns one of the soldiers to run back to the forked path and inform both the boss and vice-boss Crane of their progress. The soldier nods and immediately takes off. Suddenly, one of Dump's men shouts and points at a tree nearby. They all turn and spot Cargo, one of their captured teammates, tied up and slumped against the trunk. Dump, vetoes. Gem, Lobby and Crane are taken up. Yelling his name, the team rushes toward him. Dump kneels, pulls the tape from Cargo's mouth and asks if he's alright. Cargo, clearly dazed but alive, asks where the boss and Crane are. He also looks around and questions why there are so few men with Dump. Meanwhile, deep inside one of the tunnels, a lone enemy soldier gets ambushed by Rhea and is knocked out cold before he can react. Ji-hoon, watching from a distance, tells her that gaining this upper hand in numbers didn't come easy. Dump turns back to Cargo and begins to explain. He says they used fake traps to delay the enemy and changed the cave terrain to confuse them. Though rough and rushed, these traps tricked the enemy into underestimating the villagers and splitting their forces into smaller groups. Cargo, still annoyed and worried, demands to know why they even split up in the first place. He insists that this small number isn't enough and that they're still surrounded, but he soon realizes what Ji-hoon had done. The split allowed them to control the battlefield. Despite having fewer people, the tactic flipped the odds. Now, it's 113 villagers versus only 60 enemy soldiers. Just then, Ji-hoon arrives with his squad. He wastes no time and gives the final command. All units, charge! The Dump swings his massive weapon over his head and yells at his crew to wipe them all out. His voice cuts through the chaos like a knife through hot butter. The canyon walls throw his words right back like they're hyped-up fans at a metal concert. The warriors charge in, blades flashing, gripping their homemade weapons like it's the last level of a video game. Jin-hoo's squad dives in too, faces tight with fury and the kind of "I ain't got time for this" energy only pure rage brings. No mercy, no plan B, just a full-throttle stampede of madness. The ground shakes like it's about to call in sick, and the air hangs heavy with fear, bloodlust, and that rare brand of courage that kicks in when you've got nothing left to lose. As the chaos climbs, the scene flips to a tense standoff on a slanted hillside. The Dump stands solid, warhammer in hand, muscles twitching like they've got their own battle AI. Opposite him crouches a tiny, pink-hailed warrior, small but seriously deadly. Her eyes stay locked on her giant opponent, sharp as a sniper's scope. Everything slows down. The big guy winds up for a swing so strong it could flatten a house, or at the very least make someone's week go horribly wrong. Just as the hammer crashes down with bone-shaking force, a voice blasts out from the distance. Now, all units, beast, transform! Before the dust even settles, the girl vanishes into a thick cloud of smoke. In a heartbeat, the beast folk trigger their transformation. The battlefield explodes into a foggy storm of claws and chaos. Dust whirls, and monsters burst from the mist, ripping into the confusion like wolves through a flock. One by one they strike, beast moving faster and fiercer than the human fighters can handle. But even with all their tricks, the beast folk still can't bring down the toughest enemies. Up in the sky, Rizzledrak continues raining attacks from above like he's using some boss-level cheat codes. The human fighters shout at him to come down and fight properly, waving their weapons like angry fans yelling at a rock star refusing to stage dive. But Rizzledrak stays airborne, completely out of reach, cool and untouchable, like the guy who ignores texts but still posts memes. Still, the beast folk start gaining the upper hand, not with pure strength, but by overwhelming numbers, sneaky ambushes, and clever smoke tricks that make everything look like a magic show gone wild. Slowly, the momentum begins to shift in their favor, carried by chaos, deception, and sheer stubborn will. Their chances of winning rise sharply. The focus shifts to Cargo, who stands firing bolts rapidly from his crossbow, while two of his men guard him, fending off a wild rabbit beast charging with reckless fury. On the other side of the battlefield, Joan notices them and signals Rhea to eliminate Cargo and his team to help the beast folk break through the line. Rhea doesn't waste a second. She bolts forward with incredible speed, her body moving like a blur through the swirling smoke. Cargo spots her coming and quickly takes aim, hoping to stop her in her tracks. But she dodges the arrow easily, sliding past it as smoothly as wind through leaves. Landing hard, she digs her claws into the dirt, eyes locked on her target. The battlefield fades from her mind, everything narrowing to this single moment. Her heart pounds, the air hums with danger, but her determination burns even hotter. She launches into an acrobatic attack, her movements fluid and precise. Her first strike is a swift kick toward one of Cargo's men. He manages to block it with his forearm and throws out a mocking comment, clearly underestimating her, but Rhea doesn't react. Instead, she lands, adjusts her footing, and follows up with a second strike, her heel crashing into his chin with brutal force. His head snaps back, mouth open in a roar of pain as the unexpected power behind her small frame hits like a hammer. Before the second guard can react, Rhea spins around and drives her knee straight into his face. He drops instantly, like a sack of potatoes after leg day. In just a few seconds, both of Cargo's men are out cold, lying flat on the ground like someone unplugged their Wi-Fi. Cargo stares in disbelief, his brain clearly buffering. Fear flashes in his eyes, and though he mutters something under his breath, probably another panic-filled curse, he doesn't get to finish. By the time he processes what's happening, Rhea's leg is already swinging at his face like she's kicking bad decisions out of existence. A link later, his head slams into the dirt. The fight in this corner ends with dead silence, as if even the air needs a second to catch its breath. Rhea stands tall amidst the stillness, her fur-trimmed armor glinting in the sunlight, giving her a fierce, almost regal presence. Her ears twitch, her eyes stay locked on the remaining enemies, and her posture holds strong. She turns toward them, her voice calm yet firm, carrying the weight of a challenge that slices through the air like a blade. Her words make it clear that strength isn't something owned by just one side, and that the enemy shouldn't make the mistake of underestimating them again. Meanwhile, the chaos of the battlefield continues around them. The dump charges through fighters with brute force, smashing anything in his path. But when he notices his men being overwhelmed by the very beasts they once mocked, something changes in him. Anger surges through his body, his fists clench, veins pop, and his teeth grind as fury boils inside him. Shame mixes with disbelief, and a desperate hunger for revenge pushes him past the edge. He growls under his breath, refusing to accept defeat. Not here, not to them. His pride demands an answer. At last he speaks a single word, cold and sharp. Skill. Scheme begins to rise from his mouth, curling like smoke from a waking volcano. And then, his body starts to shift. His size doubles, muscles bulge and tear through his skin like they've outgrown their rental agreement. The ground trembles beneath him like it's having second thoughts. The word skill hangs in the air like a flashing red warning. Something forbidden, something dangerous. Among the Night factions, only fighters ranked above C are allowed to use skills, but Dump doesn't care. His ability is brutal. A 50% boost to both attack and defense, basically the buy one punch get one free deal of destruction. He mutters insults under his breath, mocking the enemies as pathetic and weak, clearly feeling himself a bit too much. Gripping a tree trunk like it's a toothpick, he prepares to unleash chaos, until a deep, monstrous growl suddenly echoes behind him. He turns, and there it is. A towering beast, even larger than him, standing tall, with glowing eyes locked onto him. Shock hits Dump hard. But before he can finish a thought, a massive smack cracks through the air. Something heavy slams into the ground like thunder. Dust flies. Silence follows. Meanwhile, deep within the caves, Dump's brother waits with his squad, eyes fixed on the entrance. Growing impatient, he mumbles about how long they're expected to wait. The tension thickens like soup left on the fire too long. Nearby, another soldier finally breaks the silence. His voice carries both frustration and fear as he wonders aloud why no one has returned. The wait drags on, feeding unease. One of the fighters, fists clenched and shoulders tight, mutters something bitter under his breath, a quiet growl of someone pushed to the edge. Without waiting for orders, he begins walking toward the battlefield, clearly done sitting around. Out in the open, Ji-hoon's team holds their position after a tough fight. The dust settles across the field. All 60 enemy fighters have been captured. There's no more risk of escape. The immediate threat is handled. Ji-hoon and Taurus meet at the center of the field, calmly checking the condition of their squad. Ji-hoon asks for a report on the wounded. Taurus gives a quick nod and explains that 23 are severely injured, and 42 have lighter wounds. Even though they had nearly double the enemy's numbers, the cost is high. Over half the team has suffered. But despite the toll, the operation is a success. Still, there is no time to celebrate. More enemies are already approaching. A larger force is on the move. Ji-hoon looks at the captured weapons scattered across the field. He knows what must be done. It's time to dig in. He gives the order to hold the ground and instructs Taurus to arm everyone using the weapons taken from the humans. Taurus responds with a sharp nod, quickly organizing the defense. There's no rest now. Victory came at a cost. And the next battle is already on its way. All the beast folks quickly pick up Dumps Group's weapons and instantly get stronger. Some even act like kids at a candy shop, amazed to see the weapons for the first time, especially the little girl Rain. One guy even mutters, "Bro, it's like free power-up DLC." On the other hand, Kim stays serious, glancing at the beast folks and activating his ruler's eyes. After locking onto Tor, Rain, and many other beast folks, he realizes that even though their rank is the same, their attack power has shot up a lot because of the weapons they picked from Dumps Group members. He feels happy inside, accepting that this is beyond imagination, something he never thought would happen. Meanwhile, Crane's group reaches near the village. As Crane spots the exit, he realizes the main exit is at Dumps Group's side, but as he looks around, he notices the place is oddly silent, which is unexpected from an area where a war was supposed to happen. Just then, he spots heads lying on the ground and becomes shocked, mistaking them for dead people. Fear grips him, but when he looks closer, he sees they are still alive, though badly injured. He rushes toward them with his group and wonders aloud what they are doing there, questioning how they ended up in such a situation. As he approaches, he assures them not to worry, promising that he will get them out. But when he comes closer, he notices several holes in the ground. Seeing them, he becomes confused, wondering why there are so many empty holes and what their purpose is. Just as he is about to rescue Dump's group members, 2 rabbits suddenly attack Crane from behind. He gets no chance to dodge and takes a direct hit from their weapons. Crane falls down on the ground and screams in pain. Meanwhile, Scream Spike stomps angrily through the cave, urging his group to hurry up. As he walks forward, he vents his frustration, saying that without a map they are totally lost, and finding the way is as difficult as finding a way in a maze. One of the group members suddenly spots a path and says it looks like the right one. He explains that if they pass through the passage, there will be a 3-way fork ahead. The group steps forward but unknowingly lands on a trap. It is too late when they realize they are already caught. Scream Spike looks shocked and warns that too much weight is on the trap's area, and it is about to collapse. One member shouts for everyone to get away while another panics, saying it is already too late, and the ground will break any second. But instead of the ground, the guy himself falls for momentum while the floor stays firm. As he hits the ground, silence spreads in the group. They exchange confused glances. One asks what really happened and why the ground is not collapsing. Another agrees, saying it should have broken by now if it was a trap. Suddenly, Scream Spike grabs one of the group members' weapon, leaving him confused as he asks what the boss is doing. Without answering, Scream Spike smashes the weapon on the ground. The floor remains solid. Everyone now understands it is not a trap but plain stone. Seeing this, Scream Spike bursts into laughter and reveals that only the entrance of the cave had real traps while the rest were fake, but his smile quickly turns into anger. He growls, wondering how anyone dares to mock Scream Spike and his bandits. Then, with a twisted grin, he announces that he will tear them all to shreds. Just then, one of the surviving members of Crane's group manages to escape from the village and stumbles towards Scream Spike's group. Half dead and looking like he just fought WWE without practice, he reveals that they found the passage. It was the middle tunnel that leads to the village. As he explains that it was Dump's group who first discovered the place, Scream Spike simply listens, realizing that now it's their turn to back Dump's team. On the other hand, after a few hours, Tor meets Kim and explains that they successfully captured everyone from the second group that came. Kim just nods, praises Tor and the others for their good work, and stays calm. While the captured group members remain tied, they only listen to the conversation, knowing they can do nothing but stare. Kim then glances at the village entrance and realizes that at the fork in the road, if they tear down just one wall, they'll find a path back to the entrance. He knows that because of this, they now have more time to isolate the groups before their backup arrives. He keeps staring at that point, thinking that the only thing left is the last and strongest group, with their leader Screamspike leading the charge. He knows they just need to hold out one more time and they will successfully defend the village. Just then, Crane breaks free from the wooden stick tied to his mouth and shouts at Kim, calling him a fool. He declares that no matter how much the beastfolk subdue them, once his big brother Screamspike arrives, it will all be over. Crane laughs while glaring at Kim, boasting that his brother is on a different level from them, but just as he continues praising Screamspike, Rhea rushes forward and kicks him in the face, cutting his sentence midway. She coldly commands him to stay quiet. Rhea glances at Kim and says that, just like he guessed, when she counted only those fit for fighting, the number is around 65. Kim hears that and realizes the remaining bandits are about 60, including their boss Screamspike. He knows their side is already low on stamina since they have fought twice, but he doesn't panic. Instead, he quickly scans his army with his ruler's eye skill. To his surprise, he notices their levels have gone up a lot, and the beastfolk have gained solid combat experience from the last 2 battles. Kim rests his sword on his shoulder and grins, thinking they actually stand a chance now. But his cool guy pose doesn't last long. He admits the sword feels heavier than he first thought. A few minutes later, Screamspike's group shows up at the entrance, grabbing everyone's attention. Rhea and Kim look at them, and Rhea confirms that he is here. It's time for the final battle. As Screamspike walks forward, Crane looks at him and calls him Big Brother, but Screamspike doesn't act kind. Instead, he mocks Crane as a pathetic fool, saying the same about the others. Then he turns his gaze to Kim and asks if this whole setup was his scheme. Kim calmly looks back and replies that it should be called a strategy, not a scheme, telling him not to insult his plan. Hearing that, Screamspike laughs and praises Kim for becoming confident, but quickly adds that 2 victories must have been sweet, yet there won't be a third. Kim responds that they'll only know after the fight. He then steps closer to Crane and says he has one proposal, but the next second he corrects himself. Rather than a proposal, it's actually a threat for Screamspike. He places his sword near Crane's neck and says that if he wants to save his little brother, he should retreat and surrender. Kim tells everyone to drop their weapons if they truly want to save Crane, but Screamspike stays silent. Crane becomes scared and shouts, "Big Brother!" Kim keeps his sword steady, even though he knows this is the kind of cheap drama only third-rate villains pull off in movies or comics. But hey, life isn't Netflix, so he decides not to act picky or play superhero right now. He knows that winning the battle is more important right now than acting all tough. He then glances at the bandits in confusion, wondering if they will accept the deal or not. To his surprise, all the bandits actually drop their weapons. Kim becomes shocked, thinking maybe his trick worked. But when he looks at their faces, he realizes they are laughing, with full confidence. He feels confused, noticing that the bandit's mood has completely changed. Just then, Screamspike bends down, touches the ground with his hand, and declares that everyone will kneel before him and scream. Suddenly, he unleashes a skill that releases energy from the ground. Kim's eyes widen as he realizes it's an area skill buff. This skill boosts all stats of allies, including the user, within a certain range by 25%. Sworn Rhea also becomes shocked as they sense the sudden rise in the bandits' power. Kim feels it too, even without seeing their exact stats. His whole body can tell they are stronger now. He admits that their combat strength has dramatically increased. Then, Screamspike commands his group to rush at the beastfolks and slaughter to their heart's content. Hearing that, the bandits charge forward, aiming to kill them all. Just as the bandit group charges toward the beastfolks, the latter don't just stand like statues waiting to be smacked. The beastfolks also rush forward to clash in a head-on battle, but right before both sides can actually throw hands, a huge cloud of smoke bursts out from the beastfolk's side, leaving the bandits scratching their heads in confusion. Out of nowhere, the beastfolks transform into rabbits. Yeah, imagine scary warriors turning into fluffy bunnies, but you can't exactly call them scary warriors. Using the smoke to their advantage, one rabbit leaps at a bandit and makes him drop his sword. Before the bandit can pick it up, another rabbit jumps in like backup and smacks him from behind on the head. The bandit takes the hit and stumbles, briefly staring at the ground. Holding his arm in pain, he makes the rabbits wonder if they really defeated him. But just then, the bandit lifts his head and laughs at them, asking if that weak attack was all they had. Seeing this, both rabbits freeze in fear. Before they can escape, the bandit dashes forward and hurls them into the air. Just like that, the rabbits get overpowered. Unlike them, Tower keeps fighting fiercely, cutting down bandits and giving them real trouble. However, the tide turns when the bandits team up against him. They throw ropes to trap him, and when one of them shouts the order, Tower looks that way and realizes it's already too late. He knows that before he can dodge, the ropes will wrap around his body. Just as he predicts, the ropes coil tightly around his hands and neck. The bandits pull with all their strength, while one commands the others to never let go of the rope. Another bandit agrees and orders the group to tie the rope to their arms and grip it with their wrists. The rope is pulled tight and Tower crashes down to his knees. The moment he does, the bandits rush forward, shouting that this is their chance to capture the big bull. Tower struggles hard to break free but fails, while the bandits keep yelling at each other to swarm him. Some even joke that tonight's dinner is beef and Tower himself is on the menu. Man, these guys sound hungrier than college kids after 4 continue lectures. If attitude was a weapon, these bandits would be max level already. On the other side, the bandits overpower the rabbits with weapons and magic, forcing them to retreat. Just like the rabbits, Rizzledrake struggles to stay in the air as he gets surrounded from all sides. Kim notices everything and feels shocked, realizing that even though they had boosted combat power with weapons and leveled up through battles, they are still being pushed back. Confused, he glances around, wondering where Rhea is and whether she can still fight. His gaze soon finds her as she lands on the ground after striking down one of the bandits. Relief washes over him for a second, but it fades instantly when he sees Rhea being surrounded by the group. He knows she cannot win against so many enemies at once. As Rhea wipes sweat off her face, Kim's fear deepens, realizing she too has reached her limit. Suddenly, a rabbit flies past his face and crashes into a tree nearby, leaving him frozen in shock. When he looks at the fallen beastfolk, his fear doubles, and he understands that they are completely being overwhelmed. At this rate, Kim knows defeat at the hands of the bandit group is certain. He glances back at Rhea and the others, realizing there's now only one way to end this war. Man's brain finally loads like slow Wi-Fi, but hey, better late than never. He then notices the leader of the group, Scream Spike. Glancing at him, Kim accepts that the only way to end the war is to eliminate the enemy leader. As he looks at Scream Spike, he sees that Spike is still commanding his men to charge at the rabbits and completely massacre the village. Kim decides he can't just stand there like a background NPC, so he quickly glances at Tar. Seeing Tower struggling against the group, Kim calls out his name. Hearing it, Tower looks back and notices Kim is dead serious. At that moment, Tower remembers their talk before the war started. He recalls how Kim asked if he could awaken one more time. Tower had agreed and asked how Kim even knew that. But Kim ignored the question and simply said that since the transformation lasts only 3 minutes, he should save the final one until Kim gives the signal. Now, while Tor looks at Kim, one of the bandits gets angry and yells for the others to finish him off. Hearing this, the group rushes at Tor with weapons in hand, aiming to kill him on the spot. Kim shouts Tor's name again and commands him to awaken. Tor immediately tries to stand and follows the order. Just before the bandits can strike, he awakens and uses his final transformation, Bovine Race Awakening. His body grows larger and both his defense and health rise by 50%. Without wasting time, Kim charges toward the boss and tells Tor to follow. Tor doesn't ask questions and quickly runs after him, ready to fight at Kim's side. Kim glances at the boss and realizes that since Tor's transformation only lasts 3 minutes, they have to capture the boss within that time. Damn, talk about speedrunning a boss fight. Tor dashes toward the boss, but one unlucky bandit is still stuck with him because the rope he tied earlier refuses to let go. The poor guy shouts for help, begging his teammates to save him, but Scream Spike just stares at the scene and grins, like he's watching some free comedy show. Tor, annoyed, swings his arm in anger and throws the bandit straight over the boss, aiming to finish the fight with a single punch. But as his fist lands, he is stunned to see it blocked by none other than Scream Spike himself. The impact is so powerful that it makes the dirt on the ground fly in the air. Both Tower and Scream Spike gets covered in the dirt smoke. Just then, the boss's voice echoes calmly, saying Tower might have gotten bigger, but there's still nothing inside him. He's as weak as ever. Meanwhile, Kim leaps into the air, trying a sneak attack, hoping Tower can act as a decoy while he delivers the real blow. But Scream Spike glances at Kim and simply smirks. Without any struggle, he quickly pushes Tower away with force. As Tower flies in the air, Kim realizes that the projectile is straightly aimed at him. He realizes that the leader blocked him without breaking a sweat. On top of that, Kim is left in disbelief, realizing that even with his transformation, Tar is no match for the group leader. Tar crashes straight into Kim and both tumble to the ground. While Kim struggles to stand up, Scream Spike completely ignores him and dashes at Tar. Before Tar can even blink, Scream Spike smashes a solid kick right into his face, leaving him no chance to dodge. Meanwhile, Kim sits up, but the group leader only glances at him and smiles before rushing towards him after knocking Tower out with no difficulty. Before Kim can even get on his feet, Scream Spike comes closer to him, aiming to punch him in the face and give him the same discount beating as Tower. And just like he planned, Scream Spike's punch sends Kim flying, crashing hard into a tree branch. While Rhea fights the bandits, her attention quickly shifts toward Kim as she hears the loud crash. She notices Kim is badly injured after that strike and struggling just to keep up. On the other hand, Kim forces himself to stay steady, opening one eye to glare at Scream Spike. He recalls how, after checking everyone's stats, he confirmed that his combat power is lower than both Rhea and Tower. Just then, Scream Spike lunges at him again, but Kim steps forward. Even though his combat power is low, he firmly believes that if the opponent is human, he can still win. At that moment, Kim activates his passive skill, Physical Disaster, which lets him transcend human strength. He prepares a counterpunch, knowing that against humans, all of his stats rise by 200% once the skill is active. Seeing Kim's sudden aura and immense power, Scream Spike freezes in shock. With no chance to dodge, he takes Kim's swift counterpunch straight to the face. Seeing the punch, both Tour and Rhea are left shocked. They think the fight might actually turn in their favor if Kim manages to beat the opponent bandit group's leader Scream Spike. Even Kim feels hyped after the punch. Do really thinks he landed a finisher move to Scream Spike. Kim then glances at Scream Spike and realizes that he even heard the guy's neck snap. He becomes confident, realizing that Scream Spike is now injured. However, to his surprise, Scream Spike doesn't fall on the ground. Instead, he plants his foot firmly and steadies himself. Scream Spike glances at Kim and says that he already told him he won't ever get 3 wins in a row. He smiles at Kim. However, Kim doesn't exchange the same look as he stares at Scream Spike and becomes shocked and scared. While Scream Spike casually wipes blood from his mouth, Kim can only wonder how the hell they are supposed to beat someone this strong who feels way above all of them. Before Kim can react, Scream Spike slams a punch straight into his stomach, making him scream in pain. He can't endure it and quickly drops to the ground. As his knees hit the dirt, he keeps choking and spitting saliva while Scream Spike just stands there, laughing. Kim's hand touches the ground for support, but he still tries to rise, knowing he can't give up yet. He knows that he is now the village chief and he needs to save the village. He knows he must continue fighting. However, before he can stand, Scream Spike grabs his head, and before Kim even realizes, he smashes it down hard into the ground. Kim screams as the impact lands, his head pinned tightly. He struggles to get up, but Scream Spike presses him down with brute strength, saying he won't ever let him rise again. He glances at the beast folks and smirks, saying that Kim should just stay down and let everyone enjoy the free show of him struggling against the bandit leader. It feels like Kim is trending live without even asking for it. Just as Scream Spike says, all eyes turn toward Kim. Some try to move but are too injured to help. Even Tor struggles to get up, knowing Kim needs support and that beating Scream Spike, the opponent leader, is the only way to win. But before Tor can rise, his eyes shift to the side as he notices Rhea running toward Kim. Tor shouts her name, yet Rhea ignores him and orders Scream Spike to step away from Kim. The bandit leader doesn't even flinch, keeping Kim pinned down. Just before Rhea can reach him, another bandit draws his weapon and aims at her. She doesn't expect the strike and takes a direct arrow to her leg. Shock spreads across her face as she takes a direct hit. Kim also freezes, realizing that even Rhea is now injured and unfit to fight. As she collapses to the ground, Kim cries out her name, but Rhea is too hurt to move or speak. At that moment, Scream Spike lifts his gaze to the sky and notices the sun sinking. He quickly warns his group that the sun is almost gone, yet it is already too late. While the bandits listen, he declares the war over. With a cruel smile, he orders his men to burn everything. Hearing this, Kim's anger burns, but frustration weighs heavier as he realizes he can't save the village. The bandits set fire to the houses, trees, and even dry grains. Kim stares in shock and fear, trying to stop Scream Spike, but the leader ignores him. Flames spread across the village, and the already wounded beast folks panic, running helplessly from the fire. On the other hand, the bandit group enjoys burning the village, hyping each other up to throw and destroy everything. They're basically having a fire party, shouting like maniacs. Someone should really tell them bonfires are for marshmallows, not houses. While the bandits laugh, the beast folks just stare at the flames in disappointment, knowing they can't do anything to save their home. Meanwhile, Scream Spike talks with Kim, saying war isn't as simple as kids like Kim imagine. Kim only glares at the fire, while Scream Spike continues, explaining that the losing side loses everything and falls straight to zero. Kim's eyes then move toward one of the beast folks who is captured. The bandits mock him, calling him little calf and forcing him to moo like one, while making him sit on his knees. Helpless, the beast folk lowers his head. At the same time, Scream Spike warns Kim that he now has to lose everything: Tar, his family, his friends, and even his home. He grabs Kim by the collar and lifts him up, adding that Kim will also lose his life. Seeing this, Rhea becomes shocked and scared, wondering what the bandit leader plans to do with their village chief. Even though badly injured, Kim raises his hands and grips Scream Spike's arm, making the leader laugh. The bandit boss glances at him and asks if he still refuses to give up. He declares it's already over and Kim should surrender. But Kim speaks softly, saying he can't lose until he reaches his goal. At that moment, a memory of his mother flashes in his mind. How she once brought home a small cat, saying she was too pretty to leave behind. She talked to the cat and asked if she would like Kim as her new buddy. Remembering that, Kim realizes that, to return to those peaceful times, he must win this war and keep fighting. He remembers the final goal of the monsters when he chose this faction, the plan to wipe out humanity completely. He shouts that he will never give up. That sudden roar shocks everyone, even Tor and Rhea. But Scream Spike just keeps laughing and says it doesn't matter whether Kim quits or not. He then pulls out a knife, declaring that Kim's role is over. Kim freezes when he sees the knife slowly moving towards him. Fear spreads across his face as he glances at the moon above, wondering if this really is his defeat. But just before the blade touches his neck, Rhea bursts forward and slashes off Scream Spike's arm. The arm spins through the air and Scream Spike is left stunned, forgetting about stabbing Kim. Just like him, Kim also stands in shock and stares at Rhea. He then recalls the time when he was checking the stats of beastfolks. Every other beastfolk could awaken freely by spending mana, but Rhea was an exception, no awakening even with mana to spare. He remembers the first time they met, when she was on the verge of death. Even then, she didn't awaken. Kim starts wondering if there was a restriction placed on the foxfolk awakening. Just as he expects, Rhea now stands proudly in front of Scream Spike, using her skill Foxfolk Awakening that can only activate under the moonlight. Under the moonlight, her true power erupts, doubling all her stats. She calls out to Kim with confidence, asking for his next orders. Kim softly says her name, while Scream Spike keeps howling in pain. Without paying him any attention, Kim looks only at Rhea and commands her to wipe out every last bandit. Jihoon's order reached Rhea, and she stepped forward with determination. Right then, the bandit boss Scream Spike showed up, mad as hell, acting like someone just unfollowed him on Instagram. He lunged at her, screaming about his hand like it was some VIP-only property no monster had the right to touch. Without a second's pause, Rhea smacked his hand like swatting a fly and, in one clean swipe, turned his throat into a split-open soda can. Scream Spike staggered in shock, his neck torn apart, and tried to say something, but Rhea silenced him coldly. Within seconds, his life ended, and his body collapsed to the ground. The other bandits stood frozen like laggy NPCs, watching their boss drop. Panic hit them all at once. Some bawled, some screamed, and the rest looked like they were already drafting their resignation letters on the spot. At the same time, the field effect activated, draining their strength. Confusion spread among them as they realized their stats were dropping. They cried out in disbelief, clutching their wounds, unable to understand how much weaker they had become. Then, the system window announced the arrival of night. As darkness spread, monsters grew stronger, and all of their stats increased by 20%. The folk beasts let out roars so loud it felt like a stadium crowd after free pizza was announced. Their voices crashed together in rage and hype, swearing they'd run it back, keep swinging and erase humans like outdated software. The bandits, horrified by the sudden change, realized it was night, and admitted they could not win in this situation. Fear overtook them and their morale shattered. Jihoon called out to the folk beasts, rallying them together. The humans turned to flee, but the folk beasts chased them relentlessly. In the end, the humans escaped, leaving the folk beasts behind to claim victory. Joy spread among the folk beasts as they celebrated, their voices echoing in triumph. But Jihoon did not share their relief. His thoughts weighed heavily with guilt. He realized he had been careless, thinking it was only an early mission. Confidence in a smooth plan had blinded him, and the first true battle in this world had ended in devastation. Over half the village was burned, and many folk beasts lay dead or wounded. As the rain began to fall, Jihoon's guilt deepened. He cursed himself, believing that if only he had done better, the outcome would not have been so tragic. Rhea, however, reassured him. She reminded him that he did not need to shoulder everything alone. Her calm words reached him as she spoke of how everyone had different abilities and how he had done his best within his own. Then, with a gentle smile, she asked him to continue taking good care of Warren, addressing him as their chief. Jihoon softly called Rhea's name, and the sound of it from his lips made her blush deeply. Embarrassed, she quickly excused herself, saying she needed to clean everything, and then hurried away. Rhea turned her attention to the beastfolk, asking if everyone was okay and offering to help as well. Jihoon, watching her, thought to himself that her presence had given him strength. He realized it was not over yet. For him, everything was only beginning. The system window appeared, notifying that the main quest had been cleared. It declared the establishment of the monster faction a success, showing a population count of 82 people. As a reward, a random skill had been acquired, and the option was given to claim it immediately or later. Ji-hoon resolved that from now on, he would not repeat the same mistake. Choosing to claim the reward, he received and learned the skill Weapon Refining 1. A few days later, Ji-hoon was seen repairing the burned houses of the beastfolk. Rhea came to him, calling him to eat. He looked at the food and sighed at the sight of carrots again, thinking about how boring it was to keep eating the same thing. Rhea, chewing the carrots in her usual cute way, explained that although the carrot field had burned, the food storage had thankfully remained safe. Even Rizal Drag was eating carrots beside her. Ji-hoon thought to himself that despite her words, they had been eating only carrots ever since they had arrived. He reflected on how both Rhea and Rizal had originally been meat eaters, but now they were forced into vegetarianism. Still, he admitted that it was better than nothing. Rhea asked about his leg, concerned if it was healing. Ji-hoon reassured himself that he could now walk again without issue. His gaze then moved across the village, where he saw the beastfolk helping each other to clean and rebuild. He observed their vitality and recovery, recognizing how exceptional their strength truly was. Thanks to these qualities, the village was quickly restored. 2 weeks had already passed since that fierce battle. During that time, funerals were held for the victims, and, except for those bandits who had died or fled, the 55 who were captured were judged. The atmosphere had been filled with glares and anger, as everyone had wanted to avenge the fallen immediately. But taking the lives of unarmed beings was not an easy matter. After long discussions, it was decided they would be released, though not without conditions. The Howling Dagger Gang, a group so elusive that even the kingdom could not capture them, was set adrift. It was said that the seas were inhabited by various monsters, and if the bandits were fortunate enough to avoid them and survive the currents, they would eventually arrive in the kingdom. There, they would receive proper punishment for their crimes. In the days that followed, Ji-hoon discovered something by chance, something that revealed the true reason the bandits had been searching for the fox den and the item their leader had been so desperate to find. He uncovered this secret while visiting Rhea's house. Rhea welcomed him, relieved that her home had remained intact after the chaos. Inside, Ji-hoon used the ruler's eye and discovered enhancement stones lying within. His eyes widened in shock as he realized that among them was even a B-grade enhancement stone. Startled, he turned his thoughts toward Rhea, questioning why something so precious could be in her house. She, in turn, asked him what enhancement stones even were. Then she opened a bundle, showing him more, and Ji-hoon was stunned to see an entire bundle of enhancement stones in her possession. His shock grew further when he looked upward and noticed yet another sack placed above, filled with the same rare stones. The sight left him speechless. Ji-hoon froze like someone checking their bank app after a night out, staring at the mountain of enhancement stones. His brain shook, wondering if the whole stash was real or just his worst nightmare in 4K. He later explained something he came to understand. Fox beastfolk were naturally drawn to shiny objects, believing they brought good luck. They had a habit of hiding them in their homes. The bandits seemed to know about this habit, and that was the reason they had attacked. Everyone told Rhea to chill, but she kept blaming herself. In peak guilty dramatic fashion, she even tried to yeet the entire pile of enhancement stones into the ocean like some kind of bargain bin Titanic scene. Ji-hoon had stopped her, telling her that the one who collected shiny stones was not at fault. The one who coveted them was the one truly wrong. Those simple words caused her heart level to shoot up to 60 instantly. After that, Ji-hoon kept the stones for safety, realizing from the war that they needed to get stronger, far stronger than before. That evening, Ji-hoon asked Rhea where the bandits' weapons had been stored. She told him they were probably in the warehouse. Together, they went there, where Mia found them. When asked what he was doing, Ji-hoon explained that he was there to test his luck and skill. He rubbed an enhancement stone against a sword and called upon weapon refinement. A red aura burst from the warehouse, and the stone in his hand shattered completely. Rhea was startled, claiming something had flashed, but that only her shiny stones had broken. Ji-hoon confirmed it had succeeded. Rhea grew angry, demanding what he meant by success when all he had done was break her stones. Ji-hoon then explained that the success rate of enhancing C-grade items was 70%. The system confirmed this, showing that the weapon had been enhanced. Crane's poison sword changed from -1 attack and -100 to a successful +1 enhancement. Ji-hoon compared the system to the human faction and noted that the success rate for B-grade items was 55%. He tested it on the Screaming Awl, which began with 130 attack and 230 magic attack. With determination, he decided to begin serious enhancement. Ji-hoon refined again, and this time the flash of light was seen by a beastfolk outside. He continued without pause, refining weapons again and again through the entire night. By morning, flashes of light had been seen repeatedly, and some beast folk wondered aloud what was happening inside the warehouse. Rhea rushed in and found him still working. She was shocked to learn he had gone through the process 2,568 times. He admitted he had burned through them all. Rhea looked at him, realizing that she had been ready to throw them into the sea anyway, yet now he had destroyed them all. She struck him hard on the head in frustration, demanding what he meant by breaking every single one. Ji-hoon quickly explained that the enhancement had succeeded. In his hand was a dagger glowing with a green aura. The system revealed the result. The Screaming All had reached +10, with its attack rising by 130 +13, and its magic attack rising by 230 +23. Rhea was stunned to see 10 enhancements completed with only 10 stones, all successful. She demanded to know what was different here. Ji-hoon pointed out the results, showing her the enhanced weapons that now filled the warehouse. He explained it was partly due to higher success rates, but even ordinary bandit swords had been enhanced to incredible levels, and even Tower's weapon had reached +100 enhancement. Rhea still failed to see the difference, only noticing that the weapons had gotten dustier. At that moment Tower arrived, and Ji-hoon said his timing was perfect. He asked Tower to try using Dump's hammer. Tower lifted it and confirmed it was definitely heavier than before, but still manageable. Ji-hoon observed that while it looked tough to handle, the hammer had started as a C-grade item, but with the enhancement, it now surpassed even B-grade weapons in pure attack power. The system revealed its stats: attack 354, attack 143, magic attack 253. Ji-hoon realized the stat boost from weapon enhancement was reflected in the weapon's weight. Rhea noticed his mood and wondered why he looked happy one moment and gloomy the next. Ji-hoon's thoughts drifted to his S-grade weapon, Hellbringer. He remembered that Shellbringer started with magic attack 999, and that its additional stats were sealed. Even without unlocking further stats, it already had immense power. He recalled pulling the best S-grade weapon in the first wave. If he had only had that weapon, the bandits would have been defeated with ease. He sighed, reminding himself that he could not use magic, and wondered if his Hellbringer was truly safe where it was. Meanwhile, in the kingdom, reconstruction was nearly complete. People questioned why a certain hole was being left open, whispering that something ominous was inside. Barry's trying to pull out the Hellbringer from the ground, but he fails and shouts in anger that this much should have been enough. Yet as he looked down, this blade is releasing a strange purple aura. He was startled, certain that there had been something inside. Two men behind him found it surprising, remarking that even the Ares had gone all out but could not pull it out. They worried that sealing the hole like this was dangerous and troublesome. Far away, Ji-hoon received a new system notification. The main quest had updated. Quest 3 required expanding the monster faction by gathering monsters in the surrounding area. The current population was 82 out of 1,000. The reward promised a random gradestone. Ji-hoon was surprised by the sudden mission. He realized the number 82 represented Warren's population, and the quest required raising it to 1,000 members. The goal felt uncomfortably specific. The system window then revealed that the party window had been activated. Parties could register up to 4 members. Synergy effects would activate between them. Experience earned would be shared and distributed according to contribution. Ji-hoon studied the system and compared it to forming parties in Night Defense Adventure. It felt familiar. He thought about party composition, realizing that 4 close-range members would be obvious. Turning to Tower, he said it was time to go gather nearby monsters. Tower, however, refused. He explained that it would be better for him to stay behind, focusing on protecting and rebuilding Warren. Ji-hoon considered this and admitted Tower was right. The beast folk had indeed grown stronger, but if both Rhea and Tower's main fighters left the village, then if enemies attacked while they were gone, Warren could be destroyed. Unlike in games, reality had many more consequences to consider. Still, Ji-hoon thought about synergy effects and how valuable it would be to fill all 4 party slots. He decided to leave Tor in the village, but then he wondered to himself who else he should take. Ji-hoon eyed the beast folk closely and realized most of their stats looked about the same. Leaning in, he whispered something low to Tar. Tar replied that he would prepare. Soon, Tar called all the beast folk together and stand in line. Ji-hoon smirked quietly, noting that, aside from the chief, Tar, and the 3 of them, 77 beast folk were left in Warren. He knew he couldn't just pick at random. Tor then addressed the beast folk, asking them to show their abilities. To the most capable among the 77, he promised qualification to join their 4-person expedition team. He called for numbers 1 through 4 to enter. Ji-hoon reminded the group that the test wasn't just about muscle but about guts and grit. fit for adventuring, and if anyone had a hidden trick up their sleeve, now was the time to flaunt it. Some beast folk hesitated. One admitted wanting to stay in Warren. Tor accepted the decision, while another said he needed to plant carrots. They all had to plant together, because they needed to eat what they planned. Ji-hoon whispered something again to Tower. Tower then told everyone that from now on only those who wished to participate should remain. He announced that it had been narrowed down to only the beast folk willing to join. He called for them to enter. One beast folk nervously introduced herself as Rain. She declared that if chosen for the expedition team, she could cook, do laundry, gather herbs, scout, or work as a porter. She said she could do anything. Rhea immediately declared her a pass, vowing to dedicate her life. Ji-hoon, however, told them to move to the next participant for now. Rain's expression fell, believing she had failed, but when Ji-hoon asked Tor to let the next participant in, Tor admitted that Rain was the only applicant. Relief filled Rain, while Ji-hoon was shocked that there had only been one applicant. Ji-hoon reflected on this and concluded that the lizard expedition team was formed to find the lizard tribe. He prepared to depart with Rhea, Rain, Tower, and Razel the dragon. He called out to the lizard expedition team to set off. Rain looked confused at the name. She stammered, asking if lizards meant the terrifying lizard tribe. Ji-hoon reminded her that Tor had explained it earlier. Rain realized she had been too nervous and had not heard it. Ji-hoon asked Rain about the plan, pointing out that they had spoken of rallying surrounding monsters but had not decided where to go. Rain admitted that nothing had been decided yet. Ji-hoon suggested they should figure that out before recruiting more party members. They then visited the previous village chief, only to find him sleeping. Tower explained that he had been sleeping soundly since just before the battle. Ji-hoon asked how long he slept, and Tower answered that it lasted a month. Ji-hoon had intended to ask about nearby tribes worth rallying. Rhea explained that due to frequent human invasions, all nearby monster villages had been annihilated. Ji-hoon asked if there were truly no villages worth rallying near Warren. Rhea replied that small villages of monsters who had lost their homes might be hiding like Warren, but it was not enough. To bring down the human faction, strong monsters were needed. Tor then revealed there was one strong tribe that had not submitted to humans. Ji-hoon was intrigued, and Tor explained that they had strong independence and would not form alliances with other tribes. When Ji-hoon asked who they were, Tor revealed it was the lizard tribe. They lived deep in the swamplands north of Warren and were probably the strongest race in the area. Other monsters feared them so much that they avoided lizard territory when traveling. Ji-hoon already knew. He thought of the lizardmen, powerful monsters that appeared in the early 30s waves out of 100. To monsters below the 30s, they must have seemed the strongest. But the same was true for humans. It had only been 2 weeks since the first wave, and at this early stage, if he could make the lizard tribe his allies, monsters that should appear in the 30s could stand with him. Ji-hoon asked where exactly the lizard tribe was. Tor handed him a map and explained that by crossing 3 mountains and a river, they would reach Twin Mountain Valley, where the swamp of the lizard tribe lay. With that, they set off on their journey. Ji-hoon panted, realizing it looked close on the map, but he could not even see the mountains. As they traveled, Rhea discovered a stone. Ji-hoon recognized it as a D-rank enhancement stone, good for stamina. Rain thought proudly that this was an adventure with the village chief and Warren's strongest warrior, Rhea. Her heart pounded, and she resolved that she needed to be helpful too. Ji-hoon asked how much further they needed to travel before reaching the first mountain. Rhea felt ready to prove herself, recalling the scouting records she had organized while on reconnaissance duty. By checking them, she could figure out where they were. Razel suddenly took to the air. Ji-hoon noted that they had to travel as far as they had already come. Rain regretted being 1 step too late. Rhea pointed out that once they crossed the first mountain, it would be quick. She urged Rain to hurry. Rain reminded herself that she needed to prove her worth, but also not to be hasty. She reassured herself that the opportunity would come. Then, a massive stone blocked their path. Rain believed this was her chance. Path clearing was a rabbit beast folk's specialty, and she was determined to show her worth. She cried out for awakening, but before she could act, the stone broke by itself. Rhea noted that it had broken better than expected. Ji-hoon reminded them that their levels had risen significantly from fighting the boss. Rhea curiously asked what he meant by level. She then asked Rain why she had awakened. Rain admitted it had been by mistake. She worried that she should not have been hasty and wondered if her help was not needed. Suddenly, Rain heard footsteps. She alerted the group to movement, insisting the sounds were from footsteps. Ji-hoon admitted he could not hear anything. Ryo explained that Rain had exceptional hearing, even among the rabbit folk, which was why she had been trusted with scouting. Ji-hoon realized that this might be the same child from before. Rain listened carefully and confirmed it was the rat tribe. It was not just 1 or 2, but a large-scale movement. Ji-hoon asked if she meant the boom rats. Rain questioned where they were going, realizing their direction led toward human lands, toward the kingdom itself. Ji-hoon felt a chill of danger. If the rat tribe's massive forces were moving toward the royal palace, it could only mean trouble. Rain remarked that their movement looked unusual, and Rhea added that their villages were normally spread all across the forest. Ji-hoon explained that the rat tribe rarely left their own territory, yet now it seemed as though they were converging in one place. Convinced that something abnormal was unfolding, he urged the others to follow. There was something he needed to confirm, and he summoned Rizzledrake to accompany him. Rain hesitated. She struggled with her heavy bag and admitted she could not follow with it. Saddened, she thought to herself that she had become a burden again. Ji-hoon then asked if a solution like this would work. Using magic, he stored Rain's bag away. Rain was amazed and shocked, realizing it was magic. Ji-hoon explained that Rain's bag counted as an item too, though he wondered why it was so big. He told himself he would check the abyss slot specifications later. For now, confirming the identity of this wave came first. He declared for everyone to move, and they all jumped forward together. Meanwhile, news of the rat tribe's advance reached the kingdom. Alarm bells rang as the people panicked. They screamed that war was coming. They shouted that monsters were swarming and evil creatures were on the move. They remembered how long it had been since the last attack and urged each other to move quickly. In the midst of the chaos, Ares led the knights forward. The townspeople cried out that the sun would set soon. They pointed toward the arriving knights and shouted in relief. They praised Sir Ares, begging him to sweep away all the monsters. Among the frightened civilians, a child asked her mother why monsters attacked them. The mother explained they were beings beyond common sense, filled with evil and violence. She said survival meant becoming stronger. A female knight nearby observed the woman's words. Far away, Rizal carried Ji-hoon through the air, while Rhea and Rain followed behind. Rhea soon realized they were heading in the wrong direction. At the same time, Rizal began struggling with Ji-hoon's weight. Ji-hoon apologized, telling him he would lose some weight, and asked him to fly slower. Rizal's strength faltered, and his grip loosened. They began to fall, but Ji-hoon protected Rizal, even while hitting the ground himself. He checked if Rizal was fine, but the dragon felt nothing, resting comfortably in Ji-hoon's arms. Ji-hoon remarked that it was fortunate their bodies were sturdy. Still, he realized they had fallen without crossing the mountain next to the kingdom. As he looked around, his eyes widened in shock. Soon, Rhea and Rain ran up to him. Rain addressed him as village chief, while Rhea asked if he was okay and what had happened. Before them lay a horrifying sight. The rat tribe members were dead, slaughtered in a brutal manner. Ji-hoon examined the bodies. Most of them had wounds from stabbing or being cut by sharp weapons. He stood before piles of corpses once again. Ever since coming to this place, seeing dead creatures did not affect him. It was as if he had always been familiar with such death. Rain spoke uneasily, saying he had definitely heard running sounds until just a moment ago. The direction had not even been this way. He wondered what on earth had happened. They soon found a single survivor. They treated the wounded rat with herbs. The rat thanked them, and they asked who had done this, who had destroyed the rat tribe. The rat opened his eyes, saw Ji-hoon, and cried out in rage. Believing humans were responsible, he attempted to attack Ji-hoon. Rhea stopped him. The rat demanded to know why she stopped him, declaring that humans had done this, but Rhea urged him to look carefully. The rat admitted Ji-hoon looked human, yet he felt like a monster. Rhea reassured him it was okay to relax, because Ji-hoon was different from the humans he imagined. Ji-hoon explained that they had followed the rat tribe moving toward the kingdom, and he asked what had happened there. The rat revealed that humans wearing armor, the kingdom's knights, had suddenly attacked them. A glimpse of the massacre appeared, showing knights butchering the rats mercilessly. The rat explained to Ji-hoon that they had been massacred indiscriminately. The scene shifted again. The remaining rats rallied together, preparing to attack the kingdom. They shouted to their fellow tribe members that 35 villages had already been slaughtered by humans. They demanded to know what wrong they had done, crying that they could not endure it anymore. The human knights prepared themselves, with archers moving forward. Ares insulted the rats, calling them filthy scum, and ordered the attack. The larger rats encouraged the smaller ones, declaring they would take revenge that night for their fallen kin. Back with the survivor, the injured rat revealed to Ji-hoon that the attack had been led by a human knight with a ring on his lip. Ji-hoon repeated the detail to confirm, and the rat continued. The reason for the massacre was only for a single item, a purple small stone. Ji-hoon realized with shock that it was an S-rank enhancement stone. As night slowly falls over the human kingdom, the sky turns into a deep, foreboding shade of blue. Standing atop the fortress walls, the female knight quietly watches the fading horizon. The sun finally dips below the land, marking the beginning of the long-awaited battle. In the distance, the eyes of the rat army start to glow with a strange purple light, their bodies trembling as they absorb the energy of darkness. The system window flickers, explaining that the transformation increases all of their stats by 30%, but at the cost of their reason and control. From the castle walls, the human commander raises his hand and commands the archers to fire. In a single order, countless arrows take flight, filling the sky like a black storm, before raining down on the monsters below. The sharp arrows pierce through the charging rats, yet the creatures refuse to stop. Consumed by rage and strengthened by their nighttime buff, they keep advancing without fear or pain. The commander quickly orders his men to shift focus toward the massive figure leading the attack. A warrior on the wall raises a gleaming golden sword, its blade glowing with divine energy, and begins chanting a spell. A blazing wall of fire bursts forth, stretching across the battlefield and blocking the horde's advance. But the rat leader glares into the flames, his purple eyes reflecting defiance. He stands unfazed by the heat or the burning light that tries to stop him. Back in the present, the lone survivor finishes recounting his story. His voice trembles as he says that he had used his final bit of strength to halt the humans that day. The memory flashes. He had stood before the knights, battered and weak, begging them to stop the slaughter. He had tried to show courage, even while shaking with fear, but the human knights had only looked at him with cold eyes before walking away, leaving him and his dying kin behind, as if they no longer mattered. He explains that once the humans had taken what they wanted, they no longer saw the rats as worth their time. The hero listens silently, his expression calm but distant. Deep down, he feels there is nothing to hate. To him, this is simply how the world works. He remembers his own school days, how classmates used to surround him pretending to be friendly only because of his father's influence. When they realized they couldn't gain anything from him, they turned away. He recalls how people always measured relationships through benefit and loss, acting innocent while hiding their true motives. The memory of that lonely truth still lingers inside him. He quietly concludes that humans, no matter the world or era, are creatures who always put their own interests first. On the battlefield, the human commander shouts another order: "Kill them all." The air fills once again with the sound of bowstrings and whistling arrows. Amid the chaos, a single rat warrior continues to push forward through fire and falling arrows. The soldiers on the wall recognize him, the leader of the rat tribe, the Rat King. The Rat King charges ahead, using the smaller rats as shields as he runs toward the castle gate. Arrows stab into his body one after another, yet he keeps moving, driven by fury and pain. Watching from above, the female knight grips her sword tighter, her expression grim but resolute. Blue energy starts to surge around the Rat King, sparking and growing stronger with every step. He knows this will be his last attack, but he no longer cares. He wants the humans to feel his tribe's suffering, even if it means destroying himself. With a final roar, he gathers all the energy and aims it toward the castle wall. The human commander, Ares, stares in shock as realization strikes him. The soldiers around him panic, shouting that the Rat King is self-destructing and yelling for everyone to fall back. The blue energy flares brighter, seconds away from detonating. With his last breath, the Rat King whispers that his death is for peace, a desperate wish for his fallen kin. At that moment, the female knight draws her sword. A brilliant beam of light bursts from her blade as she activates her ultimate skill, Light Sword Dance. The shining arc of energy collides with the Rat King's explosion, trying to suppress it. The Rat King's eyes twitch in his final moments as he realizes his sacrifice will change nothing. A blinding explosion shakes the entire castle, sending shockwaves through the night sky. Far away, the hero and his group hear the thunderous blast echo in the distance. Rhea confirms that she heard it too. Their young leader explains in a low voice that the Rat King was a boom rat, a suicide variant known for detonating itself as a final attack. The survivor sits in silence, his expression empty and defeated. The battle is over, and his people are gone. The hero quietly reflects that in the game, the sixth wave of boom rats was never a real threat. For an S-ranked knight, defeating them had always been an easy task. Even if one of the rats had successfully self-destructed, the explosion would have only scratched the castle walls, a sacrifice that meant nothing. Yet he wonders if those rats had known they would die, and still chose to fight anyway, just to make the humans feel their pain and determination. He clenches his teeth, realizing how many of the villagers who died were not warriors at all. They were innocent women and children who had never even held a weapon. The young leader remembers what Tar once told him, that the reason there were no strong male beastfolk left in their village was because they had all gone to the human kingdom. Those men had sworn revenge, but none of them ever came back, leaving behind only grief and broken families. For the first time, he truly understands that the monster attacks were never just senseless violence. They were the result of human greed. He recalls a faint memory of the king smiling and telling him not to worry, that he only needed to obey and everything would be fine. The hero tightens his fist at the thought, realizing that if he had accepted the king's words, he would have become part of the same corrupt system that caused all this suffering. Letting out a slow breath, he feels slightly lighter inside. His decision to walk a different path, even if it means standing against humanity, no longer feels wrong. He reminds himself that he is still human, and just like all humans, he moves according to his own benefit. His new faction may seek the destruction of the human side, but his real purpose is far more personal. He wants to protect the people he cares about. Turning toward his companions, he admits something he has never said before. He tells them that the real reason he wants to find the lizard tribe is not just for survival. He wants to unite them, to grow their strength and stand together for a greater cause. He reveals that the so-called monster waves are not random invasions, but desperate reactions to endless human massacres. He says that if they do nothing, this bloodshed will only end when every monster on the continent is wiped out. His voice hardens with resolve as he declares a new goal. He will bring down the entire human kingdom before that can happen. Determination fills his eyes as he accepts the role he must play in the coming war. He looks around at his companions and tells them that to achieve this dream, he will need their strength. Around them, the camera of the world seems to widen, showing the scorched fields, broken ruins, and silent night sky, reminders of the price already paid. He explains that he knows this is not an easy path, but destroying the human faction is the only way for them to survive. Rhea steps forward and says softly that she has always felt his hatred for humans. It burns just like their own. She remembers their fight with the bandit boss and how even when he was badly injured, he refused to give up. The fox girl nods and adds that a small village will never be enough. If they truly wish to take down the human kingdom, they must gather more allies, powerful tribes like the Lizard Clan. Rain then speaks, her voice trembling with emotion. She says everyone in Warren had lost their families to human soldiers. She recalls the chaos, the flames, and the screams, the moment she saw her friends fall one after another. A flashback passes through her mind, a rabbit beast folk desperately holding a wounded friend as the village burned around them. Looking at the dead rat creature nearby, Rain admits that they had been powerless to resist the humans. But then she glances at the hero and says that he was the one who led them to victory against the bandits and protected their home when no one else could. Rhea steps closer, her gaze steady and full of conviction. She says that if destroying the kingdom is what it takes to restore peace, then she will follow him without hesitation. The hero is taken aback by her faith, quietly whispering her name in surprise. At that moment, Rain lifts her hand high, her eyes bright and voice strong as she declares her support too. She says she wants to help even if her strength isn't much. Her smile trembles, but her spirit burns bright. She explains that her parents had died trying to protect her and her brother from human soldiers, and that her brother too had recently passed away. Tears threaten to fall as she clenches her fists, admitting she used to believe her race was too weak to change anything. But then she recalls the moment the hero stood up to the bandit leader, how he refused to bow down. Seeing him fight had sparked something inside her, a forgotten hope. She laughs softly, saying she might not be strong, but she will still try her best to stand beside him. The hero thanks her gently, his voice low but sincere, and Rain's eyes brighten with pure gratitude. In his heart, he realizes that even though each of them carries different pain, their goal is the same, and that is all that truly matters. He turns to his companions, declaring that together they will end the endless cycle of human slaughter and monster revenge. Rhea's determined gaze meets his, her expression calm and resolute, ready to walk with him down this path. With newfound conviction, the hero announces their ultimate purpose: to break the chain of hatred that binds this world and restore a peace that belongs to everyone. Moved by his resolve, one of the rat monsters stepped forward and declared its wish to join them. The group's attention shifted to the wounded rats lying nearby, their bodies covered in cuts and blood. Among them, a gravely injured rat managed to gather its strength to speak with Ji-hoon. Watching their condition, Ji-hoon thought to himself that, afterward, the survivors of the rat tribe had gathered, one by one. He would later learn that they had been cautious of his group and had secretly listened to the entire conversation before choosing to appear. Another rat, larger than the rest, struggled to its feet despite its injuries and expressed its desire to follow Ji-hoon as well. Seeing the creature stand, Ji-hoon felt a moment of surprise. The rat was enormous, much larger than the others. Ryo immediately began tending to the wounded, wrapping bandages and applying medicine to their injuries. Nearby, Rain accidentally touched something on her hand that startled her, and she nervously called out for Ryo. Observing the scene, Ji-hoon realized that what he saw before him was more than compassion, it was instinct. He thought to himself that this must be their form of survival instinct. They treated the survivors carefully and cremated the bodies of the fallen. As the flames rose, the surviving rat monsters stood silently, watching the burning remains of their comrades. The air was heavy with both grief and determination. Ji-hoon's thoughts echoed through the solemn atmosphere. It had been barely 2 weeks since they had arrived. The kingdom had already repelled the sixth wave, the rat tribe, but time was not infinite. They needed to act swiftly, gathering allies before the kingdom grew stronger. The next step was clear. They had to find the lizard folk. The next morning, Ji-hoon approached one of the larger rat monsters and handed over a folded piece of paper. He instructed it to head to the cave marked on the map and locate Toro. The rat accepted the paper with resolve, acknowledging Ji-hoon's command with a firm reply. After that, Ji-hoon, Rhea, and Rain began their departure. The rat monsters watched quietly as the trio walked away. Rain, following beside Ji-hoon, called out with determination, expressing her eagerness to find the lizard folk. Once they were gone, the rat monster looked at the map in its hand, confusion spreading across its face. At that very moment, a system window appeared before Ji-hoon. The text displayed read, Main Quest 3, Monster Faction Expansion. Gather nearby monsters to expand your faction. 82/1000. Reward, Random Gradestone. Suddenly, the numbers on the screen shifted, increasing from 82 to 149. As the trio continued their journey, they reached a riverside, where Rhea knelt down to observe the smooth stones scattered along the water's edge. Rain joined her, playfully tossing pebbles into the stream. Ji-hoon, watching the two of them, thought back to the rat tribe, and reflected inwardly that, after parting ways with them, they were now heading toward the swamp said to be home to the lizard folk. Nearby, Rhea and Rain splashed in the river, enjoying a rare moment of calm. Ji-hoon, noticing their laughter, suggested to Rizal that perhaps they too should join in. Rizal agreed, and Ji-hoon stepped into the water as well. However, his lack of swimming skills quickly became apparent as he began to sink beneath the surface. Seeing him struggle, Rhea and Rain panicked and rushed to pull him out. Together, they dragged Ji-hoon to the shore, pressing his stomach to force the water from his lungs. Ji-hoon, gasping, thought to himself that veering off course had made their journey more difficult, yet there were still gains along the way. Their travel continued, and by the time they reached a nearby cave, the sun had begun to set. Rain spotted some mushrooms near the entrance and eagerly began collecting them. From within the cave, a goblin emerged, startling the group. Ji-hoon studied the goblin carefully, momentarily uncertain. He handed the goblin a copy of the same map, though the creature appeared just as confused as the rat monster before. As Ji-hoon did so, another system window appeared, showing that he had gained 40 additional points, raising his total to 189 out of 1,000. Soon after, Ji-hoon gave another copy of the map to a different monster, earning another 12 points. His total rose to 201 out of 1,000. The journey pressed on, and from atop a mountain ridge, the trio caught sight of several slimes traveling together in the distance. Ji-hoon recognized them immediately. They were from the 7th wave, the King Slime's army. Rhea mentioned that their path led straight toward the kingdom. Without hesitation, Ji-hoon moved to block their way, attempting to stop them from advancing. He warned them that going forward would bring only destruction. The King Slime ignored him at first, attempting to pass by, but Ji-hoon's urgent words made it halt. Meanwhile, Rhea and Rain explored the surrounding area, collecting strange, glowing objects scattered among the rocks. Ji-hoon extended the map toward the King Slime, explaining its purpose. In his thoughts, Ji-hoon realized that the slimes had once lived peacefully in a cave near the river. But human expansion had driven them out. They were now migrating in search of a new home, unaware that their current path would lead them straight into danger near the kingdom. Pointing to the map, Ji-hoon showed them another direction, a massive cave that could serve as their new refuge. After a long discussion, the slimes were finally persuaded. The system window appeared again, showing a massive gain of 793 points. Ji-hoon's total rose sharply to 994 out of 1,000. As night fell, exhaustion began to take its toll. Ji-hoon staggered and muttered that he could no longer continue walking. Rhea, equally weary, agreed. Rain, however, pointed toward something in the distance, urging them to look. Before their eyes stood 2 towering mountain peaks, with the warm glow of sunset passing between them. Ji-hoon realized that this must be the region where the lizard folk lived. Rhea confirmed that they were almost there. Just then, Ji-hoon's stomach growled loudly, and he decided it was best to rest and eat. He mentioned that he hadn't eaten anything the entire day. Near him lay a large travel bag. Rain's eyes sparkled as she spotted it, thinking to herself that this was her chance to be useful. Excited, she rushed to open the bag, her mind filled with the thought of the supplies inside, fresh, brought directly from Warren. Rhea reached into her bag and pulled out a carrot. The sight of it made Ji-hoon's face twist with displeasure. He had eaten enough of them and didn't want another bite. Rhea insisted that carrots were highly nutritious, but Ji-hoon clearly had no enthusiasm left for them. Watching this, Rain seemed unimpressed as well. Ji-hoon reluctantly held the carrot in his hand, his frustration growing as he thought aloud that he was truly sick of eating them and wondered if there was nothing but carrots in the entire forest. Rain quietly observed the two for a moment, then searched through her own bag and pulled something out. She handed it to Ji-hoon. When he looked closer, surprise flickered across his face. They were wild berries. He tasted one and immediately felt a burst of refreshing sweetness that filled his senses. The flavor delighted him, and he thought about how long it had been since he had tasted something so pleasant. Rhea, still munching on her carrot, glanced at Ji-hoon and asked if he liked wild berries. Her words startled him, and he turned toward her with disbelief. Realizing she had known about the berries all along, Rhea calmly explained that she had recently explored outside the village and found them, but she still preferred carrots because they tasted better to her. Rin then pulled out a small pan and looked at them both with a hint of curiosity, suggesting that if raw carrots didn't taste good, she could try cooking them. Ji-hoon's eyes lit up with excitement at the thought that she could cook. As night fell, the three of them built a small campfire. The flames flickered softly in the darkness while Rain began cooking beside it. The aroma of her meal spread through the air, warm and inviting. Ji-hoon inhaled deeply, smiling at the pleasant smell. Rain carefully offered them a small portion to taste, and Ji-hoon, after taking a bite, realized what it was: shepherd's purse soybean paste soup. Rhea took a spoonful as well and found it delicious, while Ji-hoon stared in surprise, asking if Rain had soybean paste too. Rain blushed slightly as she explained that cooking was her hobby, and she had experimented with making various items from beans. Inside, she felt relieved and proud that she had finally been useful to them. Suddenly, Ji-hoon's expression changed sharply. He called out to Rain in alarm. Confused, Rain turned toward him and asked what happened, wondering if he had bitten into a rock. Ji-hoon pointed past her and explained nervously that something was moving in the dark. A deep, rumbling voice echoed from behind Rain, commenting on the pleasant smell. Rain froze and turned around slowly, her eyes widening at the sight of two towering ogres standing there. One of them asked the other if he had bitten into something as well, and the second replied that he had. Fear filled Rain's face as one of the ogres extended its massive hand toward her. She flinched, thinking it was going to strike, but instead, the creature picked up one of the carrots she had been using for cooking. Ji-hoon observed closely, noticing the creature's body covered entirely in wounds. The ogre examined the carrot for a moment, took a bite, and grumbled in disappointment that it wasn't what it was looking for. The second ogre, sniffing the air, remarked that it still smelled good. Ji-hoon quickly realized that the ogres must have followed the scent of Rain's soup. The first ogre noticed the bubbling pot over the fire and understood that the smell came from it. It stepped forward, curious and tempted, while Rain stood frozen in confusion. The ogre bent down, inhaling deeply over the soup to confirm the aroma. Satisfied that it was indeed the source, it reached out with both hands to grab the pot. Ji-hoon immediately recognized what it was about to do and tried to stop it, but it was too late. The ogre's hands touched the burning metal, and the intense heat scorched its flesh. The creature howled in pain, dropping the pot and spilling the soup across the ground. Flames hissed as the liquid met the dirt. Ji-hoon sighed inwardly, realizing that this was the outcome he had tried to prevent. He thought to himself that while he knew ogres had low intelligence, he still wondered how such creatures even managed to survive. He had hoped to recruit them into Warren's forces, but that possibility now seemed unlikely. The burned ogre stumbled backward, crying as it looked at its blistered hands. The second ogre moved forward, announcing its own desire to eat as well. Ji-hoon frowned, and thought that if things continued like this, they might not even reach the cave they were searching for. He activated his ability, his eyes glowing faintly as the information about the creatures appeared before him. Both ogres were B-class, one at level 13 and the other at level 14. Ji-hoon was taken aback, realizing how powerful they truly were. The second ogre approached the spilled bowl, inhaling the scent deeply. It murmured about how delicious it smelled, and then reached to pick it up, only to burn its hands again from the heat. Pain erupted across its face as it let out a cry. Meanwhile, deeper within the forest, a figure stood near the mouth of a cave, holding apples in his hands. Watching the commotion, he suddenly dropped the apples and sprinted toward the group. Ji-hoon, seeing the ogre's distress, attempted to reason with them, inviting them to come along with him. At that moment, Rhea sensed danger. As the approaching figure lunged forward to attack, she moved swiftly and blocked the strike. Her eyes narrowed as she demanded to know who he was. Ji-hoon looked closer at the stranger's ears and immediately recognized the truth, shock spreading across his face. The newcomer was a dark elf. Leo, the dark elf, raised his hand and cast Dark Bind, freezing Rhea in place. Rhea freaked out, yelling what in the world he thought he was doing. Her whole body went stiff like someone had just hit the pause button on her, and she started shouting that she was officially out of service and couldn't move an inch. Leo suddenly charged like he was auditioning for an action movie, swinging his blade at Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon didn't even flinch. He whipped out his sword and fired off Abyss Slot like he'd been waiting all day for someone dumb enough to try him. Leo felt the surge of energy from the blade and thought that sword carried tremendous magic power. Ji-hoon, confused and defensive, demanded to know why Leo was attacking them. But Leo responded that this was the question he wanted to ask instead. As Ji-hoon hesitated for a moment, Leo took advantage of the distraction, striking Ji-hoon's sword and knocking it slightly backward. Ji-hoon analyzed Leo's movements and realized that the Dark Elf's preparation stance was a diagonal slash. The next moment, Leo unleashed his technique, Dark Slash, also known as Darkness Cut. A wave of dark energy sliced through the area, splitting an enormous rock cleanly in two. Leo stared in disbelief, wondering if Ji-hoon had detected the blind spot in his technique and dodged it. He couldn't believe it was possible. Ji-hoon, still holding his ground, demanded to know the reason behind the attack. He wanted to understand why Leo was targeting them. Leo replied that it was because they were the ones who had attacked the ogres. Ji-hoon looked shocked, asking if they really attacked the ogres. His mind raced as he thought about the wounds he had seen earlier. Could it be because of those? Leo pointed at the ogres and accused him again, saying not to play innocent, and demanding how he explained their wounds and the scream that echoed moments ago. Ji-hoon, flustered and panicked, shouted that he didn't know anything about the wounds. He explained that the scream came because the ogres had stupidly touched the pot. Leo narrowed his eyes and repeated the word stupid, questioning it. Ji-hoon quickly corrected himself, saying that he meant ignorantly. Turning toward the ogres, Ji-hoon called out to them, insisting that they hadn't given them those wounds. The ogres looked confused, but responded, agreeing with him. Ji-hoon pointed back at Leo, saying that he heard them himself. But Leo turned to the ogres again and asked if these people had hurt them. The two ogres hesitated before awkwardly answering that, yes, that was right. Leo's anger deepened as he declared that ogres had low intelligence and accused Ji-hoon of trying to take advantage of that fact. Ji-hoon, now frustrated, insisted that he didn't know anything about the wounds, but Leo accused him of making excuses, again and again. Then Leo charged forward and attacked him with his sword. Ji-hoon raised his blade and blocked the strike, his voice rising as he told Leo to just listen until the end. He shouted that it wasn't him. In that heated clash, Ji-hoon's sword cut across Leo's shoulder. Blood burst out from the wound, spilling heavily. Ji-hoon immediately felt the sensation it was critical damage, a clean critical hit. He realized that Leo might have seemed insignificant, but his attacks were anything but ordinary. The impact of that exchange was intense. Ji-hoon's mind raced as he understood that he might have no choice left but to use all his remaining magic power. Rhea arrived at the scene, calling out Ji-hoon's name with urgency. As she looked ahead, her thoughts raced, realizing the restraint was already in effect. Before either of them could react, Leo, the dark elf, unleashed his power. In an instant, black tendrils of magic erupted from the ground, binding both Rhea and Ji-hoon tightly. The dark elf dashed toward them, his eyes cold and voice heavy with command, declaring that it was already too late. A system window appeared before them, flashing the notification Dark Bind. Darkness Restraint was activated, stating that it placed restraint on a designated target with a certain probability, locking movement completely for a short duration. The system further indicated power greater than self, 100% restrained. Rhea's frustration flared as she glared at Leo, anger twisting her expression. She recognized the spell instantly, cursing under her breath that the dark elf was using binding magic again. Leo stepped forward, his tone firm, warning them not to move. He reminded them of the village's iron rule. Even if one committed a crime, they were granted one chance. He demanded they tell the truth and seek forgiveness from the ogres. But before Leo could react, Ji-hoon suddenly broke free and attacked from behind. Striking fast, he hit Leo hard, causing the dark elf to fall to the ground, wounded. The ogres watching gasped in alarm, shouting out if Leo was okay. Despite being known as the strongest among them, Leo had been defeated. Clenching his teeth in disbelief, he realized the attack had bypassed the restraint completely. Shock spread through him as he thought to himself that he had let his guard down and that the opponent before him might actually be stronger than him. At that moment, Rhea rushed to Leo's side and grabbed his arm, trying to restrain him again, telling him not to move. Ji-hoon stood beside her, analyzing the situation with a calm yet sharp expression. He explained to her that the darkness restraint, used by the Dark Elves, was an absurdly overpowered skill, one that could restrain anyone of a lower grade with 100% certainty, though its success rate dropped significantly against those of equal or higher rank. He revealed that after checking all the beastfolk's stats, he had designated himself as the target in order to assess them. What he found shocked him, an absurd stat distribution, where everything was focused on critical hit rate and critical damage increase, yet there was no grade or attribute displayed at all. Still, that discovery had helped him avoid the worst possible outcome. Judging from the results, he concluded that his grade was at least A rank or higher. Now, he knew the best situation he could create from this moment onward. As Ji-hoon analyzed, Rhea looked at him with concern and asked what they should do next. Leo, still kneeling with frustration burning in his chest, thought about his journey, how he had left his home confident that he would return as the greatest warrior, only to realize that perhaps this was all he was capable of. He remembered his father, guilt and disappointment flashing across his face, before lowering his gaze. Finally, he commanded to release them. Ji-hoon stepped forward and extended his hand toward Leo, his expression sincere. He told him to trust him, assuring that neither he nor Rhea had injured the ogres. He promised to help and suggested they find the real culprit together. Just as the tension began to settle, a sudden voice echoed from behind. A man appeared, his tone mocking as he said he had finally found them, calling the ogres stupid and claiming there was no point in running anymore. Ji-hoon's eyes widened as his gaze fell upon the man's hand. A silver ring gleamed under the light, and the sight of it left him momentarily shocked. Ji-hoon's mind raced as he recalled the figure before him, a knight with a silver ring on his lip. It was just for a small purple stone, yet that same knight was infamous throughout the kingdom. He was the one who had massacred the rat tribe. The sound of footsteps echoed Jobek, each step heavy with authority. Ji-hoon couldn't see the man's stats, but his instincts told him enough. An emblem with 3 stars marked the knight's armor, identifying him as an upper knight, an A rank. There were many A-rank knights in the kingdom, too many to remember all their faces. But the fact that Ji-hoon's memory of this one was fuzzy meant only one thing: he wasn't a mainstream character. The knight strode closer, his expression cold and calculating as his gaze swept across Ji-hoon's group. He muttered about the strange mix before him: ogres, beastfolk, and even humans, wondering what kind of bizarre combination this was. His eyes soon fell on Leo. With a curious hum, he studied the elf's dark skin and pointed ears, realizing what he was: a dark elf. A faint laugh escaped the knight's lips as he thought about how valuable elves were. To him, this hunt had turned lucky. Ji-hoon's thoughts hardened as he recognized the face of destruction. He questioned whether this was the same man who had raided the rat tribe village. The knight replied with arrogant indifference, confirming it as if it were something trivial. Watching Ji-hoon daring to talk to a human, Leo couldn't believe it for a moment. The thought flashed through his mind: his companion was really speaking to a human. Ji-hoon pressed further, asking if this knight was also responsible for what had happened to the ogres. The knight's reaction was laughter, loud, mocking laughter that made Leo's disbelief deepen. Hearing the confirmation, Leo's heart sank with regret for ever doubting Ji-hoon. He lowered his head and apologized again and again, admitting his misunderstanding. Ji-hoon looked confused, unsure of the sudden change. Grinding his teeth, Leo realized that even without understanding words, the situation itself spoke volumes. In an instant, he dashed toward the knight with lightning speed that even Ji-hoon found astonishing. Fast enough to win first place in a marathon if he ever joined one. Leo launched his attack, his magic dagger flashing as he struck at the knight. The knight blocked the blow with his armored hand. The impact didn't harm him much because of the steel protection covering his arm. With a mocking grin, he remarked that the difference in equipped gear was too great. A soft chuckle followed as he mumbled about something unfamiliar, stepping back slightly to reposition. Leo's mind raced. If he couldn't pierce through the armor, he would have to aim where there was none. He rushed in again with all his strength, slashing at the side of the knight's neck. The attack landed, drawing a groan of pain, as the knight cursed the inferior race before him. In retaliation, the knight launched a fierce punch, its power enough to crush bone. Leo managed to block it despite the pain, forcing his body to endure the impact. With a furious roar, he struck again with his dagger, aiming at the knight's chest. But the armor's strength was far beyond his expectations. The blade snapped apart in his hand, leaving Leo stunned. Before he could react, the knight delivered a devastating hit that sent Leo crashing to the ground. Breathing out heavily, the knight muttered that he had gotten a bit too excited. He reminded himself that this was valuable merchandise and couldn't be broken so easily. Jihoon frowned at the word merchandise. Leo, trembling, tried to rise with all his strength, but the knight pressed his boot down on his leg, forcing him to stay on the ground. With a cruel smirk, he repeated the word, yes. This was merchandise. He looked toward Jihoon and the others, and declared that even they could be considered merchandise, though of low value. He didn't know what they were doing in this place, but if they were kingdom citizens, they should already understand how popular monster shows had become. The phrase monster show echoed in Jihoon's thoughts, confusing him. The knight sneered, calling him a human who didn't even know about such shows. Then realization struck the knight. His eyes widened as he finally recognized Jihoon. His tone turned gleeful as he laughed, remembering now who stood before him, the so-called legendary knight. The hunt had turned out luckier than ever. Rare ogres, a young dark elf, and even the traitor to humans with a royal bounty on his head. Declaring his intent proudly, the knight announced that he would escort all of them to the kingdom himself. Without hesitation, he rushed toward Jihoon, intent on finishing him off. Jihoon gripped his sword tightly, ready to counter. As the knight closed in, Jihoon struck, but the knight blocked the attack with his bare hand, noting that Jihoon's sword looked quite valuable as well. Jihoon demanded to know if all this was by the king's order. The knight responded coldly that the king's command was absolute. Jihoon muttered that the knight should keep acting, like that being evil made it easier for him to feel less guilty. The knight smirked, saying the words were fitting for a traitor. Meanwhile, Rizel lay nearby, sleeping peacefully, seemingly unaffected by the chaos around him. Jihoon couldn't help but wonder how someone could sleep so calmly when their ally was in danger. Suddenly, Rhea lunged forward and slashed the knight's arm with her sharp nails, drawing blood. Leo, watching the exchange, thought about party mechanics, how members shared experience points, but distribution depended on contribution. He hoped somehow he could feed more experience to Rhea. Jihoon turned toward Rizel and told him to prepare, just in case. Rizel responded only with a loud roar, shaking the air. The knight mocked them, calling them uncivilized creatures, but admitted that they were quite the performers. Chanting under his breath, he invoked an earth attribute skill, Stone Earth Gathering. The ground trembled as stones gathered around his hand, encasing it completely in hardened rock. Jihoon's thoughts confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed an earth attribute skill. The knight, now wielding a massive stone-covered fist, prepared his next move. He roared in anger about the armor that Leo had managed to damage, demanding if they knew how expensive that armor was. Then, with a thunderous swing, he unleashed his Fist of Earth attack, striking directly at Jihoon and Rhea, the power shaking the ground beneath them. Jihoon watched as the A-rank knight, Lockhand, launched a fierce assault. He studied every movement, recognizing the attack's sheer power but also noticing that the weapon's size made it slower. Against the awakened Rhea, it was a poor matchup. Still, Jihoon knew that dragging the fight out would only put them at a disadvantage. At that moment, Rhea leapt down from the top of a tree, aiming directly for the knight. Lockhand responded with confidence, raising his massive rock-like hand and attempting to strike her down. But Rhea swiftly dodged by landing on a nearby rafter, using her sharp claws to tear through the knight's arm in a sudden counterattack. Lockhand froze in shock as blood poured from his wounded arm. Meanwhile, watching Rhea's rapid movements, Leo couldn't hold back his amazement. He muttered in awe that this beastfolk was incredible, moving faster than a cheetah. Just then, Rain turned toward Leo, offering to heal his wounds. Leo looked at her with surprise, confused by her willingness to help, but she gave an awkward smile, admitting that this was all she could do. Without hesitation, she began to heal his injuries, her hands glowing faintly as she focused on mending his wounds. On the other side of the battlefield, Rhea continued her relentless assault. Within mere seconds, she struck again and again, slashing Lockhand repeatedly with blinding speed. The knight's hands were soon covered in deep cuts as blood streamed down his arms. Even the orc standing nearby was stunned, unable to believe the speed at which Rhea was moving. Jihoon observed Rhea carefully, analyzing every movement she made in her clash against the A-rank knight named Lockhand. He realized the reason why the B-rank Rhea could stand against an A-rank opponent was because of the overwhelming difference in speed. She was relying entirely on her skills. But Jihoon knew that all transformation skills came with a duration limit. Suddenly, Lockhand swung his massive rock hand and delivered a powerful punch that struck Rhea with tremendous force. Rain's voice broke through the chaos as she called out Rhea's name in panic. Rhea was sent crashing into a tree, hitting it hard and groaning in pain. Jihoon's expression turned grim as he thought to himself if this was the end. He adjusted his stance, knowing he needed to carefully align the angle of his next move. If he aimed wrong, Rhea could end up getting caught in it. He began to ready Rizal for an attack. Ji-hoon knew it was wasteful to use Rizal's area attack on a single opponent, but it meant nothing compared to Rhea's life. They had already gained enough combat experience fighting an A-rank knight. Just as he prepared to act, Ji-hoon was suddenly shocked to see Leo charging forward again, clutching his broken sword, as he went to fight Lockhand once more. Ji-hoon felt panic rise within him, wondering why Leo would do such a thing again. Lockhand glared at Leo and told him to get out of the way, warning that he might tear up everything, top quality or not, to make him submit. Leo's eyes hardened with resolve as he refused to back down, declaring that Lockhand would have to take his life because he couldn't afford to lose to anyone. He rushed forward and attacked, but his strike did nothing. Lockhand's deep voice rumbled as he remarked that he had heard dark elves were troublesome creatures that use debuff magic, but found that to be nonsense. He grabbed Leo and threw him to the ground, his tone turning cruel as he said that thanks to Leo's inferior intelligence, his anger was subsiding a little. He told Leo not to worry because his life had value, but beasts who didn't know their place needed to be beaten. Ji-hoon, watching from a distance, questioned why he had to go that far. Lockhand replied coldly that he was saying he would spare Leo, but Leo didn't understand. According to him, Leo wasn't at fault. He was simply born as a barbaric, inferior race that made cries instead of speaking. Leo gritted his teeth, his mind flashing back to the painful memories of his childhood. Back then, his power had been too weak. His father had comforted him, telling him not to worry too much, assuring that his magic power would naturally increase as he grew. But even after growing older, his power never increased. Everyone around him whispered that the chief's son had less magic power than a child. They questioned how someone like him could be the son of the tribe's chief. Unable to bear the humiliation, Leo eventually left his tribe. As he departed, he vowed to return stronger and declared that he would definitely follow in his father's footsteps. Returning to the present, Leo's thoughts trembled with regret. He thought of his father and silently apologized, feeling broken that he couldn't do it. Ji-hoon called out to Leo, throwing his sword toward him and telling him to take it. Leo caught the sword, and as soon as his hands touched it, an overwhelming aura of energy began to flow through him. He felt the surge of power within and realized that magic power was overflowing. With this much magic power, he could fight back. Leo charged forward, swinging the sword and striking Lockhand directly in the chest, but the knight stood firm without a scratch. Lockhand laughed loudly, mocking the pathetic attack. Ji-hoon observed Leo's movement carefully, analyzing the angle of the strike from the upper right to the lower left diagonal. Then, Leo roared as the sword released an even more overwhelming aura, bursting with full energy. He attacked again with everything he had. The light from the sword spread across the entire forest, illuminating everything as the overwhelming power erupted. Everyone watching was shocked by the sheer force. Lockhand was struck by the attack and sent flying far away as the ground split beneath him. His entire armor, cloth, and gear shattered, completely destroyed. Ji-hoon stared in disbelief, realizing that Leo's power seemed several times stronger than before. Leo looked at his own hands, unable to believe that he had unleashed such a powerful attack. Exhausted, he collapsed to the ground, staring at the sword and wondering what kind of weapon it truly was. Ji-hoon immediately called out to Rain, instructing her to treat Leo and Rhea. Rain responded quickly, affirming with a determined "Yes, Chief." Meanwhile, Lockhand, lying half dead on the ground, still managed to speak, cursing that such inferior races dared to stand against him. Ji-hoon threw his sword toward the fallen knight and told him to put those complaints aside for now and have a different conversation. Ji-hoon's eyes narrowed as he replied calmly, expressing his curiosity about the kingdom. Ji-hoon pressed his sword tightly against Lockhand's neck, his eyes sharp with warning. He made it clear that from this moment on, if Lockhand lied to any of his questions or refused to answer, he would show him what that meant. Without hesitation, Ji-hoon began his interrogation with the first question, demanding to know how many soldiers existed in the kingdom. Lockhand responded that when combining archers and infantry, there should be a little over 3,000 soldiers. Ji-hoon continued, asking about soldiers like Lockhand who patrolled outside the royal palace. Lockhand replied that he did not know how many subjugation forces there were. Ji-hoon then asked about those subjugation forces and their purpose. Lockhand's eyes darkened as memories surfaced. The narration shifted to a scene from the past where the kingdom's majesty had summoned him. The king had addressed him as Royal Guard Oth Division Senior Knight Lockhand. Lockhand had respectfully answered the call, and the majesty declared the need for stronger weapons. He ordered Lockhand to destroy everything around the kingdom and to find what was needed. Returning to the present, Lockhand continued speaking to Jihoon, explaining that the subjugation forces were searching for enhancement stones to strengthen weapons and for caves containing iron ore, which were used to reinforce the city walls. Jihoon thought to himself that perhaps his question had been too obvious. He reasoned that in night defense, adventures existed for obtaining items such as enhancement stones or grade stones. He wondered if the subjugation forces were essentially a party assembled for such adventures. Moving on to the next question, Jihoon asked about the two elite knights of the kingdom, Ares and Lib. Lockhand immediately confirmed that he knew them. Jihoon asked for their level, or rather, how many skills they could use, explaining that in the early stages, approximate levels could be inferred from the number of skills. Lockhand stated that both Ares and Lib were known to use 2 skills each. Jihoon analyzed this information, concluding that both were still below level 20. Lockhand then gave a mocking laugh and commented that based on Jihoon's questions about troops and elite knights, it seemed he might be targeting the kingdom. Jihoon responded without hesitation, asking what if he was. Lockhand laughed louder, taunting that with just those few details, Jihoon thought it was possible. He sneered that breaching the walls guarded by 2 elite knights would not be easy, and then revealed that Jihoon was wrong about one thing: there were not just 2 elite knights. Jihoon was shocked, realizing what Lockhand meant. He recalled that in night defense, the maximum number of elite knights a player could have before the game ended was 7. Choosing which S-rank knight to summon during the first wave had a crucial impact on clearing the game. He remembered the progression through each wave, Wave 1, Wave 15, but now, in this early stage, past only Wave 6, the kingdom already had more than 2 elite knights. Lockhand revealed their names with cold certainty: Artillerist Akyur and Fanatic Archeon. The elite knights he knew of already numbered 4. Jihoon was left speechless, his mind racing to process the difference between the game and the real world. Unlike the game, this was reality. Soldiers could be injured, and city walls could suffer real damage. Restoring broken defenses and healing wounded soldiers must have required immense time and effort. And yet, the reason such frequent wars were still possible became painfully clear in Jihoon's mind. Then the scene shifted to healing Akyur, where she was seen repairing every shattered and broken object around her with precise control, her powers restoring everything to its original state, her radiant energy spreading across the battlefield. Jihoon looked on in shock, realizing the truth behind what he was witnessing. It was because of the healing artillerist Akyur. His thoughts raced as he processed that even the sage Archeon existed here as well. There were 4 S-rank knights, and he feared there might be even more. The situation felt beyond comprehension, a ridiculous reality unfolding before his eyes. From the kingdom's perspective, this world was an ultra easy difficulty. But from Jihoon's perspective, trying to break through this power meant facing ultra hell difficulty. Lockhand noticed Jihoon's stunned reaction and mockingly commented on his shock. Jihoon steadied himself and stated that there was one last thing he wanted to ask. His mind flashed with realization there had been no legendary knights in the game. The only player had been him. He was a being that did not exist within the game's system. Jihoon demanded to know what a legendary knight even was, and how Lockhand had managed to summon him. But before he could finish, a sudden barrage of arrows rained down toward him. Rain cried out in panic as she saw the attack, realizing that a large group of humans had surrounded them. Leo's eyes widened in confusion, questioning if Lockhand had allies. From the forest emerged the Royal Guard Oath Division, their armor gleaming as they aimed their weapons toward Jihoon. They shouted for him to get away from Sir Lockhand. Lockhand smirked through his burns and activated his skill, calling out Stone Earth Regeneration. His body began to repair as he declared himself a knight of the Great Kingdom, refusing to give away information so easily. He promised that the one who heard the kingdom's secrets would die there, and he would personally bring Jihoon's corpse back to the kingdom. Jihoon, unfazed, countered that he already knew about the kingdom's movement from the Rat tribe. Around 100 soldiers had attacked their village, and if their commander did not return soon, those same soldiers would come swarming this way looking for him. Jihoon added that he had been waiting for them too. Lockhand muttered in anger, calling it a bluff. Jihoon continued coldly, pointing out that if Lockhand was their commander, then all of those soldiers were weaker than him. Lockhand demanded to know how Jihoon could possibly know that. Jihoon simply smirked and replied that it was all just experience. Lockhand's expression shifted in disbelief as he repeated the word experience. Without wasting another moment, Jihoon called out to Rizel, telling it that it was its turn to act. The creature responded with a roar, Rizeldrak awakening its full might. Lockhand laughed mockingly, claiming it was laughable to think such a tiny monster could do anything. Ji-hoon commanded Rizal to capture them all. Rizal opened its mouth, unleashing its dragon breath technique. Flames erupted from its jaws, engulfing the royal guards in a wave of destructive fire. The system window appeared, displaying new notifications. Party synergy effect activated, increasing magic-type monsters' attack power by 20%. Lockhand, his body caught in flames, still managed to speak in disbelief, calling it unbelievable. Rain, Leo, Rhea, and the orcs stood frozen, their eyes wide with awe as they watched Rizal's overwhelming power consume everything in sight. After a moment, Rizal's flames faded, its strength depleted. The system window displayed a new message. Mana depletion penalty. Fatigue increased. Ji-hoon approached the exhausted creature and gently patted its head, telling it well done. Rizal gave a faint smile, breathing heavily, but content. Ji-hoon's thoughts turned inward as he reflected on the recent battle. Since the fight, he had leveled up explosively, though he found the experience points disappointing compared to the number of defeated enemies. He concluded that most of them must have been low-ranking knights. Still, he considered the outcome a great harvest. Then, as he looked around, a shocking sight caught his attention. All of the burned royal guards began to transform, their bodies hardening and crystallizing until they turned completely into crystal stones. Ji-hoon examined the enhancement stone, held it in his hand, and wondered internally that enhancement stones did not break even under a dragon's breath. After realizing this, he directed everyone to gather the war spoils. Rhea and Rain agreed and immediately began rushing around to collect everything. While they worked, Ji-hoon opened the system window and observed the stats of Rizal, Rhea, and Rain. He noted that experience gained by party members was shared and distributed based on contribution, creating a differential distribution. He realized that Rain had only healed during the battle, yet still rose by 17 levels, while Rhea and Rizal, who fought directly, increased by 10 and 7 levels respectively. Ji-hoon concluded that the experience gained differed according to rank. He glanced at Rhea, Rain, and Rizal, who were all busy picking up enhancement stones. Despite the confusion about experience distribution, he felt relieved that Rizal had reached level 10. Rizal's MP had increased significantly, and a new skill had appeared, causing Ji-hoon to pause in shock as he recognized a skill he never expected to see. At the same time, far away in Warren, an unexpected change was taking place. Tor was there with the rats, cutting down trees, when an overwhelming power suddenly surged through the area. Tor sensed the strange power and looked around in confusion. Soon, a group emerged, approaching Tor and the rats. As Tor lifted his head, he spotted a massive creature, far larger than any rat, standing behind the bushes. The scene shifted back to Ji-hoon, who thought about Leo, reflecting that something between them had not yet been finished. His internal counter showed 64%. He questioned why Leo had fought so desperately, even risking himself to protect the ogres, and even shielding Rhea. Leo remained quiet, filled with regret, and internally apologized for everything that had happened to Ji-hoon. Leo resolved to take the lost ogres to the sea and leave afterward. As he walked, Leo felt weak, and remembered his promise that he would return stronger and follow in his father's footsteps. No matter how much he trained, his magic power never increased. But through the recent experience, he had found a possible path to strength. As Leo prepared to leave, Ji-hoon observed him and noted that Leo lacked magic power, possessing only about 1/10 of what a normal dark elf would have, perhaps even less. Ji-hoon recognized that 2 restraints and 1 slash would exhaust Leo completely. Leo was shocked, wondering how Ji-hoon knew such things when he was not even a dark elf. Ji-hoon nervously described it as his unique special ability, an ability only he could use. Leo accepted it more easily than expected, though he felt embarrassed, as if Ji-hoon could see through him completely. Ji-hoon then brought up the moment Leo had held the sword and felt his magic power surge. Ji-hoon explained to himself that the sword was not ordinary, but a magic sword capable of supplementing magic power and increasing magic attack power. Leo recognized it as a magical weapon and admitted that he had never seen one of this caliber. Ji-hoon decided to give the sword to Leo. Leo questioned the reason, and Ji-hoon intended for Leo to wield the sword and fight by his side. Leo recalled that dark elves never joined hands with other races, yet Ji-hoon pressed the point that Leo wanted to become stronger. Ji-hoon understood that Leo's magic power was low, but his physical abilities far exceeded those of other dark elves. Leo's weaknesses were insufficient magic power and low magic attack power. Leo reluctantly admitted that Ji-hoon's assessment was accurate. Dark elves with little magic power were treated as trash, which was why Leo traveled to find a way to increase his magic power. Ji-hoon then rubbed an enhancement stone against his sword and confidently declared that the problem could be solved. He believed Leo's physical abilities were the best among dark elves and offered to help Leo grow his lacking magic power. Ji-hoon could continuously increase the weapon's magic power. He took out a B-rank enhancement stone and began enhancing the sword. Leo watched in shock as the enhancement failed. The magic power did not increase. Ji-hoon tried again. From a distance, Rain noticed the flashes from the enhancement stones and felt confused. Finally, the sword's magic power increased. Ji-hoon named the sword Scream Spike and noted its impressive +11 enhancement. He demonstrated that he could enhance weapons and declared his intention to maximize Leo's magic power. Leo considered the offer and reasoned that if he truly could become stronger with this method, then it would not be submission, but a rational contract. With hesitation, Leo declared that he would join for 10 years, no more than that, just for a while. Ji-hoon accepted, though he felt something was off, since 10 years hardly sounded like just for a while. Leo wondered if there was a problem, while Ji-hoon insisted that 10 years was enough. Ji-hoon introduced himself as Kim Ji-hoon, and Leo stated his name as Leonard Bell Leon. At that moment, Rhea, Rain, and Rizal returned with a large collection of enhancement stones. Ji-hoon was surprised to see so many. Rhea happily presented them, calling them pretty, and mentioned that something strange had happened nearby. Ji-hoon examined the stones and realized something unusual. Leo looked at the enhancement stones as well, and excitement spread among them as everyone became delighted by the discovery. Ji-hoon explained that after that, they ate together and talked for a long time. The conversation focused on the wicked deeds of humans and the recent attacks. He mentioned the enhancement stones the knights possessed, noting that their number, around 220, was not as large as those found at Rhea's house, but many of them were still high grade. Among these stones there was an unexpected and highly valuable discovery. Ji-hoon instructed her to use it, and she followed his guidance. As she used it, a red aura emerged from her body. The system window displayed a notification confirming that the D-grade gradestone had achieved an 85% chance for grade growth, and the process was successful. Her level adjusted accordingly, showing level 21 due to experience redistribution from 26 to 21. Ji-hoon observed the result and asked about her condition. Rain felt slightly dizzy but also sensed a powerful surge of energy within her. Ji-hoon encouraged her to continue and urged her to do it once more. Rain responded with excitement and continued repeatedly, and eventually, morning arrived. The following day, Ji-hoon stated that they headed toward the swamp where the lizard folk resided. He explained that ogres preferred areas near water, and that Leonard Bell Lion had been guiding the lost ogres along the waterways toward the sea. Because of this, Ji-hoon persuaded the lizard folk to gather and move to Warren with them, since Warren also had access to the sea. The group continued traveling together along the route. During the long journey, Leon remarked on whether Ji-hoon was already getting tired. Ji-hoon felt irritated and pointed out that they had only been walking for days and that the others were the strange ones. Leon responded in confusion, prompting Ji-hoon to complain that Leon's name was too long and difficult to say. Leon allowed him to choose any name that felt comfortable. Ji-hoon decided to call him Bell, which surprised Leon due to how much it shortened his name. Suddenly, Rain pointed towards something in the distance and indicated that it might be their destination. She sensed an ominous feeling in the area. Leon expressed concern, acknowledging that gathering the lizard folk was a good idea, but also emphasizing that they were a race as strong as the Dark Elves. He noted that because of their strength, they would not easily serve anyone. Ji-hoon calmly responded by comparing this to Leon's own situation and told him to leave the matter to him. As he smiled with quiet confidence, a strange presence became apparent, and from the side, they noticed the leg of a creature, as if it had been silently watching them all along. The group continued their journey and passed through a shallow pool, but the ogres sank immediately upon entering the water. Both ogres struggled, sinking deeper and getting into trouble, while Rhea walked across the surface of the water with ease and enjoyment. Leon noticed the ogres drifting far off and panicking, and reacted in shock at how they ended up that far. As the ogres sank further, Leon ordered them to stop. He then stepped onto the water himself and moved forward to help them, while Ji-hoon grew tense watching the scene. At that moment, someone approached Ji-hoon and calmly explained that ogres were usually 5 to 6 meters tall and weighed dozens of tons, making the swamp crossing too difficult for such slow-moving creatures. Ji-hoon turned toward the newcomer and identified the figure as a lizard folk. The newcomer introduced himself as Linak. Behind them, the ogres continued to struggle in the water. Rhea looked at Linak and confirmed that the person was indeed lizard folk. Linak informed them that beyond the swamp lay a lizard folk village. Ji-hoon replied that they had come all this way specifically to meet the lizard folk. Linak warned them that the lizard folk did not take kindly to other races entering their territory and assumed they already knew this. Ji-hoon stated that anything valuable was always found on the edge of danger and noted that Linak seemed confident about something. Linak asked why they wished to meet the lizard folk, and Ji-hoon revealed that they wanted to borrow the strength of the lizard folk to attack the kingdom. Linak laughed and explained that he had wandered for years after leaving his village and had witnessed the atrocities of humans. He understood now why such different races, humans, beast folk, dark elves, and ogres, had banded together for this purpose. Hearing this, Leon let out a quiet sigh of relief. At that moment, Rizel floated toward Ji-hoon and sat on his head. Linak questioned who the child was, and Ji-hoon introduced the small figure as his friend Rizeldrak. Rizel yawned once again, and Ji-hoon commented that the child slept a lot. Linak acknowledged him as a friend and noted that convincing the chieftain would be difficult since that day was the chieftain's birthday. Linak explained that the chieftain was young and suspicious and that they would have to display enough power to succeed. He wished their plan success. He added that he would look after the ogres in the meantime. Leon hesitated and expressed discomfort, but Ji-hoon insisted and respectfully asked Linak for help, addressing him as an old man. Leon questioned Ji-hoon's quick trust, but Ji-hoon urged him to follow, calling him Bell. Leon protested, remarking that he had never seen Linak before and found Ji-hoon's trust reckless. Ji-hoon reassured him and told him to trust him, explaining internally that the old man had a high affinity for him. Leon turned to Rain and wondered whether Ji-hoon had seen through everything again with that ability, and Rain hesitantly agreed. Linak called the ogres over and invited them to follow him. The ogres refused at first, insisting they could not follow just anyone. Linak understood and offered them food. The ogres immediately softened, admitted their hunger, and decided to follow him. The group advanced toward Mudrak village. Linak remarked that Mudrak would be bustling that day, though it was difficult to see much because of the fog. Ji-hoon asked how much farther they had to go. Soon, they reached the lizard folk village of Mudrak. Ji-hoon observed that he never knew a village existed inside the swamp. Rhea noted that perhaps because it was the chieftain's birthday, no one seemed to be around. Ji-hoon decided they should proceed inside. Rain worried about entering without permission, but Ji-hoon pointed out that waiting forever was not an option and that they needed to meet the chieftain. Leon reflected that they had followed Linak because they trusted Ji-hoon and believed there must be a way to persuade the village. Rhea confidently stated that Ji-hoon always did what he said and declared her belief in him. Leon asked if she liked Ji-hoon, and Rhea blushed, stuttering in embarrassment as she denied it and questioned why he would ask such a thing. Ji-hoon suddenly halted and stated that he heard something. Rhea asked about the sound, and Rain confirmed that she had just begun to hear it as well. Ji-hoon listened closely and identified it as a pounding sound. He sensed it coming from a certain direction and pointed the way. Rhea urged Ji-hoon to be careful, but before he could react, a lizard folk soldier launched an attack toward him. Ji-hoon dodged immediately and recognized the attackers. Leon blocked another soldier's strike, while Rhea leaped forward and attacked the soldiers, demanding they stay away from Ji-hoon. She attempted to jump in to strike again, but Ji-hoon called out for her to wait. Before she could react, a soldier struck her hand, injuring her. Ji-hoon urgently addressed the soldiers and explained that they had not come to fight but had come to meet the chieftain. One soldier observed that a human was speaking their language and concluded that this made him not a guest but a criminal. The soldiers declared the group as intruders rather than guests. They bound the entire group in chains and led them away. As they were taken, Ji-hoon noted internally that even the lowest-ranking soldier far surpassed their level and realized they had indeed found the right place. He also recognized that the pounding sound originated from there. Leon grew irritated and commented that the lizard folk certainly held a noisy birthday party. A soldier barked at them to stop shouting and move quickly. The soldiers escorted them into an arena, where a kingdom knight was already fighting a lizard folk warrior. In a single swift moment, the lizard folk sliced the knight's throat. Ji-hoon stared at the scene, bewildered by what was happening there, and wondering why a kingdom knight was present. The lizard folk warrior who had slain the knight bowed deeply before Lirak, and offered birthday wishes to him. Lord Lirak continued eating his fish and observed that the warrior's edge had sharpened, praising the battle as a splendid and bloody display worthy of a proud lizard folk warrior. Another lizard folk called for the next match to be prepared. A lizard folk stepped toward the caged kingdom knights and challenged anyone willing to face him to step forward. The knights, unable to understand his words, shouted angrily and told him to get lost, trembling with fear. Among them, a female soldier shook uncontrollably. The lizard folk soldiers who had captured Ji-hoon and his party arrived before Lirak and announced that they had captured intruders. Lirak's attendant examined the bound group and demanded an explanation, remarking that Mudrak lay deep within the swamp, that no one entered without a reason, and that their tribe did not welcome guests. He pressed them again, demanding to know their purpose. Jihoon evaluated the soldiers watching from the stands. They were level 30 to mid-level 35, with ranks ranging from C to A, and their overwhelming firepower surprised him. But the true shock came from the lizardfolk chieftain himself. Jihoon realized the chieftain sitting before them was S rank, level 36. Lirak darkened his expression as he wiped blood from himself and demanded to know why they had invaded Mudrak. Jihoon stated simply that they needed the strength of the lizardfolk. Lirak burst into laughter, and the entire tribe joined him. Rhea grew angry and demanded to know what was funny, while Rain panicked and tried to stop her. Leon urged Rhea to stay calm, reminding her that the negotiation was only just beginning. Rhea questioned the word negotiation, and Leon explained that it was a negotiation in which their lives were at risk. Lirak continued laughing and found Jihoon's claim of needing power amusing. He asked if that was all Jihoon had to say. Jihoon lowered his head and concluded inwardly that they needed to go in strong, because once they bent, they could never stand as equals. This world was built with the same settings as the game, which meant he had already met the essential conditions required to lead the lizardfolk. Jihoon then proclaimed that all lizardfolk would come under him. Immediately, a soldier pressed a spear to Jihoon's throat and called him an insolent wretch for daring to insult their chieftain and their tribe. Rain froze at the sight of the chieftain, nearly fainting, and Rhea stared in shock. Leon recognized that Jihoon was using the method he had hinted at earlier. A soldier insisted that there was nothing more to hear, and suggested cutting all of their throats. Jihoon and Lirak exchanged cold gazes, until Lirak ordered the soldiers to lower their spears. He stated that his choice was the choice of all lizardfolk, and whatever he decided, the tribe would follow. Jihoon declared that he held power and asked the chieftain, if every lizardfolk followed him, then whom Lirak himself would follow. A soldier charged toward Jihoon in fury, calling him arrogant. Jihoon responded calmly by calling out to Rizaldrak. Lirak reacted with confusion to the name. Jihoon repeated it, identifying the being floating above his head as Rizaldrak, and explained that the lizardfolk worshipped and followed dragons, the very being they revered. Lirak hesitated in disbelief and questioned whether it was truly a dragon. Leon turned to Rhea in shock, repeating the word, dragon. He recalled the legendary race known as the Dragon Race, and questioned whether Rizaldrak belonged to it. Rhea reminded him that he had seen the massive attack earlier, and still failed to realize it. Leon admitted that the attack was incredible, but explained that the dragon race had vanished more than 100 years ago. He remembered how his parents described dragons as having massive wings, and possessing the power to destroy entire villages with a single breath. He doubted that the small form before him could be a dragon. Lirak acknowledged that his tribe worshipped dragons and followed their choice as an absolute law. However, he insisted that the creature above Jihoon was not a dragon. The lizardfolk soldiers grew furious and shouted accusations of impersonating the dragon race. They demanded the intruders be killed. A soldier thrust a spear near Jihoon's neck and asked the chieftain for a decision. Jihoon considered the situation and questioned internally how the lizardfolk chieftain failed to recognize a dragon, wondering if Lirak truly did not know or if he was pretending. Lirak suddenly paused and announced that he had thought of something entertaining. He noted that there happened to be 4 death row prisoners remaining. Rain echoed the words in shock, realizing they meant death row prisoners. The soldiers ordered the Kingdom Knights to step forward. Lirak explained that, not long ago, those same knights had broken into Mudrak, stolen their treasure, and brutally murdered a young warrior. He declared that they must fight and that whoever won would keep their life. The surviving Kingdom Knights stepped forward to face Jihoon's group. Leon protested, questioning why they had to fight, but a soldier silenced him and reminded him that intruders had no choice. Jihoon accepted the situation, stating that it did not matter whether the lizard folk knew or believed the truth. Leon pleaded for Jihoon to say something. Jihoon announced that he would prove it by showing the true power of a dragon. Humans and beastfolk are shown standing face to face inside the arena, the atmosphere heavy and tense, like the calm before a storm in a tournament arc that everyone knows is about to turn brutal. Among the humans, the yellow-haired knight looks at the beastfolk and speaks with mocking confidence, stating that they really promise to let him live if he wins. Beside him, the armored knight reflects grimly that he was originally doomed to die, but now he finally has a chance to survive, as if the arena suddenly turned into a gotcha pull with slightly better odds. Listening to their pointless chatter, the female teammate standing with them becomes visibly irritated, clearly losing patience with their arrogance. The armored knight then coldly assesses the beastfolk, remarking that everyone except the dark elf looks weak, saying it like a tier list announcement no one asked for. The yellow-haired knight steps forward eagerly, declaring that he will go first, and asking for an opponent, provocatively telling anyone to step up, while openly insulting the beast folk as savages. Hearing this, Rhea reacts with anger, questioning his words and smirk, clearly offended by the insult. Leon, standing nearby, declares with killing intent that he will wipe them all out, already mentally skipping straight to the final boss. At that moment, the lizard folk duel instructor addresses everyone, explaining that the rules are simple, a one-on-one duel where the loser dies on the spot, turning the arena into a literal no-respawn zone. The yellow-haired knight turns to Ji-hoon and asks him to translate the instructor's words. Ji-hoon explains the rules to him, and upon hearing them, the knight casually invites anyone to come forward, as if this were a friendly sparring match instead of an execution. Ji-hoon carefully observes the knights and analyzes them by star count. He notes that there are 3 A-rank knights, and the knight standing out front is only mid-B rank. Ji-hoon immediately identifies him as the weakest link, the tutorial enemy pretending to be a raid boss. With that in mind, Ji-hoon turns to Rain and suggests that she take him. Rain hesitates, surprised and unsure, questioning herself internally. Ji-hoon reassures her, telling her that she has grown strong enough and that she should trust her power. Hearing this, Rain reflects internally on the power the chief gave her, realizing that something definitely changed after that day. She understands that she cannot remain a mere porter forever, carrying baggage while others fight. With that resolve, Rain steps forward and decides that if she has to fight eventually anyway, she will do it now. As the duel is set, everyone else exits the arena, leaving only the 2 fighters behind, the space suddenly feeling much larger and far more dangerous. Ji-hoon glances toward Liark and recalls Liark's earlier words about how their tribe worships dragons and follows their choice as an absolute rule. Returning to the present, Ji-hoon looks at Liark again and thinks that he possesses 2 cards proving Rizel is a dragon. He realizes he could reveal the truth immediately. However, with Rain's recent rank up, this duel represents a valuable chance for real combat experience, something that cannot be skipped like a cutscene. Inside the arena, the yellow-haired knight sees Rain and reacts with disbelief, clearly shocked that she is his opponent. Rain nervously confirms her presence, her fear obvious. The knight mocks her internally, recognizing her as a rabbit beastfolk, the weakest of all races. He thinks that even if he defeats her and survives, it will bring no honor to his noble house. Meanwhile, Rain trembles as she looks at his frightening face, her fear practically written all over her ears. With that, the fight begins. The yellow-haired knight activates his power, declaring internally that 1 strike will be enough, as anything more would disgrace his family. He steps forward and unleashes his Thunder God sword style, performing a super lightning slash aimed directly at Rain. A small explosion erupts in the arena, filling the space with smoke and shockwaves. Seeing this, Rhea becomes slightly alarmed, but Ji-hoon remains completely calm, as if watching a replay he already knows the ending to. Ji-hoon thinks that the old D-rank Rain would have found that attack terrifying. Now, however, Rain stands on the same level as Rhea. As the smoke clears, Rain is suddenly seen running away in panic, fleeing across the arena while declaring surrender. She believes that even if she continues, she will die, convinced that defeating someone that strong is impossible. This unexpected reaction surprises Ji-hoon slightly, catching him off guard. The yellow-haired knight becomes enraged, furious that she would shame him in such a way. He advances again, raising his sword and moving in to attack Rain once more. Seeing this, Rain becomes overwhelmed with fear, her body trembling as danger closes in. At that critical moment, Rain remembers Ji-hoon's earlier words, telling her that she had become strong and should trust her power. Rain reflects internally, realizing that if all she does is run, she will never be able to do anything. With that realization, Rain leaps and dodges the knight's attack with surprising agility. Flames suddenly erupt from her body, shocking everyone present. Ji-hoon reacts in disbelief, realizing that this must be Rain's new skill. Wrapped in flames, Rain strikes the knight across the face with a fiery slap. The impact sends him flying backward as he burns, crashing into the ground. The entire arena is left stunned, as if the script was accidentally flipped upside down. Ji-hoon forms a small smile and thinks that if the situation had turned dangerous, he would have stepped in, stopped the duel, and revealed that Rizel is a dragon to overturn everything. However, he never imagined that Rain would actually win on her own. The yellow-haired knight lies collapsed near his teammates, his condition completely ruined, looking less like a noble warrior and more like a failed speedrun. Rain herself looks shocked, staring at her own hands as she realizes that this power truly belongs to her. Filled with joy, Rain turns toward her teammates and proudly celebrates her victory. Rhea responds enthusiastically, praising her performance. Ji-hoon congratulates Rain, stating that from now on, she will most likely be the strongest rabbit beastfolk in the world. Hearing this, Rain becomes extremely happy, and her level rises to 18. Watching this, Leon reflects internally that Rain barely trained at all, yet she has clearly changed, grown since then. Leon then looks at Ji-hoon with a faint smile and thinks that Ji-hoon's power makes others stronger. He feels glad that he chose to follow him. With that, Rain is officially announced as the winner of the match. The yellow-haired knight, still lying on the ground, insists internally that as long as his life remains attached, he has not lost yet. At that moment, a lizard folk soldier steps forward and kills the yellow-haired knight on the spot, declaring his defeat without hesitation. Seeing this, the female teammate finally breaks down, stating that she cannot take it anymore. The instructor then calls for the next fighter from the human side to enter the arena. Immediately after, the female knight steps into the arena. Leon reacts with surprise, noting that the female knight slipped into the arena in an instant, her movement nearly impossible to track. Ji-hoon thinks that he does not remember the A-rank knight he encountered in the forest, but he definitely remembers this woman. She is the yellow current beauty sword, Kal Hera, someone who appears ordinary on the surface but is far from normal underneath. Kal Hera forms a creepy smile and states that she has seen too much pain today and has reached her limit. She expresses a desire to feel that thrill again. Ji-hoon analyzes her further, identifying her as a sadist, someone who derives sexual pleasure from inflicting pain on others, turning the arena into her personal amusement park. Kal Hera blushes slightly and points toward Ji-hoon, identifying him as the leader. Ji-hoon reacts with visible surprise as he realizes that she is directly challenging him. Rhea looks at Kal Hera and becomes uneasy. She wonders what is wrong with that woman and why she is staring at Ji-hoon with such an unsettling expression. The fight instructor turns toward Ji-hoon and asks what Kal Hera said. Ji-hoon calmly explains that Kal Hera wants to fight him. Hearing this, the instructor tells Ji-hoon that if he wishes to fight, he should come down into the arena. Ji-hoon begins thinking seriously. Kal Hera is a knight belonging to the top tier of A rank. On top of that, she is fully equipped with dedicated A rank gear. Even among A rank knights, she stands on a completely different level. Taking such a risk makes little sense logically. However, no matter how strong Kal Hera is, she cannot withstand a dragon's breath at that range. All Ji-hoon needs to do is neutralize her high-speed movement skill, current shift. His weapons are his sturdy body and Reiseldrak's one-shot power. If he wins, he can gain a massive amount of experience. The thought crosses his mind whether he should give it a try. Ji-hoon then states that he always fights together with Rizal. Kal Hera reacts with interest, saying that this will make the fight twice as fun. Ji-hoon borrows Belle's sword before heading out. Leon warns him that the girl is strong. Ji-hoon acknowledges this and proceeds toward the arena without hesitation. As Ji-hoon moves, Liark, sitting atop Ji-hoon's head, looks at Rizal and is reminded of his childhood. He remembers his mother telling him that they were saved long ago and that those beings shared their power with them. She told him that when Liark grows up, he would be able to use that power too. Young Liark had asked whether he would really be able to do it as well. Returning to the present, Liark dismisses the thought as ridiculous. Before the battle begins, Ji-hoon raises an important concern. He asks what would happen if, during the fight, the lizard folk spectators were to die. Liark responds coldly that the arena is too grand for humans to fight in and gives the signal to begin. Kal Hera looks at Ji-hoon with a faint smile, her mind filled with disturbing thoughts. She considers whether she should pierce him or cut him, her imagination running wild in a way that feels less like a duel and more like a horror movie villain picking a weapon. After settling on an idea, Kal Hera raises her sword forward, announcing that she has decided. Leon watches nervously and notices something strange about her posture as she grips the sword, especially from that distance. Suddenly, Kal Hera activates yellow current thunderbolt magic within her sword and throws it at incredible speed toward the guards. The guards barely manage to block it with their shields. Leon is shocked. Throwing a sword infused with lightning magic is a technique that can instantly take someone out if they do not understand it. Leon realizes that Jihoon dodged the attack. Rhea immediately corrects him, pointing out that Jihoon did not move at all. Leon is left confused. The camera then reveals a small cut on Jihoon's cheek. Kalhara smiles, finding it strange. She realizes that Jihoon knew she would miss, and deliberately chose not to dodge. Jihoon carefully observes her. Kalhara belongs to the number 4 division of the Cancer Knights, and serves as the vice-captain. She is known as the Beauty of the Yellow Current. However, among those who truly know her, she is called by a different nickname, the Seizure Spectator. She continuously inflicts pain on her opponents, using a cruel attacking style that slowly kills them. She never finishes opponents easily. This fact is known only to a select few. 80% of her enemies have never survived against her. There is no way Jihoon could have known she would miss and chosen not to dodge on purpose. Kalhara smirks and decides to get rid of the annoying fly first. Jihoon is shocked by her sudden intent. She grins again, believing that this was the correct answer after all, and launches another attack. Jihoon manages to dodge it with his sword. Leon realizes how disadvantageous this fight is for Jihoon. Jihoon has no weapons or magic that can strike from a distance. Rhea argues that he just needs to dodge an ambush. Jihoon tells Rizel to stay close behind him. Leon points out that Jihoon is not as fast as Rhea. All Jihoon can do to deal damage is launch a frontal assault. With no hesitation left, Jihoon rushes straight toward Kalhara. Kalhara welcomes him with a twisted grin, promising to slowly enjoy the many expressions he will make. She then creates an electric ring around herself, using yellow current lightning. Jihoon is struck by the electric shock. Rhea cries out in concern. The Lizard Folk King watches silently, showing no emotion. Jihoon groans in pain, as electricity surges through his body. Kalhara laughs in delight, savoring the expression Jihoon makes as he endures the pain. She demands to see his next expression and urges him to show her more. Jihoon analyzes the situation internally. Electric Ring is a skill that consumes a large amount of magic power. Kalhara will likely enjoy it until the opponent is about to lose consciousness and collapse, then stop. However, after that point, the pain will become even worse than it is now. Seconds pass. 6, 7. Kalhara continues laughing, asking how it feels for his blood vessels to be destroyed, wondering whether it stings or excites him, and demanding that he tell her what it feels like. Jihoon realizes that he has already endured this for 10 seconds. Kalhara's current level is, at most, 29 or below. That means her maximum magic power is 1500. Current Shift consumes 400 MP. Electric Cloud consumes 100 MP. Electric Ring consumes 50 MP per second. If Jihoon can endure for 11 more seconds, she will no longer be able to use Current Shift. Kalhara becomes annoyed, stating that she does not like Jihoon's expression. Jihoon calmly responds that one has to get hit to understand pain. The system window activates and notifies that magic immunity nullifies magic attacks of lower tiers. Jihoon immediately orders Rizel to use Dragon's Breath. Rizel releases the attack toward Kalhara. Kalhara mutters that she hates pain as she is blasted away and crashes into the ground. The Lizard Folk King witnesses this and suddenly recalls something from the past. A memory surfaces of someone telling him that they were saved long ago and that power was shared with them. It was said that when Liark grows up, he would be able to use that power too. The scene lingers, heavy with realization, as the meaning of that forgotten promise begins to resurface. Rizel unleashed a Dragon Breath attack, and the area was left half destroyed. Every lizard folk stood frozen in shock. From a distance, the Lizard Folk King observed everything carefully. He realized that this was power inherited from the Dragonkin. Dragon's Breath was a power attainable only by the rarest lizard folk warriors who had reached the absolute pinnacle. He could not believe that such power had come from something so small. Leon supported the injured Jihoon and helped him stand. Jihoon then addressed all the lizard folk, stating that they, of all people, must have already sensed it. He declared that the only one present who could use Dragon's Breath was Relok, the chieftain himself. He reminded them that all lizard folk revered dragons, and said that even if they already understood, he would now show everyone clearly who they truly should serve. The Lizard Folk King asked for the dragon's name. Jihoon answered that its name was Rizeldrak. At that moment, Rizel's eyes began to glow. His body surged with power as he started shifting into a mature form. Outside, the entire area was flooded with an energetic red aura. An elderly lizard folk, seeing the red aura, realized that the legend had awakened. The remaining lizard folk, the knights, Rain, and Rhea, were all left completely stunned. Even the lizard folk king stood frozen as he witnessed Rizeldrak's true form. Rizeldrak let out a deafening roar. A system window appeared, announcing that the blood of the dragon had activated, allowing a mature shift to temporarily assume the full adult form. Ji-hoon identified Rizeldrak as the boss of the 99th wave, the cold-blooded dragon, Rizeldrak. The lizard folk king knelt before Rizeldrak, stating that he had seen it clearly. He acknowledged Rizeldrak as the legend passed down through scales and blood, and declared him the true dragon. Rilak, chieftain of the lizard folk, vowed from that moment onward to serve Rizeldrak as their sovereign. Following him, all the lizard folk knights also knelt down. Leon watched in disbelief, realizing that Ji-hoon had united the lizard folk. Ji-hoon smirked and reflected on the insane offense difficulty, finally acknowledging that he had become Leon's equal. As Rizeldrak flapped his wings and took flight, Rain collapsed under the overwhelming pressure. Leon, unable to even stand, realized that a single flap of its wings carried unbearable power. As Rizeldrak flew higher, it roared across the sky. Ji-hoon watched with a smile, thinking that the legend had truly become reality. He resolved that this time he would forge a new legend in this world. But then Ji-hoon remembered something important. Atop Rizeldrak, the boss of the 99th wave had appeared as a tiny speck, and that speck was clearly someone's silhouette. Soon after, Rizeldrak's power faded. He weakened and reverted back into his small form. Before he could fall, Ji-hoon caught him. Ji-hoon praised Rizel for using Dragon's Breath and achieving a mature shift, acknowledging his effort. Rizel felt happy hearing the praise. Ji-hoon then noted that the transformation had only been temporary and far too short. A system window appeared, announcing the completion of the main quest. Monster faction expansion had been cleared, with 1,255 out of 1,000, exceeding the target by over 100 units, increasing the chance of high-tier rewards. Exceeding the target by over 200 units further increased those chances. A reward was received in the form of a random grade stone, with the option to claim it now or later. A stone emerged from within Rizel. Ji-hoon recognized it as a grade stone capable of upgrading an A rank to an S rank. Another system notification appeared, stating that upon reaching level 10, Ji-hoon's existence was now defined by his achievements so far. Confused, Ji-hoon wondered what that meant. The system explained that he was now a third being, neither human nor monster. He could hear the cries of the dead and manifest their power into reality. His new classification was revealed as a soulbinder. His HP and MP values were displayed alongside this revelation. The scene then shifted smoothly to a celebration. The lizard folk prepared a grand feast. Rilak invited everyone to eat as much as they liked, declaring them honored guests. Gratitude was expressed toward Rilak. Leon noticed Ji-hoon eating excessively and questioned it. Rain replied that the chief must have been starving, so it made sense. The abundance of meat amazed everyone, and excitement spread as they rushed toward the food. Leon and the others joined in, completely unable to resist. Soon everyone finished the meal with full stomachs. Afterward, Ji-hoon asked where Rizel was. Leon pointed toward the temple. Ji-hoon looked up and saw the lizard folk fanning Rizel with leaves, feeding him, and calling him the Dragon King while asking if he needed anything. Ji-hoon was shocked to realize that this had been happening the entire time. Leon pointed out that it seemed the lizard folk were following Rizel, not Ji-hoon. Ji-hoon laughed it off, remarking that they were merely honored guests, essentially visitors. He did not mind, as long as someone followed them. He claimed that Rizel was him, and he was Rizel. Leon questioned what that even meant. Ji-hoon brushed it off, saying it was just a thing, and suggested they rest for the day since tomorrow would be busy. Suddenly, Leon sensed something and said that someone was watching them. Ji-hoon replied that he could not see anyone. Rain noticed Ji-hoon's expression and commented that he looked frightening. The scene then shifted to the kingdom. An injured knight staggered back into the castle, murmuring that he had to inform them. From atop the castle walls, soldiers noticed him and looked into the distance. Akur made his way to the walls, thinking that he needed to tell the people that the legendary knight was gathering monsters. In the city, People started gathering around the ruined raft to see what was happening. Meanwhile, the soldiers were taking the party that had arrived on that raft as prisoners, saying that the king would decide their fate. But as they were walking, the prisoner recognized the poster with Ji-won's face. In the castle, the king ordered the soldiers to hang the prisoners. The party started pleading for anyone to save them, but the soldiers told them to shut up, saying that rat-like scoundrels who had plundered the kingdom's treasures did not deserve to live. Just then, a knight entered the throne room, surprising everyone as one of the officials recognized him as Akur, who was Rakhan's subordinate. He asked him why he had come back alone, to which Akur explained that near the highland, at Guangchon Mountains, everyone had been wiped out. They asked him by whom they had been defeated, with Akur saying that they had been attacked by a small flying monster, which had been summoned by the legendary knight, who had annihilated them. He explained that he had injured his leg, so he held his breath and waited until the attackers fell asleep, overhearing their conversation by chance. Telling everyone that the legendary knight was gathering monsters and had said that he would attack the kingdom. The officials were shocked to hear that Ji-won was alive, realizing that his gathering monsters would be a huge problem. They then asked Akur where Ji-won was, but he was unable to tell them his location. The prisoner suddenly spoke up, saying that Ji-won was at the Fox Cave. The king asked him to repeat himself, unable to hear the man's whisper, so he told them that he knew Ji-won's hideout. The king thought about this for a moment, telling the officials to immediately assemble all elite knights within the castle. He said that he would form a punitive force, led by elite knights. The officials rushed to deliver the king's command, as the man smiled happily, for now he could take revenge on his brother's enemy. At the wall, Ares was training the soldiers when the messenger arrived, informing him about the royal command. The soldiers then informed all of the elite knights, including Uros and Bianca, whose mother informed them that the king had summoned the elite knights, but they were still hesitant to go. Another knight arrived at Cancer's place to inform her about the command, but the maid said that it would be a difficult time. However, Cancer told her to let them in, leading the man into the bathroom. The soldier was flustered to see her bathing, but Cancer had already guessed that something interesting must have happened. Back at the mountains, Leon said that he would head out of Mudrak for a bit and be back soon. Rain told him to wait, saying that she would go with him as well. Ji-won was surprised to see this, asking her why she was going, but Rain explained that it was humid and gloomy here, so she wanted to get some fresh air. He then turned to Rhea, asking if she was going too, but she said that she would be going with Ji-won, making him relieved. Rhea then noted that Ji-won had new clothes, as he explained that his old ones had been ruined in the last battle, so the lizard men offered him some human items that they had stored away. Rhea complimented Ji-won's new look, making him blush. But as they were walking, they heard a commotion. Walking towards the prison cell, Ji-won asked Dayrak what was happening. But hearing Dayrak say that it was nothing, they were about to leave. Just then, one of the prisoners called out to Ji-won, saying that they needed to go to the bathroom. Dayrak asked him if it was okay, but Ji-won assured him that he would take responsibility and bring the prisoner back, saying that they could at least put a bucket in the cell. Ji-won then asked the prisoners if they were fine, after which he turned to the knight, surprised that he was still alive after losing. The knight thanked Ji-won for his help, but he said it was all right, as going to the toilet was a natural thing to do. They realized that there were no separate bathrooms, so they entered a back alley as a last resort. But as they reached there, the knight hesitated, making Ji-won realize that they needed some privacy. He asked Rhea to leave, saying that he would watch by himself, as Rhea's presence might be embarrassing for them. But the knight assured them that they would not run away, asking them both to clear the area. The two then stood by a building, greeting the passing-by lizard men. Rhea asked Ji-won if the death row inmates needed this kind of consideration. Ji-won told her that if they were kind to them now, they would be less wary of them in the future, explaining that they won't be executed, as all high-ranking knights were from noble backgrounds. So they were valuable prisoners. Rhea was happy to hear this reason, saying that she had thought that Ji-won was nice to them because they were humans. Just then, a snake crept up behind the knight, making them scream as Ji-won and Rhea came over to check what was happening. But they were shocked, as they saw that the knight was actually a woman. The girl explained that a common woman cannot become a knight, so she had to cross-dress as a man to become one. They then returned her to the cell, walking away as they talked. In the forest, Leon and Rain were walking in the swamps. Rain noted how Leon seemed to have a warm heart, surprising him as she pointed out how he was worried about the monsters. Leon said that it was because he had promised to take responsibility and lead them to sea. But as they were walking, the two suddenly ran into a mysterious figure, asking them what they were doing here. Back at Chief Lirak's house, Jiwon wondered why Lirak was saying no, even though he had already told him about the humans' evil deeds. Jiwon said that Rizal thought the same way as him, so they must follow the dragon's command. Lirak said that he did not know such things were happening out of Mudrak, but Jiwon continued saying that humans had invaded Mudrak, killed their young warriors, and tried to plunder them. He asked what Lirak was hesitating for, wondering if he was afraid to fight, but Lirak told him that he was not afraid of battle. Just then, noises started coming from outside as someone entered the room. Jiwon was surprised to see the elder lizard man, as he explained that there was only one reason they were stalling, and it was because the lizard folk had never once ventured outside of Mudrak. Lirak asked Rainark why he was here. Rhea was surprised to see that they knew each other, but not much, as they were from the same race. Lirak told them that Rainark was the former chief. Jiwon understood it now, for when he checked all the lizard folk's stats, there were only 2 S ranks. Lirak explained that the lizard folk's chief was decided by duel, and the loser must leave the tribe, asking Rainark why he had returned. Rainark told him that this time he would be the challenger, calling for a duel. Jiwon was shocked by how suddenly this was happening. They then entered the battle arena. Jiwon was surprised, but it was a good opportunity, as he could see the true combat power of the lizard folk. Lirak said that there was no mercy for those who do not know their place, activating primeval transformation as he turned into a giant Trex. Rainark responded by saying that he would show him the power of one who had adapted to the environment. Jihoon then saw that there were lizard folk in priestly attire, noticing that there were 4 priests all around, wondering if it was a barrier. He noted how it was not like this when he had dueled, but the priests explained that if the chieftain's duel didn't have a barrier, the village could suffer great damage. Jihoon then remembered back to when he had realized that Lirak could use Dragon Breath. Since this was a battle where Dragon Breath could run wild, a barrier was necessary. Jihoon then opened his system window. After the duel with Kalhera, 2 more party members had been registered. He wanted to add the Elder, but could not do it yet, as Lirak hadn't joined the Warren faction, which meant that he was not on their side yet. That meant, through Lirak's battle, they could gain experience. The experience of an S-rank high-level monster. Lirak asked Rainark if one defeat was not enough, telling him to have some shame. He said that there would be no mercy for those who do not know their place, activating primeval transformation as he turned into a giant T-Rex. Rainark then responded by activating his skill as well. The priests covered the arena in a carrier, which surprised Jihoon, who noted that it even stopped smoke from coming out of the arena. He was shocked by how much smoke came out when Lirak transformed, saying that it was on a completely different level than when the members of the rat tribe awakened. But then Rainark also transformed, making Jihoon sweat as he saw another T-Rex. Lirak stomped on the ground, charging towards Rainark, as he opened his jaws to bite down on him. But Rainark avoided the attack as he went to bite at him in a counterattack. Yet before his jaws could reach him, Lirak swung his tail at Rainark, slamming him into the barrier. He then charged at him again for an attack, with both of them enhancing their strengths. Lirak's arm grew out, allowing him to slam Rainark's head into the ground. Jihoon noticed that the Elder was no match for him. Though Rainark's level was higher, even among S ranks, the stat distribution was different. Lirak's physical attack power was overwhelmingly high. But Rainark's stats that surpassed Lirak were magic attack power. Suddenly, the entire barrier was filled with lightning, as the 2 opponents stood opposite each other, with Lirak's grip over Rainark having been broken. Rainark said how Lirak had gotten stronger than the last time, but the lizard man just stared at him. Rainark told him that he was pushed out of his chieftain position and came out into the wide open world for the first time. They were accustomed to dampness and darkness, so the sunlight of the bright world burned his skin's moisture, and the hot blood of monsters drove him mad and dulled his sight and senses. Jihoon realized that he had not considered environmental factors. He had finally gathered them, but they would weaken if they left the swamp. But Reynark said that they could adapt to the environment, making Lirak question if he was saying that they needed to leave Mudrak too. Lirak said that he had heard stories about the situation in other villages outside of Mudrak from Jihoon, but not everyone could adapt to the outside fog like Reynark. Lirak was the chief responsible for the prosperity and safety of the lizard folk, so he could not make a reckless choice that would risk the lives of their warriors. But Reynark said that perhaps the power that they inherited from the dragon was not just to protect themselves. This made Lirak recall the stories his mother used to tell about the dragons saving them and sharing their power, making him question if they also had to save someone just as they had been saved by the dragons. Lirak said that all decision-making authority rests with the chief, so if there was something that Reynark wanted to prove, he must prove it with strength. Something that the elder agreed with, saying that this is how it should be. The two then began charging Dragon's Breath, waking up Rizel as he saw the two firing the Dragon Breath at each other, shocking everyone around as the attacks collided, shaking the very ground. Neither of them was yielding, as too much power was being concentrated in one spot. The power then went berserk, as it exploded, tearing through the barrier into the sky as it shook the land far and wide, making everyone wonder if it was an earthquake. Leon and Rain noticed that it was coming from the arena side, making them worried about Ji-won. Leon rushed off, asking Rain to take care of the orcs. Back at the arena, Jihoon noticed that the barrier almost shattered from just the shockwave, but they were more curious about who won, as the entire field was covered in smoke. The smoke then gradually cleared as they saw one lizard man standing, claiming his position as the chief and saying that he would not tolerate a single defeat. Lirak stood over Reynark, asking if he had any final words as he pointed his trident at his throat. Reynark said that the lizard folk were a strong race, so they would surely adapt. Lirak realized that from the beginning, Reynark was not after the chieftain's position. He said that the phenomenon he witnessed outside, he only hoped it would not be replayed here in Mudrak. Jihoon realized that every wave has a reason after seeing the rat tribe. In the game, the lizard folk invade the kingdom around the 30th wave. That was probably the result of the current battle. Reynark's persuasion was successful. That was the unchanging flow of the story. Lirak told the priests to heal his opponent. However, if anything had changed, it was that the flow of that story had been brought forward by Jihoon. But just then, another system window appeared before Jihoon, shocking him, as it informed him that an emergency quest had started, telling him to stop the expeditionary force. Jihoon was shocked to see that S-rank knights were invading, wondering just what was happening. Leon rushed to Jihoon, wondering what was going on. Jihoon informed them that Warren was in danger. In the capital city, the city gates were opened as the knights marched out, heading towards the east. Ares watched on from above the castle walls, gritting his teeth in anger. A few hours ago, inside the throne room, the king had called on the elite knights. A total of 6, excluding the elite knight out on subjugation, had arrived. This included the captain of the 1st Hamal Kings Ares, the captain of the 2nd Aldebaran Knights, Oros, the captain of the 3rd Gem Knights, Bianca, the captain of the 4th Tark Knights, Cancer, the captain of the 7th Zubanel Knights, Lib, and the captain of the 11th Sadalsuid Knights, Akur. The king explained that the legendary knight was rallying monsters, appointing Uros as the commander of this subjugation squad. He told them to leave minimal forces for wall defense and deploy. The objective of this subjugation squad was annihilation. Ares watched the army march away from the city, unable to believe that he was stuck on wall defense again. Akur and Cancer said that they were there as well, with Cancer saying that she hated walking on dirt. Ares was wondering why Cancer was there, as she had said that she had lost contact with her subordinates who had gone north. But Cancer asked him why that mattered, wondering if Ares was worried about her. Ares clarified that he was worried about her subordinates, telling her not to call him nicknames, making Cancer disappointed. She then said that it was boring here, as Ares told her to leave if she was going to be like that. A man then came up to Cancer, asking her if she wasn't going to participate in the subjugation, then should they keep her schedule as is. Cancer was confused as to what he was talking about, as the man clarified that she had performances and parties lined up for the day. Akur then walked up to Ares, asking why he was so eager to fight, wondering if it was for personal pleasure. Ares questioned if she took him for a warmonger. He said that he just wanted to be of some help in achieving the king's dream, and to do that, he must sweep the monsters from this land as soon as possible. Akur said that his way of thinking was different from Archaon's, making him ask if she thought that he was the same as that crazy cultist. In the city, some children were playing around as knights and monsters near an old man. The old man said that he was a human and a monster and a star that existed between the heavens and the earth. The child then pointed towards the sky, saying that there was a star out, even though it was daytime. Looking at the star, the old man noted that another binary star had risen, seeing two stars shining alone in the clear sky. Back at Mudrak, everyone was confused that the humans were invading. Jihoon said that they had no time, asking how long it would take to get to Warren from here, to which his party members said that, at his pace, it would take 3 days. Jiwon said that they needed to arrive in 24 hours, with Rhea saying that if they ran without resting, they could make it. Jihoon then sent Leon and Rhea to Warren first, saying that he would contact them separately regarding what to do next. He then told them to wait a moment, handing them the rank evolution stones. Using the items to raise their ranks, Lirak wondered what was going on, as after that flash of light, the density of the Fox Beastkin's power had changed. Rhea had now upgraded to an A rank, saying that she felt really strange. Jihoon then looked at the A rank grade stone he had got as a quest reward. It was an ultra-rare item that turned an A rank into an S rank with a success rate of 35%. A clash with an S rank knight was inevitable in this upcoming battle. Realizing that she would probably come as well, the strongest in one-on-one combat, Lib of Libra. To deal with Lib, they also desperately needed a speed-type S-rank melee monster. Jihoon prayed for the stone to succeed. After that, Leon and Rhea left, sending them ahead to grasp the situation and respond accordingly. But ultimately, a strong army was needed to lead the war to victory. Liark asked Jihoon if the humans were attacking. Jiwon explained that by now, in Wareen, the Bestkin, Rat Tribe, Slimes, Goblins and others, many races must have gathered there. So he was worried about them. But Liark then said that he would go, surprising Jihoon. He told the priests to gather the warriors, saying that he would personally lead them and leave Mudrak. Jihoon was relieved to hear this. The priest said that it was dangerous for Liark to go in his current condition, as they would need at least a week of treatment, but Liark said that he had already decided. This was their first war outside of Mudrak, so he needed to lead it. But just then, Liark coughed up blood. The priest was concerned, saying that he had taken the full blast of a dragon's breath with his own body, so he must get rest first. Dayrak walked up, saying that if he could allow him, he would lead the warriors. Jihoon scanned him, excluding the 2 S-rank chiefs. He was certainly by far the highest level warrior among the A ranks. Thinking that Dayrak was probably the next chief candidate. Lirak said that Dayrak was certainly capable of taking his place, to which he replied that he would win the battle even if he must sacrifice his life. Lirak told him to die on the battlefield if necessary, as Dayrak took his words to heart, saying that he would never yield to the environment. Jihoon then made his way to Rain, who told him that she had seen Leon and Rhea running, wondering if something was happening. Rain then turned and was shocked to see the lizard folk army standing there, with Jihoon informing her that they were heading back to Warren. Rain was worried about the goblins, but Jiwon assured her that the lizard folk would take care of them. Dayrak then asked Jihoon to get on his back as they would move at full speed. A female lizard folk walked up to Rain, telling her to do the same. With that, they all set out in the sunny plains. Stepping foot in the sunlight made the lizard folk's skin dry up and crack due to loss of moisture, making them nervous. But Dayrak told them not to fear the sun, as they were Mudrak's elite warriors. The troops then raised their heads, stepping forward as they rushed towards their destination. 50 of Mudrak's top elite warriors, composed entirely of A, ranks level 30 and above. They would fight quality over quantity, telling the human army to wait, as they were coming.